Distinguished guests, please take your seats. The program will begin in 5 minutes. Distinguished guests, please take your seats. The program will begin in 5 minutes. Please take your seats. The program will begin in 1 minute. Distinguished guests, welcome to the Vision 2030, a call to action adult education summit hosted by the San Diego College of Continuing Education in southeastern San Diego.
The land where you stand has many stories, cracked sidewalks, every line representing a lifetime. Every time I walk these streets, the pages, they come alive. I see bold characters in bright colors, the green cat and the orange line, where church windows make mosaic of God's light, shine on neighborhoods housing families of red and blue, and streets that are ran by gangsters who move in black and white. My story is a love letter I have scribbled in the sidewalk chalk beneath your feet. Illustrations that crawl through market creeks. I climbed emerald hills across valleys of paradise. I grew up in barrios with skylines and ocean views. I crossed campuses where lions and tigers prowl and hornets swarm the halls. An empire built on 9 kingdoms, and this imperial connection between it all. There is majesty in the southeast. My streets are paved with diamonds, and they mines. But cuts me deep every time they want to give us the cold shoulder, turn right around and blanket us with a bunch of lies to keep our value disguised, constantly under appraisal, constantly jumping through hoops, hoping to land someplace equal. I get weary over the state of the world we're living in. Most days I'm afraid and uncomfortable in my own skin, and lately it seems like the world is so full of villains. It's like we get rid of 1 and 2 more of them, they'll just fill in. So my anxiety is on 10 from all my brother's killings, and I keep running out of space to put my angry feelings. Like, damn, can y'all just take a break? We need some space and time to hug each other, to cry a bit and maybe do a little healing. And maybe do a little healing. Intensing feelings of rage got me pacing work floors, and microaggressive racism ain't so passive no more. And white folks expect me just to take it all in stride, cause I'm not much more than animal. Who cares about my dignity or pride, right? Disrespect seems to grow by leaps and bounds, so we stretch our resilience, we extend more grace, we keep rearranging our crowns, and they keep trying to trump us, y'all. They keep trying to take us out. They selling composition books of freedom papers at the Walmart now. They wanna lock us behind bars, so we learn to chew them up and spit them out. Spit lightning bolts over drum beats that make the whole hood bounce. Listen, when you hear that thunder roll, you'll know exactly what just happened, y'all. Khalil just clicked the top of his pen and released the Kraken. There are too many writers on our block to kill our story. God cast us in a reoccurring role, keeps us bouncing back in a blazing glory. And one day, when the glory comes, you will see that it was always ours. Like how them folks managed to light up the whole damn world on limited power. So go ahead, remove us from our homes, place us on campgrounds, keep editing the native from our tongues, keep trying to white us out, and we'll keep making graffiti a permanent marquee to the powers that be. You can close your eyes if you want, but you're still gonna see me. Look, the Southeast is the taco shop that was built in the belly of the beast, and we feed our community. We make sure all our people eat, and I am full of a pride that I won't ever swallow down. The Southeast got soul, baby. Till I die, I'ma shout it out. Now the war is over and the victory is done. We'll fight on till the finish. Before the work is done, we'll cry glory. We'll cry glory, glory. One day, when the glory comes, it will be ours. It'll be ours. Oh, one day, when the war is won, we will be sure. We will be sure.
Good morning. And welcome to Vision 2030, a call to action adult education summit. My name is Dr. Tina King, and I am the proud president at San Diego College of Continuing Education. Thank you. Thank you so much. We are so proud to host this seminal event at the historical Educational Culture Complex campus, and I want to thank you all for being here. Thank you to our captivating performer, our local performer, Khalil Blue, for giving us an experience of Southeast San Diego. His talent, yeah, that's right. I would like to first start us off by acknowledging that this summit wouldn't be possible without our new State Chancellor, Dr. Sonia Christian. Chancellor Christian reached out to me this past spring with the idea to create a space that would allow legislators and educators to come together to address the 6.8 million individuals in California that have not completed a college credential and those that are likely living in lower socioeconomic status, and to think critically and intentionally how we can utilize the California community colleges as a vessel to close the poverty gap. Dr. Christian expressed her deep appreciation and interest in utilizing non-credit and workforce development programs within the California community colleges to increase economic mobility for adult learners as one of the focal areas for Vision 2030. Thank you. Today's Vision 2030, a call to action adult education summit, is one of its kind to focus on non-credit education and adult learners. Before we move on, it is critical that we begin with the land and labor acknowledgement, recognizing that we are seated on Kumeyaay land. It is not enough to just acknowledge the land without paying homage to the bodies that built this land. I would like to introduce us to someone very special who will be here with us today, Dr. Stan Rodriguez, president of Kumeyaay College, to perform a land and labor acknowledgement. He has spent his career, come on out. Dr. Rodriguez has spent his career preserving and educating Kumeyaay knowledge, language, and culture by playing an active role in his community. Please help me welcome Dr. Rodriguez to the stage.
Hauka, ipanyama, tepe cham. Tamanya choinyama, kopai wiskonan. Pela helikoe, kuchumayo, kuslava, UPA, nyep. Uhuakotai. Nyepoma kana, mamblema rat. Elmash. Nyukoyo huo pesho. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Stan Rodriguez. I'm an Ipai Kumeyaay from the Santa Isabel Reservation here in San Diego. And yes, this land we call Mat Yuhan, Makwahan. True land, this is our holy land. And our creation story takes 4 days to tell it in its entirety. But I just wanted to share one small piece before I do the acknowledgement here. When the creators made the humans, along with all the animals, the creators wanted to give the gift of critical thinking to one of the animals. Humans were not the first ones. They were going to give it to the grizzly bears, but the grizzly bear had a bad attitude. Didn't want to listen. How many of you can relate to that? That's what I thought. So they looked at the humans, and the humans were tipul kushlawad, me one. They were pitiful. They did not know how to walk on 4 legs. They could only do it on 2. They ran slower than everybody. They got cold real quick. They only had hair on top of their heads. Well, some people have more. But anyway, they got cold easy and they got hot real fast. So the Creator said, I'm going to help these people. So they gave us the gift of critical thinking. We are a vessel to take in knowledge. But in order for us to receive knowledge, we need somebody to give it to us, to share it, because knowledge without sharing is not really knowledge. And this is where all of you come in. So I just wanted to share. In my language, we say, "Man nivelad mishieb kuchumayo kushlavad mishieb chachayachan." And I just want to say, for all of you educators, we praise you for everything that you do, because you bring light where there's darkness. You bring hope when there's despair. So, just want to share that. Now I will say these few words. Mayahan na pao, matas, niwala yung tong mimp, mas oyaw mau, uyupi. Set booking air chamat how ma, set booking mayum your way, uyupi. You put my canap, your oyaw. And I said, Creator of all, your breath brings life into the universe. Everything that we know and we do not know has come from you. We thank you for this day as we come from the four directions to learn and to grow and to be strong so that we can support the ones who are serving, the ones who are struggling, to bring hope for them. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Dr. Rodriguez, for gracing us with your beautiful presentation. So I got to tell y'all, I forgot this earlier, but now I remember. So that was me. All right, so before I acknowledge all of the esteemed dignitaries in this space, first a few housekeeping notes. As you see, we have an ASL interpreters that will be rotating throughout the day for the next 2 days. There's live streaming that is happening for the event. So for those that are not able to be here in the space, they're able to join us through virtually. During panel sessions today, questions will only be taken inside of the theater room. Unfortunately, we don't have the capability to take it for those that are virtual. Restrooms are located on the foyer first floor as well as on the second floor and down the hall. We also have open guest network for Wi-Fi that can be used, SDCCD Campus Connect guest. For assistance for technology, we have someone who's outside that can support us for the technology table for the next 2 days. All right. So with excitement, I am proud to say this event is of full capacity. We had more folks registered than we can have. So for all of our colleagues across the state who are unable to join us in person, we welcome you for joining us online. Thank you all so much. Today we have a jam-packed, robust lineup of sessions with experts who are trailblazers in their respective fields. We're going to take you on a journey today. I am too, I can tell you that. We're going to take you all on a journey today where we look at a journey from our student stories to examining the data that supports our work to a deep dive into the best practices focused on non-credit to credit alignment. We're going to talk about baccalaureate pathways and apprenticeship programs. We will also showcase the Employee Training Institute, which is also known as ETI, and how we partner with industries for skills training and career preparation for some of the most vulnerable populations, such as justice impacted, dreamers, refugees, asylum seekers, veterans, and adult learners, some of whom do not have high school diplomas. Now that is equity. During this summit, we have the opportunity to hear from our state legislatures, policymakers, union leaders, chancellors, presidents, industry partners, and those who ensure that our non-credit adult learners' needs are at the forefront of the decisions being made. San Diego College of Continuing Education is proud to co-host with the California Community College Chancellor's Office and North Orange Continuing Education. I want to recognize and acknowledge several of our esteemed guests who are here with us today. For those in the space today, I'm going to ask that you please stand and be acknowledged, starting with state officials, Secretary of the California Labor and Workforce Development Agency, Stuart Knox. Chief Deputy Cabinet Secretary Ben Cheetah from the Office of Governor Gavin Newsom, and our local legislative leaders who will be joining us later in the program, Assembly Members Chris Ward and David Alvarez, and Council President Pro Tem Monica Montgomery Stepp. From our Board of Governors, welcome Jolena Grande and Pamela Haynes. From the San Diego Community College District Board of Trustees, President Dr. Maria Nieto Sr., Craig Milgram, Hazel Arroyo, Mary Graham, Bernie Reinerson. And I'd like to acknowledge North Orange Community College District Board of Trustees, President Ed Lopez, Dr. Barbara Dunsheath, Evangelina Rosales, Jacqueline Rodarte, Jeffrey Brown, and Ryan Bent. And all board members present throughout the California community colleges. And last but not least, I would like to provide a special recognition to both North Orange County Community College District Chancellor Dr. Byron Breland, who is here with us today, and the San Diego Community College District Acting Chancellor Gregory Smith, and San Diego Community College District Chancellor Emerita and Trailblazer of Noncredit, Dr. Constance Carroll. Thank you to our chancellors who are supporting this event, but more importantly, thank you for supporting non-credit colleges and the students that we serve with parity. In doing so, it sends a message that our students are valued and just as important as other populations across the colleges. Thank you both so much. Thank you. There are many distinguished individuals here today, and I want to make sure we do not miss the opportunity to acknowledge you all, so I will politely say, acknowledging all of our local legislators, legislative leaders, assembly members, or staffers that I may have missed. Thank you so much for being here. I would like to also acknowledge the industry CEOs, college presidents, and superintendents across the system. I'm going to ask them to stand for a quick moment. Thank you all for being here today. And now, I would like to acknowledge our sponsors and partners for this event, starting with a very special thank you to San Diego and Imperial Regional Consortium Chair, Dr. Janine Brown and her entire team, Dr. Regina Stanback-Stroud with RSSC, the Foundation for California Community Colleges, California Employee Training Panel, ETP, California Coast Credit Union, Employee Training Institute, ETI, the San Diego College of Continuing Education Foundation, Calbright College, and Goodwill of San Diego County. All partners and sponsors have been instrumental in helping us bring this summit to life. I would like to thank my entire team and the SDCCE Foundation and all of NOCE and our State Chancellor's Office team for working on this event to ensure that the 2 days is plentiful for you all. All right. And now it is my pleasure, give me 1 second. And now, as the co-host of co-host colleges, both President Pertel and I will provide overviews of our college so that you have the opportunity to understand what we do as non-credit educators. It is my pleasure to introduce my esteemed colleague and co-host, North Orange Continuing Education President, Valentina Pertel, to provide an overview about her college.
Thank you. All right. Good morning. On behalf of North Orange Continuing Education, welcome to the Vision 2030, a Call to Action Adult Education Summit. Thank you, Chancellor Christian, and of course, the members of the Board of Governors for placing serving adult learners front and center in the vision of the community college system. So of course, it's no surprise that two institutions with a very rich history of offering adult education, or in other words, non-credit programs and services, are co-hosting this historic event. This is a very special year for NOCE. As you can see, our school is celebrating its 50th anniversary. So for 5 decades, NOCE stayed true to its mission of serving adult learners of North Orange region. And really, for 50 years, or after 50 years, NOCE became a symbol of hope and opportunity for many adult learners in our community. The hope for economic mobility, accessible education, independent living, and civic engagement. Our story began 50 years ago, actually more than 50 years ago. Our story began in 1930, and then in 1973 we became an independent institution. But in 1930, 47 students enrolled in an adult education credit recovery program. And now, many decades later, NOCE proudly serves more than 20,000 students in our North Orange County region, offering a full gamut of non-credit programs in all non-credit eligible areas and a network of student support services. We offer our programs and services at our 3 main centers located in Anaheim, Cypress, and Fullerton, and more than 70 community-based or off-site locations. And most recently, through a grant award from our State Chancellor's Office, NOCE became the CCTEP provider, and it stands for Community College Technical Assistant Provider for all non-credit or adult ed practitioners offering non-credit programs and services in community colleges throughout the state who also participate in California Adult Education Program, or CAPE. We take our responsibility of being CCTEP Center very seriously, and we're here to support all non-credit providers. We're happy to share our knowledge, our history, and most importantly, to learn from all of you to enrich the lives of our students across the state. So as you can see, NOCE is a very unique, and I would say different institution. But as we often say at NOCE, being different makes all the difference. We are an independently run, fully accredited campus that's part of North Orange County Community College District. And our independent status and a great deal of autonomy and just really our history gives us the freedom and flexibility to design our whole institution, from outreach to programs, services, and even facilities design to serve our primary student population, which is the adult learner. In my opinion, adult education is the nimblest and the fastest moving segment of higher education. Just if you think about it, by its nature of offering accessible education, just-in-time, short-term training, supported by a network of community partnerships and student support services, adult education became the most responsive agent to the needs of the local communities. And those needs can be different and unique. I want to acknowledge all non-credit practitioners who are present with us today. In fact, I know that we have more than 30 colleges and community college districts represented here. Thank you for the work that you do. I also want to acknowledge and recognize our K-12 adult education colleagues. We do this important work together. And a special shout out to those who for more than 30 years took on the mission of telling the story of adult education, supporting its growth and development, and advocating for its equal standing among all higher ed providers. I'm talking about the board members of the Association of Continuing and Community Education. Thank you for being with us today. Thank you for the work that you do. I admire and respect you tremendously. Lastly, I just want to recognize my awesome NOCE team, who together with San Diego College of Continuing Ed team worked tirelessly to make this beautiful event possible. Thank you very much. I look forward to a day and a half of learning together, seeking solutions, and building an adult education community. Thank you again.
Thank you, President Pertel, for sharing about North Orange continuing education. All right. California community colleges play a critical role in developing emerging strategies aimed at eliminating systemic barriers that are keeping adult learners from reaching their career goals. By focusing on social and economic mobility, which is defined as movement of individuals from one socioeconomic status to another. At San Diego College of Continuing Education, it means so much more. For us, it is about helping adult learners transcend barriers faced by earlier generations. It is about ensuring lifelong success of adult learners, so when they leave us, they are able to thrive. It is about supporting inclusive economic growth that ripples throughout our entire region and state. And it is about fueling the next generation of leaders who will give back and lift up those who follow behind them. There's no better place for this summit to occur than right here in Southeast San Diego, where we are centering equity, innovation, workforce development, and adult learners every day. This college is a reflection of the students that we are gathered here to talk about for the next 2 days. Noncredit and credit community college workforce development initiatives, Earn While You Learn models, and innovative adult support services are among the pressing matters that will be highlighted over the next 2 days. Please allow me to share a bit about the history of San Diego College of Continuing Education so that you can understand truly why this summit is here. Earlier during the live performance, you were able to see the evolution of our college and history that makes this college so unique. Our college was established 109 years ago in 1914 with the goal of serving those historically excluded or those deemed not ready or prepared to enter 2-year or 4-year colleges. Fast forward to 1976, the local community envisioned Southeast San Diego having a college campus for arts, culture, and education, which was established, and then the birth of the Educational Culture Complex, which we are all in today. The building that we are gathered today, we're sitting on hollow ground and a significant piece of American civil rights history. When ECC was envisioned, the dream was to build an influential legacy for future generations. The dream was to address disparities, to override seemingly insurmountable obstacles, to grant access to equitable higher education while celebrating the culture of this beautiful community. This very building is where Coretta Scott King, along with state and local members, organized with the state of California to commission Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s birthday, a federal holiday. This theater and campus have been the walking grounds for folks like Stevie Wonder, Maya Angelou, Muhammad Ali, Mamie Till, the mother of Emmett Till. In the next 2 years, this theater will be completely renovated, thanks to the support of Governor Gavin Newsom and Senator President Pro Tem Tony Atkins. Last year, we received a very generous grant in the amount of $35 million to preserve and renovate this theater here. We are still sourcing for additional funds to complete the cultural museum that we will be having here, but we are well on our way. Now, I would like to center the critical conversations that will take place today and tomorrow on non-credit students and adult learners. Adult learners enroll to rebuild or create lives they are passionate about through free career training pathways. SDCCE is one of the largest providers of adult education and non-credit and continuing education in California, serving 20,000 students annually who are among the most diverse students in the state. SDCCE has 7 campuses coterminous with the city of San Diego: our ECC campus, our West City campus, CE at Mesa College, our North City campus, CE at Miramar College, Mid-City campus, and our Cesar Chavez campus. And we have our 8th campus, which was launched in 2020, which is our ICOM Academy, where we offer free distance education with nearly 100 courses that lead to certificate programs. Programs offered on ICOM can mostly be completed in 5 to 10 months, and it allows students to learn on their own time and in their own space. We recognize that we have to truly meet our students where they are to help them to be successful. Our free career training programs include areas within priority workforce sectors such as automotive and the skilled and technical trades, business and accounting, digital media, information technology, healthcare, child development, clothing and textiles, culinary arts, and hospitality, to name a few. We also offer basic education programs including high school diploma, English as a second language, and citizenship. This past year, we did something unconventional and groundbreaking. We offered our CNA, our Certified Nursing Assistant program, as a concurrent enrollment pilot to high school students from San Diego Unified School District. We are thrilled that these students completed their CNA certificate and passed the state license as a CNA this summer. Yes. This is just the beginning for more high school students receiving their state licenses in non-credit certificate programs, which will allow them to enter the workforce. Over the past year, SDCCE, we have worked intentionally at developing the non-credit to credit alignment lab framework known as NCAL. This is the aligned pathways from non-credit certificate programs to credit programs all the way to baccalaureate degrees. For example, a student who completes a certificate program in automotive will receive 24 credits at Miramar, once they complete our certificate here at SDCCE, they will then transfer to our sister college at Miramar and will receive 24 credits towards their associate's degree. You hear my faculty are happy. You hear my faculty are happy. That's my academic senate president. That's right. We're in this work together. That's right. This gives students the ability to receive a short-term certificate or state license and enter the workforce and continue their education. I have been championing this effort throughout our district, and today you will hear in depth about this framework from another one of our NCAL champions during a panel. I truly believe this is the way of the future. When we help students eliminate the financial struggles by utilizing non-credit as a pathway, our students are more successful. While our non-credit certificate programs and classes are completely tuition-free for every adult in the state of California, unfortunately, our students do not receive financial aid. This is extremely challenging for us, given that a survey from our research department showcased that 46% of our students responded that they make less than $5,000 annually. That's a shock value, less than $5,000 annually. Like everyone who experiences poverty, they also struggle with meeting their basic needs. Because of this, our college has to work extremely hard to ensure that our students have their basic needs met. I think I forgot about that. Give me one. There we go. Our students have to work extremely hard to ensure that our students have their basic needs met, our college does, so that we do not lose students once they have made the decisions to pursue education. This year, we opened the SDCCE Cares, which is a comprehensive basic needs program at each of our campuses. You'll see it on the first floor. I encourage you to go through and take a look at the SDCCE Cares Marketplace. Much of the basic needs services are funded through categorical dollars, which is why it is critical for non-credit colleges like SDCCE and NOCE to receive fair access to relevant funding streams, including categorical programs that are aimed at promoting student equity, from zero-cost textbooks to mental health services, to name a few. San Diego, and let me tell you why. San Diego College of Continuing Education understands that adult learners have a different set of unique educational needs. That's why we offer high-quality certificate programs that can be completed in as little as 1 semester at no cost and lead to good-paying jobs and solid careers in multiple modalities. Our career and technical education programs alone are responsible for contributing nearly $250,000, that would be a lot, $250,000 into the San Diego economy each year, which equates to 2,956 regional jobs. According to recent studies by EMSI Burning Glass, the public is receiving $9.10 for every $1 invested in career education, and our alumni are earning $3 for every $1 they invest in their education. And all of this information you can find in our annual report that each of you received this morning when you registered. So as you can see, such returns are critical on so many levels. The Public Policy Institute of California notes that roughly 1/3 of new jobs in the nation's largest state will require some training beyond high school, but less than a 4-year degree. Career technical education, also known as vocational training, connects students to these career opportunities by providing industry-building skills. Additionally, non-credit education also provides pathways to a college degree. Later today, you will hear a panel session focused on non-credit to credit alignment pathways, which I shared, that will be moderated with someone special. At San Diego College of Continuing Education, migrants, refugees, single parents, justice-impacted, high school students, and others can find a fast track to becoming apprentices in the building and construction trades industry through a successful pre-apprenticeship readiness program, a program created under partnership with San Diego Association of Governments, the San Diego Workforce Partnership, and the San Diego Building and Construction Trades Council. This is an earn while you learn model. Students that are enrolled in our pre-apprenticeship program, they receive $300 weekly as a stipend so that they continue to complete their entire 10-week program. Students who complete the 10-week program earn certifications that qualify them for union apprenticeships and pathways to high-paying careers. Later today, you will hear exactly from the CEO of the Building Trades and the San Diego Workforce Partnership and educators on how this model works. Unfortunately, pre-apprenticeship programs are not eligible to receive related and supplemental instruction reimbursement known as RSI funds. This is another area that we are hoping through the work being done for the Vision 2030, we will see funding for pre-apprenticeship programs. Now that you have gotten a taste of what we do as non-credit educators, advocates who are relentless in our fight, and you can tell we are persistent and relentless, it is time for us to hear from our Vision 2030 champion. Give me 1 second, because I have to share this with you all. All right. So I'd like to bring to the stage for you all to have the opportunity to hear from our new state chancellor, Chancellor Christian, who will share about our Vision 2030, but I have to share a quick story. So there's a couple people in here that will remember this. So I would say it was 2015, 2016. I was working at North Orange Continuing Education as the Director of Institutional Research and Planning. President Schultz is in the space. He will remember this, as well as President Pertel. And we had a management council for North Orange Community College District. And our new chancellor, who was then a president, came to talk to us about these pillars. And we were like, what are these pillars? And what do these pillars have to do with education? You know the pillars, guided pathways, right? And she comes up there and she eloquently talks about guided pathways being being an engine to help our students go through a guided pathways. And the way she described it, it was equity. And I remember shortly after that, I was so impressed with her that President Pertel and I spoke about the Guided Pathways, and I then became the Guided Pathways lead for NOCE. And so this is a full circle to now see you come forth as the Chancellor to talk about your Vision 2030.
So Guided Pathways in 2015, I'm going to talk about it again today, so be prepared. Students, I wore the right t-shirt for you. That was a wardrobe change to signal to the continuing education students that your Chancellor is going to represent you in Sacramento. The Chancellor, that's right. The Chancellor's office is here in full force on our Board of Governors, so we will be continuing the work that we need to do. Welcome, colleagues. I'm super excited about today. I remember pinging Tina King. She said spring. It was May 17th, and it was a tweet. I messaged her, and that's how this whole thing got started. And looking at the two chancellors here, Greg and Byron, thank you so much. And this is, we were talking a little bit before, and this work that we're undertaking is terrifying. And with, locking arms, we can truly tackle it. And thank you for loaning me your two presidents. They're both rock stars, Valentina and Tina. So Tina talked about us doing this work together. The honest truth is I did no work. I just pinged her. We talked about what the future of work was going to look like. And then all of this came together and she made it happen. She did give me a few assignments. I dropped the ball, didn't get it done. And your president, Tina stepped in and quietly just got everything done, even the sponsorships. Oh my goodness, thank you to all the sponsors. We would not have been able to make today happen without you. Board of Governors, my bosses, I want to recognize you again. Thank you, Jolena, Pam Haynes, and our student board member, Paul Medina, who is a true advocate for the non-traditional, but now traditional students. So California's community colleges play a critical role in developing innovative approaches to bolster socioeconomic mobility. Dr. King talked about it repeatedly. So the two-day summit will provide us an opportunity to explore emerging strategies that will help us eliminate systemic barriers for our adult learners, both non-credit and credit coming together. And looking at that baccalaureate attainment through our community college baccalaureate. So starting wherever, but always aiming towards that baccalaureate. And every time I'm in the room with Constance Carroll, got to recognize you, Constance. I was present at BC when you started this incredible movement that is going to be a huge legacy for Californians. So give it up for the amazing Constance Carroll. So much progress has been made, and I'm delighted to announce that last week, our members of the Board of Governors voted to approve Vision 2030. Vision 2030 re-examines what it means for student success when we lead with equity. It re-examines what it means to talk about access when we lead with equity. And it re-examines what it means to provide support for our students when we lead with equity. Our community college system is a treasure unlike any other. It unlocks the talent and the potential of nearly 2 million students, and it never skips a beat in strengthening our state's economic and social well-being. Yet, 6.8 million California adults between the ages of 25 and 50 have completed their high school but have no college credential. Vision 2030 asks the fundamental question, why have we not reached these individuals? When students cannot find their way to college, it is our responsibility to bring college to them. This means partnering with community-based organizations, just like Valentina and Tina are doing, with worker-represented organizations, our unions, and industry leaders to take college to the future learner. Let's just spend a little bit of time looking at numbers for us to validate the position that we hold as community college educators. So let's start with our UCs, right? How many students are we talking about? Approximately close to 300,000, 10 institutions. When you think about the CSUs, you're talking about 500,000 students. And then when we look at our high schools, we're about 1.7 million. And then you come to the community colleges. Pre-pandemic, what was our number? Does anyone know? 2.1 million, right? And then pandemic, and then we were at 1.8. And then a few weeks ago, John had sent an email to all of us and said, hey, spring enrollments are in. We're now at 1.9 million, so we recovered about 100,000. So 2.1, we went down to 1.8, right, about 300 million. We're back to 1.9, so we've got 200,000 more to go. So when you look at dual enrollment, we've got 1.6 million high school students, and we're going big on dual enrollment, right, Linda Collins? So with dual enrollment, if you look at about 20%, if we increase our numbers by 20%, right, that's about 300,000. So just with the dual enrollment work that we're doing, which is the governor asked us, and Ben Shida, I think, is going to be in the House at some point. So it's about 12 units for every high school student, 12 college credits for every high school student, right? So think about that number. And our penetration rate right now is 20%. So you can see right then and there, getting 300,000 is going to be a no-brainer. That's going to happen. We're going to exceed our pre-pandemic numbers. And now for the big number, 6.8 million, right? Who are the 6.8 million? So these students, they're not students yet. They're our future learners. So when we unpack this group is disproportionately likely to be low income. And they struggle to find gainful employment. So when you talk about racial equity, this group is highly racialized. So some percentages here. When you look at our Black Californians with no college degree, the percentage is 71. And when you look at our Hispanic population, the percentage is 61. So right here, we have made the case why all of us must engage with the 6.8 million if we are talking and if we are committed to racial equity, if we are committed to economic mobility. We have no choice. So in our effort to increase access for low-income adults in California, 6.5 million, let's just say we make a dent with 5%. What is that 5%? Just 5%. We're looking at a flood of about 300,000 new students coming to our system. So the definition of access is now changing tremendously. And in the landscape of the 116 community colleges, we have only 3 who are committed to this population. You were introduced to North Orange Continuing Ed, and you were introduced to San Diego College of Continuing Ed. The third college is Calbright. Calbright was established with the sole purpose of dealing with low-income workers. And the president of Calbright couldn't be here today. She's dealing with a death of a close family member. So when we're talking about numbers as large as 300,000, 500,000 becoming our future learners, we cannot rely on a small number of colleges. These colleges are going to lead the way for all 116 to rise to this challenge. So Vision 2030 tries to tackle this problem at scale and come up with systemic solutions that we will try to enact in Sacramento while we develop local solutions at the college level. So how do we do this? Let's go back to our old friend, 4 pillars, what is it? Guided pathways, right? So the 4 pillars of guided pathways ask 4 fundamental questions. If we are serious about moving at scale with equity, there are 4 questions that every institution needs to tackle. Question number 1 talks about, are the pathways clear? Do people know how to get from point A to point B? So clarifying the path was a piece of work we all have been doing for a while now. And this goes back to Vision for Success. I was president at that time. I remember faculty getting together, talking about the sequencing of classes to create those clear pathways. We've got the program pathways mapper. I mean, so much of investment in redesigning those clear pathways, which moves us to question number 2. Does anyone know what is pillar 2? Entering the path. So are we clear about how students enter the path? Because entering the path strong makes all of the difference. The trajectory gets set in the right way, at the right angle. So we know that the Board of Governors rose to this challenge and approved and supported a historic piece of legislation, which is AB 705, talking about students being placed, starting strong in that English and in that transfer level math class. So the same kind of thinking goes to the questions that Valentina and Tina are posing to us. How do we bring that same thinking to this new population? Which goes to question number 3. Now they've entered the path strong and we have redesigned. How do we keep them? And that is persistence. And we do have much work to do with the persistence. We are doing much better than we did before, but we have still got a ways to go with maintaining our students staying with us. So we did all kinds of redesign with meta majors. We developed affinity groups, so Umoja, Mesa, Puente. We had the very customized support for our students, and we kept them on the path. What does that look like with this new population that hasn't found us yet? We do have 1.2 million adult learners in the community colleges. What I'm talking about are the 6.8 who have not found us. So let's now go to question number 4, which is the last one. How do we ensure that the students, each and every one of them, are learning? They have a sense of belonging. They feel that they are seen, and they feel they're making progress. And I know our faculty have risen to the challenge, and we've had new ways of looking at pedagogy, looking at curriculum. In fact, Vision 2030 talks about generative AI, and I went to the faculty webinar. ASCCC, FAC, and the Chancellor's office have been holding, had one webinar, and I learned quite a bit. So I now have an account with ChatGPT. And so I entered into ChatGPT. How has the teaching and learning landscape been impacted with the equity conversation? And ChatGPT told me that there are 12 dimensions in which this has happened, and it then describes culturally responsive curriculum. It talks about equity in educational resources. This is huge. How do we put the resources where they are needed? Implicit bias training, data collection, and accountability. So this is all stuff that we talked about in 2015, right? Thank you, Tina. So now let's start looking at what does this mean when we start moving into our adult learners, right? We have done it in our community colleges, guided pathways. We expanded guided pathways from our colleges to our universities when we've been talking about transfer, SB 1440, AB 928. So we're doing it. We are doing pathways and guiding our students. And then we've done dual enrollment, right? So we've expanded to that 9th grade to baccalaureate attainment. So now, is it a gentle step or a quantum leap to expanded guided pathways to serve our future 6.8 million learners? So as our eyes get clearer on the 6.8 million future learners, we start realizing that the state structures are woefully inadequate, okay? So let's tackle question 1, clarifying the path. We're dealing with adults who have been working in jobs, and the first thing we tell them is that, well, you got to go back, you got to start all over again without recognizing the tremendous learning that they bring to us because of their lived life experiences, right? So we need to make sure that they enter the path strong. So it's our responsibility to think about, what does credit for prior learning mean? Is it just words on a piece of paper? Or have we figured out how colleges can operationalize credit for prior learning? We are tackling it in the Chancellor's office. We have our Vice Chancellor, Lizette Navarrete, leading a task force to look at how we can incentivize colleges down the line. But even before we can financially incentivize colleges to do credit for prior learning, we need to build the structure for credit for prior learning, the infrastructure, right? But we have a great model. Does anyone know where the great model is for credit for prior learning? Our veterans, right? Our military. And yeah, so Riverside and Norco College they've established a program called MAP, the Military Articulation Program. And so we will be starting with that as a foundational piece to expand it into all of our adult learners. It's a huge undertaking, but we're hoping that we make it a statewide process, so every college is not ad hocing. Did I hear you loudly and clearly, Pam Haynes, on that one? You know, Pam Haynes, ladies and gentlemen, okay, this is what I say every time I see this amazing woman. She's never rolled down her sleeves. Her sleeves have always been rolled up. And in one of our conversations, she was talking to me, you know, when we think about credit for prior learning, we've got to think about it in a very systematic way, and we cannot be ad hocing this work, okay? So I actually went to pillar number 2 about starting strong with credit for prior learning. I forgot all about clarifying the path, which is pillar 1. So Dr. King talked about non-credit. And so non-credit on-ramps, so when we're thinking about the program pathways mapper, we need to start retooling it with those non-credit on-ramps. And you know, our Board of Governors, with the student-centered funding formula, we have now elevated the CDCPs, the non-credit CDCPs, but we need to continue with the work on looking at how we can remove systemic barriers to having non-credit courses as true on-ramps into getting that credential. So moving to question number 3, which is staying on the path. How do we keep these adults who are working and on the path? So we have another project that we have undertaken. And is that you, Lizette, over there? Okay, wave. Okay. So we have all these demonstration projects with Vision 2030, and it seemed like Tina King wanted us to take on some policy reform because she kept looking at me. She was like, okay, this funding, and then she looked at me to say, hey, you know, get this to happen. So when you think about adult learners, you think short-term classes, so they can do one class maybe in 4 to 5 weeks, get another. So in a 6-week semester, they can knock out 3 classes in a flexible way. So we are opening up through this project, the attendance accounting, to look at some of those funding incentives. So the last part of it, question 4, is ensuring learning, and a big push. There's so much we need to do in this space, but a big push in Vision 2030 is about work-based learning and apprenticeships. So let me take a moment to talk about apprenticeships because it's another big demonstration project. Apprenticeships, it's not a new concept. We know that, right? It has a long and rich history that has adapted with changing times. In the 16th century, apprenticeships as an organized system took shape in the form of craft guilds and trade associations. And then during the Industrial Revolution in the 18th and 19th century, factories employed apprentices to learn industrial operations on the job. Then, with the trade unions and the labor movement, apprenticeship programs became much more structured, and it combined on-the-job training with classroom instruction. So it continues to be a vital aspect of workforce development even today, and I'm happy to see our friends from CCC AOE here because they're totally behind the apprenticeship movement. So California's governor, the legislature, has invested heavily in the expansion of apprenticeships under the California Apprenticeship Initiative. I'm proud to say that the California Community College Chancellor's Office is partnering with Secretary of Labor, Stuart Knox. Has Stuart finally arrived here? Where are you, Stuart? Please stand up. Stuart Knox, please stand up. Oh my gosh, fantastic, fantastic partner of the California Community Colleges. When you talk about someone who's authentic and real in the work, it's Stuart. So there's a lot of good things that are going to happen under his leadership. We're also partnering with GoBiz, with Dee Myers, to try to figure out how we can bring in employers, labor, and education to make miracles happen. Our goal, the governor's goal, is 500,000 new apprentices in California by 2030, and I'm sure you'll hear more from Secretary Knox during the panel discussion. So besides just the expansion, kind of the base of apprenticeship programs, as an educator, I am particularly excited about the Apprenticeship Pathways demonstration project. Now, what is it specifically that we're trying to do through this demonstration project? Simply put, can apprentices, while they're working through their apprenticeship program, initiate and accumulate college credit? So in my right hand, I'm thinking this is the college pathway, this is the apprenticeship pathway. What I'm trying to do is get the two to become one, right? So as they're doing the on-the-job training, can they initiate and accumulate college credits towards a credential? And this will most likely be in CTE courses. And then we can always, bring our general education and then get them moving to that associate's degree and eventually to the community college baccalaureate. And every time I say community college baccalaureate, I turn to Constance over here. So the other example I'll put out there before I start wrapping up my comments here. I talked about how do we find the 6.8 million? And the task is not trivial because there is no interface between the 6.8 and the community colleges. And what do I mean by that interface, that infrastructure that's an interface? What I mean by that is for dual enrollment, we have high schools. So community colleges, to get to those high school students, what do? We go ahead and we do an MOU with the high school. Then we get to the high school students, and now we have the high school students being high school students and college students at the same time. So they have a dual citizenship with their high school and with the community college. But what do we do to build the interface with the 6.8 million that are scattered all across California? And I mentioned looking at organizations that we can partner with. So how do we partner and create this dual citizenship so that this individual can be a worker and become a future learner with the community college? We are stepping our toes into this work. It's, talking to the Board of Governors, I said, this is not cutting edge innovation, it is bleeding edge innovation. We've got a low income Pathways for Low-Income Workers demonstration project, and we've entered into a partnership with the United Domestic Workers, and they represent 171,000 across the state, but there are high-density pockets. The question was asked, where are they mostly? It's in San Diego, in Orange County, and in the Inland Empire. So we're going to try the proof of concept with our community colleges. We're looking at about 10 colleges led by those who have been in the space for a while to really work out this proof of concept. So last evening, connected with Tina King, we're kind of feeling it, the day before, how's it going to go? We're walking along the waterfront, and I was listening to her talk about the innovative programs here at San Diego College of Continuing Education. She talked about the welding program and how it provides students with 1,800 hours of high-quality welding training, provides the student with the protective gear, the clothing, the tools at no cost. Okay? Right there, you're talking about support that matters if we are serious about taking education to these populations. Students complete the program are prepared to take the American Welding Society's qualifying test, receives a certificate and a certification, and then can enter into a union apprenticeship or work for other employers. So there's a student I wanted to quote here, Andrea Jarvis, who is a single parent whose late father worked in the sheet metal fabrication at a leading manufacturing company. And she said, I'm chasing my dream to become a welder. The SDCCE has so much to offer minority women. There is a ton of mentorship here, as well as peer support to do well. I wanted to share that quote because in that quote, it really captures all of the pieces of the guided pathways we have to create to have more students succeed in the task we are undertaking. It is programs like these that we must hone and perfect if we want to make a dent in the 6.8 million Californians living under or near the poverty level. A lot is being done, but our work is not complete. The Chancellor's office is rising and mobilizing to meet the 6.8 million low-income workers. Our Board of Governors are behind us, 200%. Together with our colleges, with our legislature, with Stuart Knox, our Labor Secretary, and the Governor's office, we have no choice but to succeed. Our time is now. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Chancellor Christian. So we were all anticipating California Secretary of State, Dr. Shirley Weber, to join us this morning. However, as you all know, we lost the oldest member of the U.S. Senate and the longest-serving senator from California. However, Dr. Weber is here to share a video with us by video.
Hello and welcome to Vision 2030, Call to Action, Adult Education Summit. I'm Dr. Shirley Weber. I'm the California Secretary of State, and I'm glad to be with you, even if it's over Zoom. San Diego's my home. I am responsible for the state of California and all of the elections and business things that occur in California, as well as the California Archives. And so I was honored when I was asked to be here today just to welcome you to this summit concerning adult learning and life learning. And so I was happy to do that. But some of you probably know in the last week, we've had a loss in California, the passing of Senator Dianne Feinstein, a longtime friend and a longtime servant of California, over 50 years of serving California in an excellent way. and her service is tomorrow. And there are only a few of us who've been invited to the service and the reception. And so I felt honored to be invited. Definitely could not say no to a woman's life that has been so significant to all of us in California as the first woman to serve in the Senate, woman to be really mayor of a major city in San Francisco, and who served us in so many different capacities over the years. And so I felt honored that I was invited to come, invited to be a part of the reception, but also felt a sense of obligation that when someone has done so much, it is your responsibility to show up at their service, to say thank you, and to express to them and their family, and more importantly, that their service was worth it, because more than likely the family also participated in the service in terms of sacrificing the love of their mother, their wife, and those kinds of situations where mom would love to be there, would love to be a part of something, but duty calls and has to go somewhere else. So we were just honored to have Dianne Feinstein with us for so long. And it's just a coincidental that her service is tomorrow all morning long, and I'm leaving early in the morning to fly to San Francisco to participate and to represent you in San Diego, but also represent the state of California. Like I said, I've been a lifelong learner. Believed in the fact that I should be a reader and a learner and somebody learning something new all the time, whether it's learning a new job, a new position, whether it's understanding the challenges that I face as Secretary of State, or whether it's just simply figuring out things that my grandkids already know at an early age that they've mastered in terms of technology and skills, that I have to catch up with them and make sure that I'm with them as they navigate this new world. I want to encourage those of you who are doing the work here, those of you who are teachers and workers, that you continue to do that you continue to look to the future, and you make sure that the students who are with you are looking to the future and benefiting from the wonderful things that are there. We're in an exciting period in our lives where it's so much demanding of us to basically take charge and to be engaged in everything, whether it's politics, whether it's engaged in changing our communities and putting things together as to how we should do housing, or what our transportation systems should look like. All of those things demand from you a level of participation and engagement so that you benefit from the projects and the programs that are being put forward. We have an opportunity to really enhance our world, to change our world. We shouldn't run from it, we should run to it. And this is one of those opportunities that will give you a chance to say, okay, yeah, the world is changing. There's good things coming, not just fear of it, but good things coming that will make my life richer, better, that will enhance my children, make things better for us, will address the issues of the environment and our health and all of those things that we have some concerns about, that we will find the answers together as we work on these solutions. But we are engaged in our community, our campuses, and all of our teachers and all of us are working together to make a difference. I'm looking forward to sometime being with you again at another time when we don't have, I'm not engaged in some kind of crisis such as this. But I look forward to seeing what you've done, what you will continue to do, and the work that's taking place. I know you're going to have a great summit because you're going to talk about education. You're going to talk about life. You're going to talk about learning. And all of those things are powerful discussions, powerful opportunities, and will give you a powerful future that you could never have imagined yourself. So I look forward to seeing you at another time. I look forward to what you're going to accomplish here. And once again, thank you so very much for allowing me and excusing me to go to this service. And but if we're not for that, I would be right there with you, welcoming you to this summit. And so I do welcome you to this extremely important summit, this summit of vision, and that you are going to basically make a difference as you approach the world. In just a few years, you'll be surprised. 2030 will be here, and you will be in a different place in this world because you will have attended this summit, you will have attended these classes, and they will have made a difference in your life. So have a wonderful summit. Look forward to seeing you soon.
We appreciate Dr. Weber's commitment to our summit. And now we have the honor of a renowned special guest who is a trailblazer in community colleges and specifically in non-credit education. It is truly because of Chancellor Emerita Dr. Constance Carroll that San Diego College of Continuing Education is one of the largest providers of non-credit and workforce development in the state and leader in the nation. Dr. Constance Carroll served as the San Diego Community College District Chancellor from 2004 to 2021 for 17 years. Yeah, that's... After retiring from that position, she now serves as president of the California Community College Baccalaureate Association, a nonprofit organization with the goal of supporting and expanding four-year degrees at the state's community colleges in select workforce fields. After an esteemed career as chancellor, she was recently appointed by President Joe Biden to the President's Committee on the Arts and Humanities, which plays a vital role in the advancement of arts and humanities education, cultural diplomacy, and the creative economy. Dr. Constance Carroll always answers the call for our district, the California community, for the district, for our students, and truly, I mean that. I gave her a call. Well, we actually met this week when we found out that Dr. Shirley Weber could not be here, and without hesitation, she looked at me and she said, "What do you want to do?" And that is her motto for everything when it comes to students, when it comes to this district. So I personally would like to welcome you to the stage and thank you.
I paid them all to do that. So I've spent my life trying to avoid following Shirley Weber, and I'm not succeeding. And it reminds me of an old story which goes like this. Someone was invited to speak, and the reason that was given was because they had a warm personality and served as a model educator and leader. And the person was pleased with that until going to the dictionary to find that warm really meant tepid and not so hot. And model meant a smaller version of the same thing, of the real thing. So I'm happy to be here. And when Tina King asked me to speak, I was delighted. And I'd like to begin by thanking her and asking you to join me in thanking her because she's done all the work and gets none of the praise. So thank you, Dr. Tina King. None of this would be happening without the wonderful collaboration of Dr. King and the Noncredit program in the San Diego Community College District, the Noncredit program in the North Orange County Community College District, and the wonderful leadership of our great state chancellor, Dr. Sonia Christian, who is also devoted to non-credit education. Let me share some thoughts. The first is that when I became chancellor of the San Diego Community College District, which was the honor of my life, I found that the district was considering dismantling non-credit education, and some of you will remember this. And I was asked during my discussions with the selection committee and the public review and conference, what I thought about that. And what I thought about it was that it was a bad idea. And the Board of Trustees agreed with me that that was a bad idea. Now, why? Why? That is because that non-credit education at this magnitude benefits best from being held together as a single unit. So it can focus and become innovative and work on things without having its efforts dispersed among other institutions. There are two districts in the state that understand this well. One of them is the San Diego Community College District. The other is the North Orange County Community College District. And that is why they are such great leaders. When I testified to the Little Hoover Commission about 10 years ago and discussed this model and why it was so successful, they were also impressed. and commended the district and urged other districts to do the same. And I think as we attend this summit meeting, we can see why this model works so well. A little bit of history. I like to think of America as being shaped by higher education through three revolutions. The first was during the founding of the nation in the 1600s, when America imported the model from Europe, largely from the great universities of Bologna, Siena, and others, of a type of higher education that worked in Europe at the time. But its purpose, the purpose of those universities, was to educate people of the upper echelon who were going into divinity, into political science and some other fields. It was not for the general public. And that was the case when the model was imported to America. The second development and revolution was in the 1800s with the development of the land-grant institutions. And we can see them around. They were largely founded to devote themselves to technical education, vocational education, which at the time was largely agriculture, which is why the land grants were devoted. And you can see that in California, at Berkeley, at others, where there's a lot of land associated with that particular movement. The HBCUs, the institutions for African Americans and to some extent women, were also benefited from the land grants that occurred in the middle to late 1800s. The third revolution happened in 1901. Now, I'm going to ask you, what happened in 1901 that changed American higher education? Bad. That was the founding of Joliet Junior College in Joliet, Illinois. The notion that not only were we educating people for leadership and the elite classes and the working classes, but now education would be for everyone, everyone. And so as that took shape, we began to see two things that occurred. More and more junior colleges were founded, now community colleges, and also more and more adult education programs were formed in the K-12 sector. We used to be proud of the statement, and you heard Dr. Weber use it, lifelong education, but somewhere in the late 1900s and early 2000s, there was a backlash against that. Reductive comments were made and written about ukulele for citizens, macrame, all of this. And the country retreated from its notion that adult education and lifelong learning should be the basis for the development of our society. I am really pleased to see that coming back, that we are reinvesting in non-credit and adult education, and you can see the benefits already. Where we are now is at a very important crossroads, and I'd like to commend the Board of Governors of the California Community Colleges and Dr. Christian for Vision 2030, because what it proposes to do is something that is historic, and that is to take all of these various silos that we've been working with, combine them together to create a major pathway that involves all of the elements, including the community college baccalaureate, which is an important new player in this particular milieu. So I'm looking forward to this conference, and I'm hoping that you are also, because the work ahead is to pull together all of these elements again, renew them in a forward movement so that we can do what is necessary in America today and in California today, and that is ensuring an educated citizenry that starts in the public schools, moves through the community college adult education programs, to the community college credit programs, to the baccalaureate, and forward. If we can do that, everybody wins. So now I can feel a major speech coming on, and knowing that this is a conference, I'm going to rein that back. And thank you all for coming, and I hope that you have a wonderful, wonderful time at this conference. Thank you.
That was lovely. So you know when you're a child and you have like all of these superheroes that you idolize and you're excited about, it is so beautiful to be in this space with so many individuals who are doing the work with us and those that have paved the way. I want to take a moment, even though we're getting ready to go to our next panel, and ask the Chancellor Emerita, Constance Carroll, Dr. Christian, and President Pertel to join me on stage for a quick moment. I get a chance to be with all of my superheroes. I want to thank you all so much for gathering us. Okay. I just want to thank you all so much for your hard work and your dedication to non-credit, to community colleges, and really changing the face of what higher education looks like. I think you all know that it hasn't always looked like this. And because of that, I'm so just appreciative and filled with so much gratitude to stand on the stage with each and every one of you women who are changing our students' lives. Thank you so much.
Let's give our female superheroes another round of applause. All right, how y'all feeling? Y'all ready to get this show started? Okay. Well, my name is Dr. Shakira Carter, and I proudly serve as the Vice President of Student Services right here at San Diego College of Continuing Education, and it's my honor to present to you all the first panel. You've already heard a lot about the power of non-credit education in transforming the lives of adult learners, but no one can tell that story better than our students themselves. Through this next panel, titled Centering Our Student Voices, we'll have the privilege of hearing directly from current and former non-credit students. They'll take us on a journey as they share their lived experiences of how non-credit education has transformed their lives. This panel will be moderated by Paul Medina, our student trustee for the Board of Governors. Yeah. So we wanted to make it real Oprah-esque. So, you know, we got our new chairs and our new rug, and we stole a few plants out of somebody's office, but we will return them by the end of the day. So without further ado, please help me in giving a warm welcome to Mr. Medina and our esteemed panelists.
And Trayvon, thank you.
Sorry, man.
Nice.
Oh, wow. This is awesome.
Woo, how's everyone doing today? Thank you. Well, buenos dias. Good morning to everyone. My name is Paul Medina, and I'm a proud California Community College adult learner. I'm also a student at both East Los Angeles College and Compton College. Is there any ELAC or Compton College folks in the house? Big round of applause if we can. Now, I also have the honor of serving as a student member on the Board of Governors for the California Community Colleges. I'll be serving as the moderator of today's great student panel. So since you all just heard a little bit about me, let's get to know actually our panelists. So I'm actually going to start off with you, Alexis. Can you please share your full name, former or current community college, and your current job position?
I'm Alexis Primo. I am a student at San Diego Mesa College and a recurring student at San Diego College of Continuing Education. I am the project assistant of Dr. Hines at San Diego Mesa College, and I'm also a student fellow at San Diego Mesa College, assisting in the inclusion of the student parent body on campus.
Thank you. Moving on to Nisha, if you could please share your full name, former or current community college, and your current job position.
Sure. Good morning, Paul. Good morning, everyone. My name is Nisha Jenkins, and I'm here on behalf of North Orange Continuing Education in Anaheim, California, and I serve as a role as the community partnership and, as the community partnership and engagement coordinator.
Thank you. And on to our next panelist, Trayvon, please. If you could please tell us your full name, former or current community college, and your current job position.
So first, let me let everyone know how much my honor it is to be here speaking to you all. My name is Trayvon Reed. ELAC is my home. East Los Angeles College, go Huskies. And I work for an organization, a nonprofit in Los Angeles called Fathers and Mothers Who Care. And I'm an HMIS instructor. I teach people with lived experience, the database that we use to help the community and the homeless get resources.
It's going to be a great student panel. I can already feel it. Now we're going to start off with you, Alexis. First question is, how did you use your non-credit courses to advance your educational or career goals?
So at San Diego College of Continuing Education, I participated and gained certifications in child development classes and business classes. As a result, I was able to open my in-home childcare program, which was very successful. I was also better prepared to enter the workforce and further and transferred to, well, I was already at San Diego Mesa College, but I was able to return, and I'm now in the process of continuing pursuing my associates in social work and Black studies.
Good for you. Thank you for taking care of our future. Now moving on to the next panelist, Nisha, how did you use your non-credit courses to advance your education or career goals?
Well, Paul, I came into higher ed a little bit different. I am a military partner, and so we just had recently relocated here to Southern California right before the pandemic, and so that was a huge change, and so I entered into higher ed looking for something different to refresh the skills that I already came with. And so utilizing that to refresh, to recalibrate during that time during the pandemic and being in a new city was a real opportunity for me to expand my knowledge and really expand the credentials that I already came with.
Okay. Well, thank you to your family for serving our country. Yeah. I love these round of applause. It makes it a lot easier, quite frankly. So we're going to move on to you, Trayvon. Can you please tell the audience how you use your non-credit courses to advance your educational or career goals?
Sure. So for me in particular, I knew I wanted to be in social services. So I used all the non-credit courses that were available to me that I knew that would help me and assist me when I got to the workplace, bolster my resume when I wanted to get to the workplace. So, CPR and, trauma-informed care and whatever was available there to kind of give me a more firm foundation when I hit the workplace, work readiness.
Definitely is important. I'm going to circle back to Alexis, and if you could please tell us what are some specific classes that you enrolled into that directed your path towards your career? Yeah, look into your notes.
I don't want to miss anything out, so. Okay. Classes that, well, I mentioned this already. Classes that assisted me were the business classes. In addition to being able to reopen my daycare, I got a lot of information regarding organizations, licensing department, and the SBA, different organizations to help with a small business. I was able to edit my philosophy and, be more prepared to run and operate the business as a sole proprietor. Regarding my child development classes, I gained more confidence being a mom of 2 children. I was able to use the tools shared by instructors to know how to better assist them through their stages of development. Also, with the goal of reopening my daycare to support students, I am more confident, and I'm staying committed to enroll in more of the pathway courses that continuing education keeps on adding, and I'll keep going, and I'll continue taking more business courses as well.
Good. Now, you mentioned earlier, obviously, you answered about the courses, non-credit courses you took to help advance your education and career goal. But in this case, what specific courses were you enrolled in that directed you more towards that path towards your career?
Yeah, sure. Well, Paul, we're actually using one of those courses today, and that was the Effective Business Presentations. And we had an amazing professor at NOCE, Ramon Balazar, that really guided our cohort through how to do a deep dive, of how to address an audience of any size. And so I'm really applying that. It's very relevant for today. And then separately, or additionally, I would say the human relations for healthcare was also really helpful as we discuss and do a deep dive for ethical ways of how we address our patients and our families. But then I could really use that not only in my professional life, but also day to day.
I hope your instructor's watching this to give you some extra credit because you're doing a...
Well, I already passed the class.
You already passed it?
I already passed the class.
Future courses. Now, Trayvon, fellow ELAC Husky,
Yes.
Tell us, what are some specific classes that you enrolled in that directed your path towards your career?
And so my situation was unique, Paul, because I had the unique opportunity to participate in a workforce development grant called Careers for a Cause that is partnered with ELAC, the Noncredit Department, the Addiction Studies Department, the Department of Economic Opportunity, and also various nonprofits that partner in as well to kind of help with the cohort and to kind of trunch it along. But for me, I was a participant in that grant when I got to ELAC, and the non-credit department, Miss Leticia Barajas, I hope she's somewhere in the building, she kind of assisted me throughout the process, and Careers for a Cause was really what kind of springboarded me there at ELAC to continue my education.
Great. Now, this is a perfect segue to the next question, and if it's okay with you, Trayvon, I'll ask you first.
Absolutely.
That question, which is, what resources and technology did you have available that assisted with your learning experience?
So particularly the non-credit department, in this particular grant, they offer a lot of different support services and a lot of different resources for anybody that's at the school going through this particular cohort. So laptops, hotspots, transportation assistance, food assistance. The non-credit department at ELAC is awesome. So anything that's offered to anybody that's in the credit department is also offered to the non-credit individuals as well.
So my takeaway is that basic needs is so imperative for student academic success.
Absolutely, basic needs and equity across the board. So people that's coming into non-credit courses thinking maybe that their courses in there, it maybe not be as important as some of the bigger things going on at the school, and they might feel small. That's not always the case. And in the non-accredited department, I know in my particular school made sure that they preached equity to us all, and that empowered the non-credit students to kind of, enroll in more courses and to continue with their education. And so, yeah, that's pretty.
I could attest how important it is to bridge that digital divide by lending out laptops and hotspots, especially as an adult learner. The modality of courses that many adult learners take are going to be evening, weekend, and/or asynchronous, synchronous courses. You definitely need technology.
If not for
that.
asynchronous courses, I don't think I would have been able to continue to, because now I study to try to be a certified substance abuse counselor, alcohol and drug counselor. And so without me being able to work, I got to support myself, my family and whatnot, and still continue my education. I needed that asynchronous, I needed that those digital classes that they offer as well, so that I can know how to work Canvas when I get there, you know what I mean?
Okay, sweet. Now Nisha, enlighten us. What resources and technology did you have available that assisted with your learning experience?
Well, Trayvon, I know ELAC is great, but it can't be better than NOCE. Because at NOCE, we have an amazing student technology center, which, by the way, really needs to be funded. So for all the stakeholders in the room, please continue that, because it does help us shorten.
Yes.
It does address the digital divide. Right? So I was fortunate enough to have access to a computer, access to Wi-Fi, but what we came to realize during the pandemic, when everybody in the house was on the internet, our internet slowed down and I couldn't access my work, or there were things going on. So having that resource available was super important, but not only just for any technological issues, but they were there to also, as Trayvon said, talk about any access issues that you had with Canvas or anything of that magnitude. But I think that's super important to be able to engage from the technology standpoint to make sure that you can also utilize those tools in your day-to-day life.
Okay, so we're hearing about the great resources in LA County Community Colleges, Orange County Community Colleges. How about San Diego Community Colleges?
Hey.
So tell us, Alexis, what resources and technology did San Diego have, in this case San Diego, your school, San Diego Mesa, that was available which assisted with your learning experience?
Well, at San Diego College of Continuing Education, one of the main things that stood out for me was the fact that they had well-furnished classrooms, especially in the child development department, and I was able to take my children there and learn with them. And that was an amazing opportunity because I didn't have to leave them somewhere which I could not afford. And at that age, for me, I was still am, an attached parent. So, having them in those former years beside me, that was really good. There were always supplies so that we could carry out our lesson plans. In addition to that, having the support of faculty and staff, more than, academically, they were very supportive of me. Sometimes if I have questions besides curriculum related, they would be there to help me. Starting continuing education, I had a lot of fear of judgment and just sense of not feeling as if I belong on campus with children. So I love that inclusive environment that was created.
I'm very happy that you had that support that made it feel welcoming for you and your family. Like, I look at you, you're such a role model, you're such an ideal adult learner that's just instrumental to see you succeed, and it's going to be so imperative to have your children succeed in the future. Thank you for everything that you're doing. But if it's okay, I'm going to actually now the next question ask you. I know you just came out of answering one question. It's just you're on a roll. I just like this. So I'm going to ask you, in this case, you talked about how important it is to obviously have that, availability for academic institutions to obviously have those resources which are imperative for student success. But we have many of these educational and policy leaders here in the audience. So we want them to hear what educators could do to better support non-credit students who experience barriers or challenges as they transition into the workforce or pursue their academic goals. I know it's a pretty long question. Want to repeat that question?
It's okay.
You got it? Okay, I know you got it.
Yeah, I lived it, so I know.
Okay.
So one of the main challenges, even prior to entering the workforce, is the lack of childcare assistance in our community. It was really good being able to have Ethan and Zara at the campus with me for the child development classes, but as I, participated in the online business classes, I had to multitask it. I had like maybe 3 to 4 hours of sleep for 3 to 4 months. I had to split it up. It was difficult, but the goal at heart was to learn as much as I needed to so that I could, better help others and be a better parent to my children. So that's one of the main things that stand out for me. I would like to encourage educators to continue creating spaces like this so that you could be better informed of the needs of students directly from them. I would like you to listen with empathy and implement the much needed changes to assist us so that we could successfully complete our higher education goals. Dr. Hines is doing a very great job as leading the way in reviewing and implementing the strategies to create an inclusive campus, and watching how the campus has grown throughout the years. It gives me hope that this is possible within other institutions. Also, I'm very thankful to Dr. King for acknowledging the importance of creating pathways that not only result in certifications, but also better prepare students to enter the workforce. This is very important. Having a physical certificate, that is good, but having that hands-on work experience and creating the classroom to apply that knowledge directly before entering the workforce, I think that is really good. I ask you to please continue reviewing policies, continue collecting data. There are a lot more student-parent organizations that are showing up for us, like Generation Hope. There's California Competes that they're collecting data, and if we review the data, then we're better able to directly support these needs. One last thing. Let's work towards having childcare centers at each campus so we could serve. I know it's difficult. I know there's a lot of policy, a lot of things to put in place, but and it's very new and it's very scary and uncomfortable for some. But if we're able to create a space for our community, including student parents, and students with disabilities, then we're able to have those students attend our campus. And even though it might seem difficult, it can be done by prioritizing these basic needs, creating strategies and action plans, by assigning knowledgeable, passionate leaders to track the progress and to maintain accountability. Thank you, guys.
Ooh. Thank you. Academic leaders, are y'all listening to that? No. Yeah, the lack of child care services is a big barrier for having community college students, especially adult learners, obviously, succeed and take courses. Now, what's your thoughts on that question,
How do I follow that? How do I follow that? No, but what you should know is that Alexis is also a military mom, and so having that additional support is really great. So I just wanted to mention that. I would be remiss if I didn't say that I think it starts with your leadership. And at NOCE, we have amazing leadership. We have amazing staff who they're all here supporting. They drove down and they've been rooting me on, but they don't only do that for me, but they do that for all of our students. So I would implore that as we talk about building policies, that you engage your student body. I'm a former student leader, and so as a former student leader, it gave me an insight to all the different work groups that were happening on my campus, and opening up those opportunities for the students, even as an adult learner, was really, really tremendous and impacted me greatly, so much so to where I was able to come back and serve in this particular role for my institution. But I think also being able to, we talked about basic needs. Basic needs it's super important for all students, credit and non-credit. I know that's a large discussion, but let's just get to the word of student. Students are students, whether they are participating in a non-credit or credit institution, because at one way or another, that student, the non-credit student, may show up at your credit institution, or vice versa, may show up at your non-credit institution. So I think it's important that we develop those policies as a whole person, dealing with the whole student and not segmented, because you never know where we may evolve to. And then I would also just be remiss if I did not just say, from a counseling standpoint, Counselor Khan, who was just amazing, being able to talk through and be able to address from an actual counseling standpoint is how we shape academic credits, how we shape academic curricula. It's super important. So that's what I would implore with our stakeholders, to be engaged and involve your adult learners in the process as you develop policies in academia on their behalf.
Sounds good. How about you, Trayvon? What's your thoughts? What can educators do to better support non-credit students who are experiencing barriers or challenges as they transition into the workforce or pursue academic goals?
And Paul, I want to thank you for that question, because that gives us a platform to kind of speak to the different barriers that we experience that brought us here to this journey. And so I speak for the forgotten. I speak for the single child that grew up in a single parent home. I speak for the ghetto kid that had to grow up, with sirens all day, every day. I speak for a household that college was not even a discussion at all. And so now that I'm here and I'm speaking to you guys and I'm representing for those in that demographic of people, and I also work with that demographic of people, I think that the biggest challenge is, and what I would like to convey to everyone is programs. I wouldn't have made it to this situation or to college to continue my education without programs and people taking the extra step to make sure that individuals with lived experience or people with trauma or people that have a not so traditional trajectory to college can have a home, can have a college that they could call home. So more definitely places like this, platforms like this, where we can speak and we can just communicate, how much of a challenge it is. Not for any, reason that's, policies, but it's just a community thing. And so I want to implore to the community in you, to the person in you. When a lot of people who are intimidated by an institution like college don't know how to navigate, please lead with grace. Please lead with your heart. Please lead with patience. And so policy-wise, she spoke on it, and she spoke on it. Just equity across the board. We need assistance. We need help. We need support while we're going through this journey that we call higher education. That is sometimes like huge, monumental to some of us as we walk up to it and try to approach it and try to conquer it. And equity across the board. It's been times where, I won't get into specific examples, but you guys know that there are certain pockets here in America where you would get, more preferential treatment for, whatever reason. And so, that's more me trying to implore to the human in you. Well, let's get that out of education. Everybody deserves an education equally. And I just want to just say that. That's all I don't want to get into really too much of the politics and the policies and, what could be implemented. For me, my barriers were I couldn't support myself going to school. I didn't see myself getting near my mental health. I needed somebody to cheer me on. So if you guys are educators, what we need as students is for you to believe in us. That's it.
It's been such a great panel. I know we could continue hearing more and more of our personal stories. I mean, they've all been great, but as we're running short now on time, I'm actually going to squeeze in one final question. So in 1 minute, with the 1 minute response, what would each one of you say is your biggest piece of advice you could give to students considering non-credit courses as a pathway to achieving their professional goals? I'm going to start off with you, Alexis.
Okay. I have 3 medium advice. The advice is all put into 1 minute. So I would like to tell students, to believe in themselves.
Of course.
They're capable of achieving their higher educational goals. Believe in their institution. They're leaders with them at heart within the decision-making process. They're leaders that want to assist them in succeeding. Enroll at a higher education campus and utilize and grow through the support, knowledge, workforce experience, and resources already available to assist them along their journey. Also, there are opportunities on campus such as work studies, fellowship opportunities, scholarships, enroll and utilize those. And last but not least, grow where you were planted. Fight through any challenges you may have along the way. Work towards creating what you wish was in place to support you, because there's most likely another student or person needing that support to initiate their first step.
Go ahead. Nisha, your last question. What is the biggest piece of advice you give to students considering non-credit courses as a pathway to achieving their professional goals?
Absolutely. I would say be intentional, lean into the process. It's not easy, it's a sacrifice, but the outcome is so much greater. And so I would say, and also research, do your research, ask questions, participate. I think participation is huge, as it does open up doors to many other opportunities and exposure. You never know, so take the chance. It's hard, be concise, be intentional, because it will yield a high result for yourself, not only for yourself, but also for your families.
Yeah. Trayvon, finish off this panel. What is the biggest piece of advice you could give to students considering non-credit courses as a pathway to achieving their professional goals?
So, and she spoke on it, 100% believe in yourself. Without that, you won't even be able to take that first step. And that's where it starts. And one thing I do want to touch on that maybe didn't get spoke on with this question is, don't have a problem with reaching out. I had awesome people at my campus. I'm going to shout some names out. Leticia Barajas, Dr. Vartanian with the Addiction Studies Department, people that, took the extra step and really gave me a home to learn from. So, don't be afraid, even if people don't talk like you, look like you, maybe initially just reach out, extend a hand, and ask for help.
That's good. Now, with that being said, on behalf of the countless adult learners throughout the California Community College system, thank you to the Summit for hosting this amazing panel. Can we give our panelists a big round of applause? Thank you very much.
Well, how do we follow those students, right? Telling their own lived experiences. Let's have another round of applause for them. I'm Dr. Karen Bautista, and I'm Vice President of Instruction at North Orange Continuing Education. and I have the pleasure of announcing our next panel. The next panel is going to focus on supporting adult education students through the use of effective data systems and infrastructures, and they will discuss ways in which community college stakeholders can innovate and advocate for improved non-credit data infrastructures and resources. I'm going to introduce to you the moderator, Dr. Sujin Jez, CEO of California Competes. As CEO, Dr. Sujin Jez leads California Competes' work to develop nonpartisan and financially pragmatic recommendations for improved higher education and workforce policies and practices across California. Prior to joining California Competes, she served as a professor of public policy and administration at California State University, Sacramento. She also served as the director of the statewide CSU Student Success Network, academic advisor for the California Executive Fellows Program, and associate director of the Sacramento State Doctorate in Educational Leadership. Dr. Jez is an accomplished researcher whose work appears in a variety of publications, including Teachers College Record, Education Policy Analysis Archives, Research in Higher Education, Community College Review, and Michigan Journal of Race and Law. Through her applied research, she has provided guidance to the regents of the University of California, the California Community College Chancellor's Office and Board of Governors, the California State University System, and California's Bureau for Private Post-Secondary Education. She presents across the country and internationally on key issues in higher education and system change, including economic and workforce development, college readiness and success, student college choice and decision-making, and institutional effectiveness. She currently serves on several boards and councils, not the least of which is California's Cradle to Career Data System Governing Board and the Graduate Network's Board of Directors. She holds a PhD in Education Administration and Policy Analysis and a master's degree in economics from Stanford University. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Sujin Jez.
And then we all right. All right, good morning, everyone. I am Sujin Jez, and I'm thrilled to be here this morning to talk about data. So we all know that good decisions require good data. And so I love that we're kicking off this conversation for this summit after the students to talk about data, and hopefully this will ground the conversations for the rest of the 2 days. So what we have today is a conversation with some of California community colleges, California state's leaders around data, data infrastructure, and the good use of data to make better decisions and make higher education stronger in our state and improve economic mobility. So we are going to dig into that in that conversation. I have a few questions prepared for our panel, but I know we want to have some time also from questions from those of you that came today. I feel like there has to be a benefit for coming in person, being in the session, and that is you to ask your questions of the panel. So I'm going to take a moment to introduce our panelists briefly and let them do self-introductions. But to my left is Dr. Craig Hayward, who is now the Visiting Executive of Strategic Research and Innovative Design at the California Community College Chancellor's Office for 3 months.
Yes, for all of 3 months. Yeah, thank you.
And then we have Kathy Booth, who is the co-director of Wested's Center for Economic Mobility, which is also a new center. So
Maybe about 6 months.
6 months.
A little bit ahead of you.
I'm catching up.
And then we have, last but not least, Dr. Eric Cooper, who is the Assistant Vice Chancellor for Data, Visualization, and Research at the California Community Colleges. And Eric, you've been in this role
1 year, 1 month, and 5 days.
Maybe in the reverse order, if you want to go backwards and talk about a little bit about your experience, your work related to data, particularly related to the community colleges, adult education, and non-credit, that would be great. Because I know the titles are recent, and I think they do not cover the expertise that you bring to this panel.
Sure. So Eric Cooper, I'm actually on loan from the Chancellor's office from Sierra College. So if any of my colleagues from Sierra College are watching, hi. Been there for a little over 10 years as the Dean of Planning, Research, and Resource Development. Worked really closely with some of our associate deans on the adult education block grant. So if you are any person who's had to enter data into TOPS Pro, I feel you. Previously was at Yuba College, both working with credit and non-credit, particularly in the testing assessment office, dealing with things like the CLEP tests and other things. So very familiar with that. I will do my best to talk a little louder so they're not cranking up the volume, so I'll work on that. Former president of the RP Group Board and have been around helping with AB 705 implementation, was the Common Assessment Initiative co-chair for a little while, back when that was a thing, before it was replaced, and a few other projects. So happy to be here talking about data and adult ed.
Great. So I actually was the first staff person for the RP Group, which is the research organization for California Community Colleges. And while I was there, we helped start the CTE outcome survey to try to get information about people's post-college experience, which then included expanding to non-credit. I was also involved with the Common Assessment Initiative, doing a lot of the work with faculty, trying to align what we offer, especially looking at non-credit to credit articulation. I helped to create the Launch Board, which is a series of dashboards that make information readily available for the public. And that included a whole section on adult education as part of the early founding for CAPE, the regional consortium. And I was the process facilitator for the design of California's cradle-to-career data system, which will be expanding to include adult education data.
Thanks, Kathy. And I was on the RP Group board when Kathy was our first executive director of the RP Group board. So we go back a ways. And even then, we were talking about improving data systems for reporting and improving student success. And we hatched a crazy scheme for something called SQL Orange, which was a reporting center that would hold all of the data for all of the colleges in the state and allow us to do work more kind of fluidly, flexibly, and was an important step forward in kind of, I guess, data access, data quality, data democratization to some extent. Some other things that I've done in my 23 years in the California Community College system as a researcher include developing the Basic Skills Cohort Progress Tracker on the Data Mart, which helped clarify the exponential impact of attrition across basic skills sequences, and was an important piece of setting the table, kind of, the way that data often does, to set the table for dialogue and discussion about how to improve throughput, completion of transfer level math and English for our students. Also the transfer velocity cohort report, and currently on loan to the Chancellor's office from Kern Community College District, where I am the Associate Vice Chancellor for Analytics and Innovation. So that's a little bit about me and my background.
Great, thank you. Well, let's kick off with our first question. So I'm going to toss this one to Kathy. Kathy, WestEd recently released a report focused on the transitions from adult ed to employment, and you use data from Launchboard. Can you share a little bit about what is Launchboard and sort of what information is in it that's useful to the folks here that care a lot about adult ed and the transition to employment?
Absolutely. So one thing that's very important to know is that most states do not gather any data on non-credit at all. There's really only about 5 or 6 that have data at scale, and one of those is California. So we have been capturing non-credit data for a very long time, which means we've had enough time to look at it that we're pretty clear about ways that we can make it better. That said, the fact that we have so much information means that we can put data sets together and try to understand the longer term trajectories of students or people that we've served through adult education. So one of the components of the launch board, which is basically, it's managed by the Chancellor's office, it's a suite of public-facing dashboards that are designed to make it easy for anybody to go in and take a look at what's happening. There's a tool called the Adult Education Pipeline. And so what that has is information from the non-credit programs that community colleges offer that focus on areas like adult basic education, which is when we're teaching people basic literacy and numeracy skills, adult secondary education, which is things like GED programs and high school equivalencies, short-term career education programs, and the highest enrolled area, which is ESL, which might include things like learning English, preparing for citizenship, or sometimes there's some contextualized vocational programs that are also teaching people how to speak English. So those data sets are all put together in this one dashboard, and we've been able to combine it with our partners in the K-12 side of the house that are also providing similar services to adults, and we have regional consortia that are trying to coordinate across these systems. So what you can do in the launch board is take a look for any institution, any region, and look at who's being served, and then go forward and see if they are transitioning into CTE programs or into credit programs in community colleges, and then we can follow them into the workforce to see what their employment and earnings are. So that's one tool. I also want to personally thank Michelle Fishthal, who, when I was working on the launch board, I think emailed me every single week for 6 weeks until I made sure that we had non-credit data fully integrated into a different tool called the Community College Pipeline. Thank you, Michelle. So in the Community College Pipeline, you can go down to the college and program level, and you can see exactly how many students are transitioning from non-credit into that specific program, and understand the relationship for the folks who might be in credit and then go back to non-credit. So we have a lot of information at our fingertips that make it easy for us to get a general sense about the relationship between adult education, non-credit, K-12, adult ed, and credit opportunities. And the most important thing to know about that is that we do not have very high success rates for the number of students that are making it through. And those success rates are very dependent on the type of adult learner we're talking about, the institution that's providing it, and the skills that they're trying to learn.
That's amazing. I love hearing when California is sort of ahead of the pack. So there's been a lot that's been influencing adult learners in California, from the pandemic to us having a new chancellor, Chancellor Christian, and Vision 2030, which elevates non-credit and adult education. Craig, can you talk a little bit about these changes and how they shape this moment for data infrastructures and resources?
Yeah, absolutely. I think I'll go back to the future with this question. And my very first experience with non-credit work was when I was a brand new research coordinator a million years ago at Rancho Santiago Community College District. And the Vice Chancellor, Julie Slark, took me over to a file cabinet and opened it up and said, what do you think you can do with this CASAS data? And I said, well, let me see. And it was literally a pile of paper forms in the bottom drawer of a file cabinet. And I said, well, probably not very much with it in that form. And that was my introduction to kind of the non-credit world as a distinct data silo. And data silos, if you work with data, are problematic. I mean, they're often necessary as you're growing something or getting something started. But you want to integrate those data sources. You want to link them in so you can understand things like transitions from non-credit to credit. And so we have, I think, just a wealth of opportunities to improve the ways that we are creating and supporting data infrastructure for non-credit. In fact, I have a whole wish list here in my book, so I don't forget any of them. I think, as we're gathering the data, there's been an initiative recently to kind of streamline CCC Applied. Well, that's been an ongoing initiative for a very long time, and it kind of keeps coming back. And one of the elements of that is to create a non-credit application that's specific and again, more streamlined by stripping out the residency questions, which really are some of the most complex elements of the application and are required to be in there, by law, so you can know what level of tuition to charge. Given that non-credit is essentially free college, those questions aren't needed. However, it is that application is the one touch point for every student that's going to enter your institution. So if you streamline that application too much, you're maybe missing opportunities to gather data that would be extremely useful and that you will regret not having later on. So you know, one of the things that I was thinking of was Maslow's hierarchy. What do we know about our students? We need to have a better understanding of who they are, how we can support them. If you're not familiar with Maslow's hierarchy, it's a kind of a pyramid that says that in order to become a self-actualized individual, you need to first start with fundamental needs, which are sort of security and food. And so those are our basic needs. So Dr. King mentioned earlier that I think over 60% of the students here are earning less than $5,000 annually. So that's an important, but that had to be collected via survey, that data point. That's really important to know. We don't know it about each and every student, what their income is. And because the only way, even, you know, kind of generally in the credit side of the data house as well, that we would gather that is through the financial aid application. And not all students complete the financial aid application, even with the new law that requires all high school seniors to complete it. Not all students that come to us are coming right out of high school, particularly these adult learners that we're talking about. So what can we do to better understand kind of the basic needs? So I would say, where are we gathering that type of information about income, about dependence, about childcare needs, so that we can understand these critical elements of the background of these individuals, so we can do a better job offering wraparound support services. So that would be a big one. The Maslow's hierarchy, make sure that we're able to kind of move them up into a place where they can be free to engage with the learning and concentrate on learning and not be concerned with just kind of basic survival. Languages, you know, where are we gathering data about the languages spoken? This is extremely valuable data. You will not find that question on the application. Perhaps it should be there. I was talking with Michelle Fishtel as well, and we were talking about how it would be wonderful to, again, understand more the background of the students in the non-credit world, because they're such a diverse population. What about understanding their work history? Would it be possible to gather information about their work history? And then, of course, I want to then code that, use the standard occupation classification codes and the NAICS codes to understand what sort of industries and occupations these individuals have in their history. And that can then help us with things like credit for prior learning, which we're all very interested in. And maybe with that, I can punt this question over to Eric, and you want to kind of take it from there and tell us a little bit about the data infrastructure we need for credit for prior learning and other things?
Well, I mean, you hit on a couple of things in there that I think are worth addressing. You know, in terms of data infrastructure, we build and we have built our data pieces as we needed them, right? So for the Chancellor's office, we built our MIS system when we needed it. We built a common application when we needed it. We built Launchboard when we needed it, but they all are separate systems. And now, as we're talking about things like competency-based education, credit for prior learning, we're now doing these as add-ons to those systems. So if we're talking about non-credit, or I'm going to introduce also not for credit, so if you're like community ed, those courses as well, those have labor market outcomes that we might want to track. But we don't collect any of that information because it's a separate system, it's a separate add-on. So as we were looking at non-credit education, competency, credit for prior learning, we need to think about what are the data infrastructure pieces that we need to better get a handle of who's getting into that coursework, who's completing that coursework, who's actually meeting some of those competencies. Green room conversations are the best. So I was having a side conversation back in the green room about, frankly, using Canvas, right? Almost every one of our colleges at this point is using Canvas as our learning management system. There's no reason that we cannot tap into that data to better assess what's happening in the classroom in terms of student learning. Now, that's a whole level of challenge in terms of the amount of data that we might suddenly have, but that gives us a new and powerful tool that is potentially invisible to faculty, because I don't want to give any of you more work, gives amazing amounts of data to the researchers in the room, and is a tool that we already have. But we have to figure out how to use it. We have to figure out the infrastructure behind it. We have to figure out, if you didn't know this, right, the CCC Tech Center, they have the Canvas data for your colleges, but it's challenging to tap into. And frankly, if the vendor's on the line, my apologies, your documentation's not great. So, you have to use teamwork, such as the folks at Kansas State, use some of their code, which they publicly make available, to get that data out. So you mentioned like SQL Orange earlier, right? Common data platforms. We need those abilities between our colleges to share code, to share abilities across the state. We don't have enough people looking at the data in the right way. And Kathy mentioned Launchboard, talked about that. It's a fantastic tool. But like Community College Pipeline, which is an amazing piece, it has like 1 billion rows of data behind it. And it has dozens, if not hundreds, of dashboards sort of embedded within it. By the time you disaggregate like all these different ways, you've got a ton of information, and that almost becomes that information paralysis, which we were also talking about in the green room, which was a great conversation. So how do we make sure that we've got these simple answers out of the data tool for a complex question? And we need to sort of structure our data in ways that help us get to the simple answers out of complex data.
Well, so what concerns me about all this is it sounds like data's driving the boat here. So we do want information and we need information. But if we make collecting information more important than helping somebody navigate a process, then we might be actually increasing the barriers around our institutions that prevent people from enrolling. So I think that the other thing that we also have to keep in mind is that numerical data doesn't give people very clear direction. So I'll take, for example, the study that we just did looking at the Launchboard data. So what we saw was that transition rates were very low for people that were in ESL classes who were predominantly older and predominantly either Latinx or Asian. And we saw much better transition rates for the people that were teaching basic skills, where you had a population that was more likely to either be Black and African American, white, or younger. And so if you just took that, you might make a bunch of assumptions about what's happening with different types of people in different types of contexts. We had to dig into the data and go to the institutions that had stronger transition rates than others. And we said, what are you doing? And what's happening? And one of the really interesting things that we found is that one of the groups that was doing the best job in transitioning were people that were serving folks that were incarcerated. And the reason why is they were implementing exactly the things that the Chancellor was talking about. They had very clear structures. This is how you get from what you're learning here while you're incarcerated to what you could learn once you have more flexibility and freedom. And these are the things that you need to do to make that possible. They had navigators that were helping people fill out CCC Apply, which is a huge barrier we hear from students all the time. These are things that are under our control. So don't get me wrong, I am a researcher. I would never say, please don't take any more data. But I would really ask us, what are we doing with the data that we already have? And how are we talking to people like the students you just heard from to make meaning of the numbers that appear on the screens?
So it's absolutely true. The meaning making is the most important part. And I would say there's always an inherent tension between collecting data and potentially creating a barrier, making a process too onerous. So you need to be mindful of that. At the same time, I would say I maybe somewhat disagree that numeric data can't give clear direction. It sort of depends how you structure the question, right? For example, and this is something we're not always terrific at in higher education, is doing things like an experimental design, where we're going to apply data to a particular question. So an example would be, I was working recently with a social media company that placed social media ads as a way to recruit students. So they had a way of identifying students who had stopped out or dropped out from Bakersfield College and kind of planting in their social media images of, hey, remember when you were at college? Isn't it good to reconnect with an old friend, and like a happy image or something? And this was supposed to sort of encourage them to come back and re-enroll. And when we looked at the data, 4 to 5% of the students were re-enrolling, and this generated a couple hundred FTS and sort of paid for the social media campaign. But what you're not necessarily thinking about when you just look at the data is what the research design would say the counterfactual. Well, what percentage of those students would have come back anyway, even if you hadn't run those social media? So we actually had an opportunity to do a random assignment controlled experiment, and we had about 10,000 students who were, formerly enrolled, who were stop-out dropouts, who had attempted to apply and hadn't completed applying. And we divvied them up into 7,000 in the treatment, 3,000 in the control group, which didn't receive the social media treatment. And what did we see? We saw the treatment group, again, about the 4 or 5% re-enrollment rate. In the control group, about a 4 or 5% re-enrollment rate. So it did answer the question, is it worth doing that? So it depends how you structure the question. But I think your bigger point is you need to have a point, right? You need to have an idea or a vision. So I think part of our infrastructure needs to be creating something like we've been talking about, a workforce economic mobility laboratory where we bring together bright people. It's not just about data, but it's about having the right questions. So we're sitting with stakeholders, we're sitting with researchers, we're sitting with data people who know how to connect those pieces. And those are somewhat distinctive specializations or areas of knowledge. And then once we do that, we can bring in the Canvas data, which is actually an incredibly momentous thing that Dr. Cooper said, is that Canvas data is real-time data. That's something we haven't had at the state level. So I would want to emphasize that when we make adjustments, when we start thinking about our statewide infrastructure, that we're moving really truly to the next level, to the 21st century, although we've been here for 20 years already. And we're looking at near real-time data. We're bringing in Canvas data, and we're bringing in district data to a statewide dashboard that lets us know, has that student stopped participating in the class? Are they no longer logging in via Canvas? And then you can take appropriate supportive action to help that student realize their goals.
Well, I appreciate the lively conversation. I feel like it makes clear that data is definitely not black and white, and the complexities of it. And we heard the use of data, the importance of using data for programmatic reasons, to be able for a student to be able to understand their pathway and their options, for institutions and the state to be able to make better decisions around allocating resources, creating the pathways for students, but also the careful balance of thinking about what data we collect and the burden it puts on those we're collecting data from. So finding that right balance to get the data we need to do better by students, but also to know that every question we ask could be another opportunity for a student to disengage. So I feel like thank you for that great conversation. If it were easy, we wouldn't be a panel, right, in this summit. I did see we have how many minutes left? 7? Okay, you're like right under the bright light. So I want to pause here and see if there's time, if there are questions before I have a couple more questions, but we're running short on time. Right there, yes. I feel so rude pointing, but I have no other way of.
Dean Gray. Good morning. Well, thank you. This has been really interesting. I just wanted to follow up on something that Kathy had said earlier about the launch board allowing you to follow the students into the workplace. And I was wondering how you were doing that. Our best gauge is when a student emails back to a faculty, wow, this was wonderful, I got hired, but we don't really have a way to track a student into the workplace and how effective was that training that we gave them. Where is that data that you mentioned coming from?
Well, what's fantastic is that there are free resources that are being put together for your college specifically. So the Chancellor's office takes the records for all the students for which we have social security numbers and matches them against a wage file that's held by the state, so that we can see how much money people made in each fiscal quarter. And that's used to generate figures like the living wage number that's in the funding formula. So that information is in the launch board. You can go by program, by college, by non-credit and credit, and you can see outcomes for your students. And then in addition to that, there's the CTE Outcomes Survey, which is a survey that goes out to students that took at least 9 CTE units or finished an award that, so it's basically for CTE students only, but still there are millions of students that have been surveyed over the life of that instrument. And it asks questions not only like did you get a job, but how long were you searching for a job? Are you employed in your field of study? Do you have a third-party certification? So there's lots of information that's in that, and that gets delivered to your college every single year. It's Santa Rosa Junior College that administers the survey on behalf of the system. And that information is also in the community college pipeline right there, so you can take a look at it without even having to ask your researcher.
Another question here?
Hi, Lucelle Gabriel, Director of Institutional Research at North Orange Continuing Education. We focus solely on non-credit institutional research, so we're very familiar with this. But as being a part of CCTAP and WED and working with the CAPE Consortia across the state, what we have found is that many institutions, including administrators, don't even know about their non-credit data, right? So my question here is, what is your recommendation and how we can elevate that? Because it's not just a question of is the data, but actually having it be a priority at a level. Because we all know that as a community college district, you have to submit your non-credit data with your credit data. So how do we elevate those two data points to the same level of priority in order to address the needs of both of those students?
That's a great, so I feel like that matches a little bit a question that we had prepared for around stakeholder buy-in and trust and sort of how do we bring people together around data. So if you guys want to jump into that.
Well, I wanted to maybe Dulce, I think, and I don't know if this is heretical or not, so forgive me if I don't, but I mean the term non-credit itself doesn't really convey. If I'm a first-generation college student and I'm going to enroll in a college, and it's going to be non-credit, I'm taking classes and they're not going to. I mean, it's sort of and it creates a very definite silo of non-credit as being distinct from credit. So I think one of the things, the trust that needs to be built, is an understanding that the learning and that is occurring in non-credit is equivalent. And can be equivalent and can be equated to the learning that occurs in credit, right? So I think in this specific space and across California, probably across the nation as a whole, we have sort of an equivalencies challenge in front of us. Maybe crisis is too strong a word, but it's certainly a very great challenge to understand how learning equates. From a non-credit to. So the non-credit alignment laboratory work is an example of an effort to address this lack of alignment and to build trust and cross those barriers. I, being a data guy, tend to think, what kind of data points can we bring to bear and maybe utilize things like machine learning to help us kind of process the tens of thousands of courses and understand better how they could be equated. So to do that, we need additional data points. So what are the learning outcomes that are associated with each class? Get those into a database. And if we could potentially even talk about measuring SLOs, then that would be really helpful for understanding and building trust that the learning that's occurring in this place is equivalent to the learning that's occurring in that place, and we can leave no learning behind, right? So that people get credit for the learning that they've done. And it's, there's a lot of different ways to do it. I would advocate for, since we want to do this systemically and at scale and move hundreds of thousands of students, that we really need to build robust support infrastructure for that. And that's why I'm talking about something like, economic mobility laboratory and a digital transformation center. So we invest in those resources, we bring the folks together who are the stakeholders who understand how these pieces fit together, and then we design a system that gets us there.
I want to agree with Craig. I know we're out of time, but it's not a data problem, it's a political problem, right? This is a conversation that we need to have with our faculty, between colleges, between institutions, and recognize that things like competency-based education, which is up and coming, has a lot of the same characteristics as non-credit, right? And the credit unit, the Carnegie unit, the hour, that doesn't come about student learning. That was about tracking faculty workload, right? So we need to get past the credit, non-credit, and move into whether student learning.
I wish we had more time.
Did you have a quick?
Vision 2030. Here's an opportunity from the highest level to say we have to start paying attention to the way that we deliver flexible education that works better for adults, and it's our non-credit colleagues that can show us exactly how that's done, as we heard at the very beginning from our two different non-credit presidents.
With that, I feel like I will take my policy professor former self and around the political framing of memberships. I highly recommend Deborah Stone's Policy Paradox. The whole book is fantastic, but she has a section on memberships and how like these categorizations are inherently political, and it is a great read, the whole thing. But with that, we will leave you with this stimulating conversation around data, truly though, and we look forward to chatting with folks around the rest of the summit. I think we're all here or over lunch, so come find any of us and we're happy to chat more. Thank you.
I'd like to take this opportunity once again to thank our generous sponsors. Without them, we would not have been able to have this event today. Let's give them a hand. So now we are going to take a 15-minute break, and we will resume precisely at 12 noon. Thank you.
Distinguished guests, please take your seats. The program will begin in 5 minutes. Please take your seats. The program will begin in 1 minute. Distinguished guests, welcome to the Vision 2030, a call to action adult education summit hosted by the San Diego College of Continuing Education in southeastern San Diego.
Colleagues, if you could please take your seats so we can have our last session before lunch. Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Minu Spradley, and I have the honor and privilege of serving as the Interim Vice President of Instruction here at the College of Continuing Education. Our third session today is titled Empowering Adults, a panel discussion on lifelong learning. The panel is moderated by Dr. Lisa Takami, Special Project Director from North Orange Continuing Education. Dr. Takami is author of Women in the Higher Education C-Suite, Diverse Executive Profiles, to be published by Wiley in November 2023. She currently serves as Special Project Director for CC-TAP at NOCE, the non-credit provider of North Orange County Community College. Prior to her current role, Dr. Takami served as CEO for Labor Management Apprentice Training Institute and held higher education administrative roles in several community college and four-year institutions. Dr. Takami serves as Vice Chair for the Division of Apprenticeship Standards, Interagency, Committee on EEO and Apprenticeships. She recently completed a 3-year tenure on the National Advisory Council for the National Conference for Race and Ethnicity in Higher Education, and is a member of the Board of Directors for Rainbow Services, a comprehensive social service agency serving survivors of domestic violence and their families. Please welcome Dr. Lisa Takami and our panelists for the third session.
Well,
Good morning, and it is nice to see all of you. I'll let our panelists take a moment to take their seats. I'm Dr. Lisa Takami. I'm delighted to serve as the moderator for our next panel. And I know that President Patel spoke to you earlier about the CC-TAP grant. I have the privilege to be the special project director for CC-TAP, which is a $1.8 million grant that was awarded to NOCE to improve data accountability, training, and ultimately improve student outcomes for community college non-credit providers. At this time, I'm going to introduce our panelists. I would encourage you to consider questions that you may have for each of them. We'll have about 5 minutes at the end of the session, and there will be runners with mics. So please consider what you might want to ask of each of these remarkable leaders. It is now my privilege to introduce you to Dr. Tina King, President of the San Diego College of Continuing Education, Ms. Valentina Pertel, President of North Orange Continuing Education, and Dr. Greg Schultz, President of Citrus College. We would like to give a special thank you to Dr. Schultz for joining us very last minute on this panel as Ms. Menon, CEO of Calbright College, was unable to join us. I encourage you to read the full bios of each of our panelists, which you can do by clicking on their profiles in the program for today's institute. I will now ask Dr. King to start with our first question. And if you could address for us, what are the unique strengths of your institution in serving the academic and student services needs of adult education students?
Yeah, I think for the unique, how we're able to serve uniquely, academically, and student services, I would say, given that we have 7 campuses that surround the region of San Diego, as well as about 217 offsites prior to the pandemic, it gives us the ability to actually meet students where they are in the community. And so what that means is students who oftentimes don't feel comfortable or have the courage or truly have not had a good experience with education, when we're in the community and we're there providing quality education, and I want to say quality because oftentimes, because non-credit is free, there's this misconception that it's not quality. And we offer free programs that truly meet the students where they are. And the beauty of it is a lot of our students who come from high school come to us as adult learners. Some of them do not have high school diplomas. And so giving them the courage to enroll in a high school diploma or even in an English second language course so that they can regain the language acquisition so that they're comfortable to continue to move forward. And back to this, being that we surround the county of San Diego, we have courses all over that focus on different, we call them pathways of excellence. And these pathways of excellence, depending on which campus they're at, for example, here at our ECC, primarily this is where our skills trades are offered. And so students have the opportunity to go to any of our campuses, depending on what their interests are, and we're able to support them academically and their student services needs as well.
Wonderful. Thank you, Dr. King. President Patel.
Very similar to San Diego Continuing Ed, we are so privileged to have independent structure within our community college district. So from the very inception, North Orange Continuing Education was designed to serve adult learners. And we are talking about several decades ago. And from there, from that foundation, we are able to build year by year by looking at what our community needs are, and they're changing. Our demographics are changing. The needs of our adult learners are changing. The needs of our local businesses, employers, even employers themselves are changing in the service area of our institution. But it allows us to be very nimble and be in touch with the needs of our community and to quickly pivot and design programs and services and even outreach materials to focus on an adult learner. for NOCE, the sense of belonging of our students is very important. So when we send something into the community, whether it's our schedule of classes or digital marketing or even a social media post, we want adult learners to see themselves in our classrooms, in our facilities, and we want them to feel that family-like, welcoming environment, that a nurturing environment that NOCE provides to them. And another strength that I want to point out, besides being rooted in community, is we are only as good as our partners. And it really takes a network, comprehensive network of partnerships that we had built over the years and continue to build in order to be able to leverage various resources, financial resources, facilities. We are also at 70+ community-based locations so that we together provide a community, a nurturing environment for our students. Just yesterday, we had an amazing event at NOCE. It was an opening ceremony of our CSP program, and it's a federally funded program to help our students with disabilities to move from sub-minimum wage to competitive employment. And it was a glorious event. We heard from students and their parents, but really what's behind this program is multiple of financial resources, funding sources, and a network of partnerships that makes it seem very seamless for our students, but really behind the scenes, it's almost like a patchwork, a quilt of partnering with various agencies and pulling from different resources.
Thank you, President Pertel. President Schultz.
Thank you. As I begin, I want to go back to something that Chancellor Christian said when she described my colleagues here as rock stars. I agree. And it's such a privilege to be with you today and also to be in service to adults in California. The three of us had the opportunity to serve adult learners together.
That's right.
Earlier in their careers at North Orange Continuing Education. And so just getting to be here and seeing the models of San Diego College of Continuing Education and also North Orange Continuing Education, it's very inspiring. To the question, I have the privilege of serving at Citrus College, which many of you may know is in the eastern San Gabriel Valley near Los Angeles, and I'm proud of our program. Our program is a part of our college. I'm here with 6 colleagues today, and so we have a Department of Continuing Education. And every region is different, and so a little bit about our region is we're in a district service area where we share this important work with 5 partner adult schools. So from Monrovia, Duarte, Azusa, Glendora, and Claremont, and portions of other cities in our region. So that's a little bit about us. I think one of the things that's unique, I think many of us might say this, I will say it about the Citrus College experience, is that our people, my colleagues who are here, my colleagues who are not here today, but that reside at the campus, the experience we create for adult learners, I believe is, we heard it from our students, we believe in our students, they know that. And so the faculty and staff and fellow students at the college, I think we continue to work to create the most welcoming learning environment we can.
Wonderful. Thank you, President Schultz. President Pertel, if you could start with the second question. What drew you to serve in adult education, and how do you share your passion to inspire and motivate others?
When I joined NOCE 20-some years ago, I made a transition from being a faculty member at a 4-year institution primarily serving international students to becoming an administrator in a non-credit institution. And what really fascinated me about NOCE and drew me to NOCE is the fact that just the level of impact that it makes on the most underserved communities. It really provides transformational experience, not just for our students, but it goes well beyond individual students taking our programs. As our amazing students shared just recently, the experience offered at an adult education program at an institution like NOCE has a ripple effect on the whole community. And I see it firsthand every day, definitely every year when we greet our students during our commencement ceremony or student success ceremony. And it just is a symbol for me of breaking through things like imposter syndrome, cycle of poverty, hopelessness, and that inspires not just me, but everybody at NOC and in our field every single day.
Yes, indeed it does. Thank you so much, President Rutel. President Schultz.
Thank you. Well, as a community college graduate myself, by the way, both my wife and I we attended Fullerton College, and our majors were accounting. So transferred to Cal State Fullerton. I'm still licensed as a CPA, and so my first step onto, as part of the community college mission and as an employee of a California community college was to accept a position, a fiscal position. So I was the manager of administrative services. And so that first job was with then the School of Continuing Education, now we know, NOCE. So it wasn't the spreadsheets technically, but it sort of was because that was my background, and I applied to provide budget and fiscal expertise. In that first year, I was invited along with other administrators to celebrate our graduates. We had a high school diploma program for adults, and I thought, oh, I get to go to that too, how nice. The magic that happened in that auditorium, I knew in that day, spreadsheets are not it. Forget it. That doesn't light me up. This is heart work. And from that moment, and then I was privileged to work with other leaders who like we've experienced and like we've tried to do for so many other peers, say, you can really help us in this work. You should go back to school. So in that case, I went back to school. But that sort of transformation began almost by chance to try to lend some finance and accounting skills in support of a college entity to quickly discovering, this is hard work. This is where this lights me up, not the spreadsheets, but getting the chance to work with other colleagues I respect to uplift other adults and families to have more opportunities in this country.
Wonderful. Thank you, President Schultz. President King.
Yeah, I think I've shared this story oftentimes that non-credit education is near and dear to me. My mother, who was an immigrant from another country, came here and at 15 years old, she became a parent very young. And so she didn't have the opportunity to go through high school and get a high school diploma, et cetera. And so it was non-credit that in her 30s, she went back to LA Southwest College, their non-credit program, and she did her high school diploma GED high set program. And at the time, I was probably in early high school, and to see the transformation in my mother was critical. From her getting her GED to then taking a manager certificate and being able to become a manager for Los Angeles Unified School District's cafeteria. And I always share, I'm so proud of her because she now has a 401k and has served 30 years, and she's so proud to share all the time, I have 14 months to retirement. So, that was possible because of non-credit, because of the community college system. And we know that education is liberation, and I truly wholeheartedly believe in that. Yes. And so for me, non-credit does something very different when individuals are able to come as they are with whatever education of level attainment that they have, and we can say, you are welcomed here, and we have something for you, and we can take you all the way through this pathway and journey. And so I've worked in multiple sectors in education, from K-12, the UC, CSU, to the community college, but I've never had this thrill and the passion that I feel when I'm with non-credit or even with adult learners, because those to me are oftentimes the ones that have been forgotten, that didn't get a chance to get on the racetrack, and everyone is way ahead of them. And so that is how I kind of got involved in non-credit. I, like I shared earlier, was working in the higher education, and an opportunity came up for me to apply to become the first director of institutional research and planning for non-credit. And I was just fascinated that this would give us an opportunity to provide voices to the voiceless. So.
Thank you for sharing that very impactful story, and I think a story that most of us in the room probably have one either in our families or certainly amongst the students that we can relate to. So thank you very much. Dr. Schultz, if you could start with the third question. What challenges does your institution face in responding to the needs of adult education students in this post-COVID-19 era?
I think the biggest one that's still with us that we're, as a team at Citrus College, we're championing is doing everything we can to keep every precious student who's with us on the path, and then finding as a team what's every voice, every person who was with us but had to stop. And so I think we share this. We're all doing everything we can and learning from each other about how to invite adult learners back to college at a time when everything was disrupted. Adults continue to need to go to work to provide for families or loved ones. And so that's led us to not only reimagine how we deliver services and what services, but certainly how we deliver learning. And generally we'd say like our class schedule kind of thinking, thanks to our faculty and deans and leadership team, we've really used data, back to the earlier session, to closely examine and listen closely, department by department, course by course. What is the biggest need for modality? So we're finding that by and large, we have more students coming back in person every single semester, and we're very happy about it. But we also recognize and continue to honor that many of our adult learners, their preferred choice for learning is in a hybrid or online modality. So we're trying to do our best at all of it, and we learn a lot from other peers too.
Thank you very much. President King.
Yeah, so in regards to what I believe has been probably the biggest challenge coming back from COVID-19, or even as we went into COVID-19 for us, it has truly been the digital divide. We have had so many challenges for our students being able to access the basic skills of utilizing a computer. And so it's beautiful that we're moving in this new world of using technology for all of our needs. But what oftentimes we feel as educators is that our students are having a challenge. And we've oftentimes talked about this in our own district, right? We know that we need to move to MFA for multiple factor authentication so that we don't experience any cybersecurity breaches, et cetera. But oftentimes what that does is it's sometimes challenging for students to be able to use another email address and enter what they are used to just clicking a button. And now there's all of these other systems that have been set up for us, but they challenge our students. And so that's been a challenge for us. I would say the other piece to that is going back to just individuals not having access to devices. As we shared earlier, as non-credit institutions, we oftentimes don't receive the same categorical funding, and so we have to be nimble, create partnerships so that we can purchase computers and devices, and those oftentimes aren't just enough. It has to be a Wi-Fi, a hotspot, et cetera. And so I would say it has been challenging with the digital divide that we've seen with the pandemic. And another thing we've seen for us specifically at San Diego College of Continuing Education, and I would imagine it would be the same for NOCE, is the mental health crises and the support that's been needed since the pandemic. And that is another area that we are hoping to have more support with mental health funding, et cetera, that we receive equal and parity to the credit colleges.
Thank you, President King. Both such important areas. President Patel.
Sure. Well, first of all, I'm just so privileged to work with amazing individuals at NOCE, very caring, very passionate. There's something about adult education that I think draws human beings of the highest caliber. With that said, if there's no system, if there's no structure or support system or resources, it is very difficult to continue kindling that passion and provide the highest level of service that we can to our students. And by the way, Greg is very humble. He's worked at NOCE for actually a couple of decades, and I'm eternally grateful to him for having the gift of encouraging his fellow team members and students just to look at new heights. He is the kind of provost that went down the line, graduation line, and actually asked our students, what do you want to do next? And employees, myself included. So I just wanted to thank you, Greg, for that. And just going back to our challenges, there are some definitely structural challenges. I'm talking about the funding formula for non-credit. It's dated and it's not aligned, I think, with the flexible delivery mode that we are practicing now, and looking at really at focusing at learning. And thank you. Our funding formula is based literally on time spent by students literally in person in the classroom. So it definitely needs to change. It needs to evolve with adult education. It needs to evolve with our programs. We also have some challenges when it comes to systems. And I'm thinking about just a couple of examples. Credit for prior learning. As Chancellor Christian said, something like that is amazing. It propels student success, but it needs to be implemented systematically and systemically. Because if in college A, they recognize credit attained in a non-credit program, and it gives students a boost and shortens their time to completion on the credit side. And in college B, they don't recognize credit for prior learning attained in non-credit. There we already created a divisive system, and we are shortchanging students in college B. I'm also thinking about systems like, it was already mentioned here, CCC Apply. It's very important to collect very thorough data from our students in order to create systems to support them. But we also need to think about where our students are coming from, and we need to design systems to serve our students. Just yesterday, my team spent some time at one of our partners' sites, and it's Access California. It's a wraparound social agency site that serves exclusively refugees. And so whenever there is a conflict in the world, whenever a war breaks, they receive a cohort of families to be served. And we are the ones providing instruction to those families, starting with ESL, basic skills, and CTE, and so on. So those individuals who just land here, they're in a survival mode. They are not thinking in terms of lengthy questionnaire or a placement test. They just want to get situated. They want to feel welcomed. They want to feel comforted so that they're on their path to success. After some time, we can go back to them and maybe collect additional data. But from the very beginning, it is our responsibility to just provide some nurture and comfort and a welcoming environment to our students. And lastly, some cultural challenges. Unfortunately, there are some misconceptions and stigmas attached to adult education where it's either seen as purely enrichment education or remedial education. And that couldn't be further from the truth. I think we need to move away from traditional, non-traditional students. They're students. They're our students, and they're students in our community college system. And events like this elevate adult education, elevate non-credit. So I hope that we'll be past that, and we will be looking at our students equally.
Thank you very, very much. Yes. Wonderful. So I would like to thank our panelists. We now have a few minutes that the panelists can address questions. If you have a question, there are microphones, I believe, available. So raise your hand if you may have a question for any of our panelists.
Hi, Ashley Tejada with the Campaign for College Opportunity. Thank you so much for the panel thus far. I know it was discussed both in the student panel and right now about the idea of encouragement and that continuous support that's more holistic than just academic. How do you produce that culture on the campus, whether that's starting with faculty or student services? How is that consistent culture put into place and sustainable?
Okay, who would like to address?
So I can start off really.
All right.
So I think the creating a campus of culture, it has to be everyone. Everyone has to see themselves as an educator on the campus and there to care for the students that we serve, from our grounds, our maintenance and facilities team, all the way, because everyone plays a part, right? So everything from the flowers that you've seen today that are really beautiful. So shout out to our team that did that. And I mean that because they've been really preparing, but all of those things create a campus, a culture of care. And so it's really important that everyone recognizes who we serve and know the student body that we serve so that they treat them the way they should be treated. I think that's the first part. The other piece to that, all the way from, again, every team member, I would say it's really important that as the leaders on the campus that we too are modeling how to create a culture of care, from the way we treat one another to the way we treat our team members, the way we interact with our colleagues, et cetera. So I think every person on the campus is responsible for that. It doesn't lie in just one area.
Excellent.
And just to add to it really quickly, I think it's also bringing student voices close to our day-to-day activities and really getting to know our students on a personal level so that we keep their not just success stories but the barriers that they're experiencing at the forefront of our minds as we go to work, as we leave our offices every day. Our students just continue to be our inspiration and our guides.
All good things. I think about the privilege of modeling behavior, and I'm not taking a risk when I say that I know that the students who learn at our 3 colleges, they know who you are. They know who we are. So we all have our walking shoes, right?
That's right.
So sometimes when I see students or friends in community, they say, oh, that's right. What's it like to be a president? Like, what's a day in the life of? And I don't say, well, I have a lot of meetings and I go to meet with community groups. We do those things, but I think at the core, it's leading with love, being present, making time, taking time to acknowledge that behavior we see in our peers too, that helps create a welcoming climate on our campuses. So I think we've talked about this and kind of lived this, but I think we understand how important it is for our students to feel welcome and to support our colleagues who help us create that every day.
Yeah. Wonderful. Thank you. Do we have another question?
Yes, first, hello to everyone. I feel very grateful to be here. I'm a custodian, and it's been very insightful because as I'm sitting here at this meeting, I'm also critiquing the restroom and critiquing the environment. and we do a lot of hard work. We do a super energy put forward to keep an appeal, but we can't do that alone. And in listening to the funding formula, I would just like to add that I would hope in this vision for 2030, they would consider how important it is for adult learners to feel comfortable in their space, that the appeal from the grounds to the restroom to the classroom would look like, hey, we recognize you individually and collectively, and more than all, we want you to know that we put money into making you feel comfortable in this environment. And that means, like, when you come into a classroom, you're not going to be sitting compacted, arm to arm. You're going to feel like, hey, this seat is for me, this space is for me. I want to clean it up. I want to keep it clean. When I go to the bathroom, I don't have to worry about, is the toilet going to flush behind my neighbor, because I know my neighbor wanted to be really nice and clean for me. So that's not a custodial problem. That is a funding problem as we move into the future. And I hope that, you know, the state and whoever else that's putting up money for a beautiful learning environment would take those components into consideration.
Thank you so much. We have time for probably one more question.
Lisa.
Hello, Richard.
Oh, I'm sorry, President Patel, did you want to say something?
I just wanted to thank you so much for what you do in creating that nurturing and learning environment for our students. And I know maintenance crews had been and continue to be essential workers, but especially during the pandemic, there were some of the few workers who were on campus doing very important work. And I just wanted to also comment that it goes back to what Dr. Carroll said about the place of belonging and identity. And it is important to have, in my opinion, dedicated space on campuses for adult education, for non-credit. It doesn't have to be a separate institution, but very well branded buildings so that students can feel at home.
Yes, thank you for elevating the work of essential workers during the pandemic in particular. Thank you. And I think we had one final question here.
Yeah, Richard Weinroth, Academic Senate President. I just love the idea of support. And when President King talked about it, I know you all know that our students need support for IT. And it's incredible. We have it for the faculty. As a Canvas user, I can call at any time, 3 o'clock in the morning, and I get help. I need that for my students. I need my students to have a phone number that they can call, and I'm asking it from the Chancellor's office because it's such a big request. I think all of our colleges would benefit if there was a place that all of our students could call. Because when I have a student who can't do it, that's the biggest stop. And today when we're talking about the 4 pillars, the 3rd pillar, it's keeping them. And they don't stay if they get frustrated. I have students send me emails and they say, I just don't understand. And I do a one-on-one Zoom and walk them through what I made a video. I walk them through what I explained because they needed that one-on-one. So that's my request for the Chancellor's office to pick it up what we can't do on the campus level. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Well, at this time, I'd like to thank President Tina King, President Valentina Patel, and President Greg Schultz for this wonderful panel. Thank you so much, and thank you for the wonderful questions. And we, I believe, are concluded to go to lunch.
Yes, lunch. Thank you very much for leading with love. All of you, thank you so much. And colleagues, lunch will be served in the foyer. We will return in an hour. I believe 1:25 or 1:30 is when we will be returning. And we'll continue to thank our sponsors.
Distinguished guests, please take your seats. The program will begin in 5 minutes. Please take your seats. The program will begin in 1 minute. Distinguished guests, welcome to the Vision 2030, a call to action adult education summit hosted by the San Diego College of Continuing Education in southeastern San Diego.
All right, well, welcome back from lunch. How y'all doing out there? Yeah? You feeling good? Wonderful. So I see folks that are still coming in. I'm going to ask if we can please come in and take a seat. All right, thank you all so much. Well, now that we are settled in, I'd like to introduce our next panel titled, A Call to Action, Utilizing the California Community College to Improve Pathways to Economic Stability. This panel is encompassed with our state leaders and will be moderated by Michael Burke, education reporter for EdSource. This is an opportunity to hear directly from our state leaders on their vision to address workforce demands and individuals living in lower socioeconomic status. If we come together across all levels, providing equitable access to education, economic stability is possible for more Californians. I'm excited to hear this panel and their insights. Let's welcome our moderator and our panelists to the stage.
You trapped me.
Oh.
I have water already.
Good to go. Okay, thank you everyone for being here. I think we have a really good panel, a really important topic. So in California, there are 6.8 million low-income, or 6.8 million adults between the ages of 25 and 54 who have graduated high school but don't have a college degree or credential. And Chancellor Christian and her office have made it a priority to engage these individuals and bring college to them. So I want to start with you, Chancellor Christian. What makes the community colleges positioned well to support these individuals and support their economic mobility?
Well, hello everyone again. Welcome back. And before I respond to Michael Burke's question, I want to introduce you to this gentleman to my right. Michael Burke did an incredible piece about community college enrollments, I think, was it last week?
I think so.
Yeah, last week. And it's a real good piece that, talks about our enrollment fluctuation with the pandemic and coming back. And he's done many insightful commentaries on higher education here in California, and super excited to be on the stage with Stuart Knox and Ben Sheeta. It seems like all partners in this work and the question that Michael is putting forward. I will answer Michael's question not as the Chancellor of the California Community Colleges, but as an immigrant who came to this country decades ago. So I grew up in the southern part of India, and then came to USC to go to grad school. No, I could not afford USC. I came on a scholarship, a teaching assistantship. And at that time, really discovered the community colleges. And it seemed to me when I got to understand the scope of the community colleges here in California and the ability for all of the colleges and their centers to be deeply connected with their communities, it was just mind-blowing, the power and the asset that the state of California had invested, over time. And so to me, it seemed like if California was tackling any problem, the solution to any problem needed to start with community colleges. And it needed to start with looking at investment, return on the investments that the state has already made. And definitely our current governor, and I keep looking at Ben when I think about the governor, because to me, Ben is our vehicle for higher ed to be able to communicate with the governor's office with all of the investments. So with economic mobility being in the forefront, there are two major factors that are impacting the world, impacting the nation, and I feel California can lead with a solution. The two things are climate change and climate action, and our governor is in a big way tackling it and putting California in the forefront of a solution. And the second is technology and generative AI and its presence and its impact. So today's conference, when it centers on if we are looking at California to thrive economically, we must also consider California to thrive socially. And we must consider California to thrive with every citizen feeling a sense of empowerment and an ability to realize that American dream. So the socioeconomic mobility call to action is something that community colleges can lead because they are connected to two big institutions that need to be connected to make economic mobility happen, and that is the industry sector. So the industry sector is where you're looking at the new economic development opportunities, the new technologies, and then you're looking on the other side, labor. And that's where we have Secretary Knox here, who's been a good partner with community colleges. And so our role is to make sure that we continue to promote economic growth and so that our communities thrive economically. So that's one leg of the three-legged stool. But at the same time, community colleges keep in mind our social contracts with our communities, the health and well-being of our communities, and our environmental soundness, environmental justice. And this is where we are the only entity that can broker that relationship of economic mobility between those two entities.
Well, you mentioned Secretary Knox's agency, so I want to turn to you. What is the labor agency's role? How do you see it in terms of working with the community colleges to engage these adult learners? And I know you already have quite a few partnerships underway with some of the colleges, so maybe you can also tell us a little bit about some of those.
Sure, yeah, absolutely. So, well, it's great to be here as a partner with the community college system. I was actually, as a lot of folks know, I actually worked for community college for 7 years, and so have a great love of the community college system and also understand it well enough to probably be dangerous, but it's also helpful as the labor secretary to understand how the community college system and just the breadth and scope for which it can work. And working with Sonia and Ben have just been able to move mountains in terms of the executive order and really think about how we do this better. So under labor agency, we have 4 entities which are workforce development entities. We also have EDD, DIR. We have some small departments there as well that we oversee. Not complicated at all. But the 4 workforce development entities is the California Workforce Development Board, which administers about $1 billion a year in workforce development funds. We have the Workforce Services Branch, which is part of EDD, which is where our 45 local boards, and many of you probably know your local boards, are funded through the federal legislation of Workforce Innovation Opportunity Act. We have the Division of Apprenticeship Standards, which is all where the DAS funding comes through and from, and also the approval process for those programs, for apprenticeship training programs. And then we have the Employment Training Panel, which I have folks here today as a sponsor to the event today, which is a state-funded program. It's a tax on employers, probably one of our key components for which we work with industry, from the industry side, to make sure that industry, which I was also the director of at one point, so under Governor Brown, so I have affinity for ETP, but they really work with the industry side and labor to make sure that we're ensuring that as industry grows or changes or modifies, that they have an opportunity with us as the state of California invest with them funding. We work with the community college system a lot under that system of ETP, some with the California Workforce Development Board and Division of Apprenticeship Standards as well through the apprenticeship. So the governor put out $135 million, what we call the Apprenticeship Innovation Fund, last year's budget. which is really to mirror the RSI side, so the related supplemental instruction side from the community colleges, which is really on the construction side. And then the new AIF is really designed with the community colleges CAI funds, so many acronyms, California Apprenticeship Initiative, that is, as those become a DAS approved, the apprenticeship standards approved, then that system can actually access funds on the non-traditional side. So we have a lot of work that actually happens. I would say contract education through the employment training panel is one of our core entities that we're going to continue to build off of, just because industry and labor are at the table on both sides of that for continued growth and mobility of workers as well. Where I think the key components, we have a lot of work to do, but I think opportunity to work with Sonia and the Chancellor's office around is really moving people out of insecure jobs or low-wage jobs. And that really is our adult, what we call our adult populations and youth populations that we also have funding around as well. About $65 million in opportunity youth funding that's coming out, probably April, May, really looking at how we work with K-12 community college systems to do pre-apprenticeship training programs. And then in addition to that is another $25 million, what we call the governor's 15% money, which is under the direction of the governor, of course, is to move around the executive order. How do we bring either out-of-school youth or adults that have, we're calling youth now 18 to 28-year-olds, back into the education system. And so I think that's where our biggest opportunities to work with the Chancellor's office on.
Got it. Shifting gears just a little bit. So you all may have seen, I think it was in August, the Governor Newsom had an executive order calling for a master plan for career education. So Ben, could you tell us about how does that executive order, the master plan, how does that play into some of the work that Chancellor Christian and Secretary Knox just described?
Yeah, so it's really trying to coordinate and harmonize this work as best as possible. So I'll start by just kind of pointing out some oddities around our education and workforce systems as we currently know them. So some of you might know this about me, but others might not, and this might be fairly personal, but when I was 14, I dropped out of high school and spent a whole year in isolation in my room, feeling terrible about myself because I felt like I had ruined my educational career forever. Think about the ridiculousness of that statement. I was 14 years old and thought I had thrown my life away because I got off track. That is the type of system that we have in which we are setting expectations, unrealistic expectations for our students and our people. And then when they are not able to meet those expectations, we blame them and we make them feel bad about it. I love being here right now in a space that is committed to lifelong learning and adult learners because they face the same problem. We basically shove people out the door at 18 and say, good luck, navigate complex labor markets. Labor markets are gonna change dynamically with AI and emerging technology. Good luck. And if you cannot figure it out, it's your fault. You're not worth it. You're not valuable. Think about how ridiculous that is. Think about all the times that you have joked about how you've never learned X, Y, or you've never used a skill that you learned in high school, X, Y, or Z skill. Like, ha ha ha, I took this whole class for this whole semester and I never once used it in adult life. We all went through that, right? Think about how ridiculous that is. Think about every time you've heard somebody joke that, they're like 30 years old and they're like, I'm finally starting to figure out what I want to do with my life. Think about how ridiculous that is. Think about what a manifestation of the failures of our systems all of these examples are. And the reality is we inherited these systems. Both in our lived experience, we all went through the same thing as students. And we inherited the system as policymakers and policy doers, right? We are constantly butting our heads up against these walls because the systems were irrational and not centered on what we actually care about from the get-go. We all went through it, and the systems were able to keep going at the time because the labor markets weren't quite as demanding, and they weren't, people only had one job for their whole lives and that sort of thing. All that's changing. We are on a slow-moving train wreck, and we have a short window to actually address it. And the way I think about it is I have 39 months to work with you all and you all to try to reorient in harmony the foundations of our education system. Something that we haven't done in decades and decades and decades. But unless we do it now, unless we do it and we start turning the ship now, We are going to be setting our young people up for a situation in which 10 years out from now, they're totally off on their own in the way that I described, whether it was me as a 14-year-old or whether it was the adult learner that I was talking about. And so it is on us to try to shift all of this now. And what I want to point out about the EO and the master plan is this is so cool. It is not common for the education leaders, the segment leaders, to hang out all that much, let alone the segment leaders and the labor secretary. We are trying our best to break down silos. My title is Senior Advisor for Cradle to Career, because we are not thinking about it from an institutional lens or perspective. We are thinking about it from the perspective of our people, our young people, our families. And so what the EO and the Master Plan for Career Education represents to me is, A, let's do a better job implementing what we got. But B, let's not let ourselves off the hook for the more foundational work that needs to happen to set all of ourselves up for success so that we're not constantly in fights around, BA or not BA, or this program, these two systems not being able to work together. That's all a product of bad rules and bad logic that we all inherited. And it's on us now to actually redo that logic in a way that makes sense for the next 20, 30 years out from now. So that's what the master plan represents to me, and I'm so excited to work with you all for the next 39 months to see what we do.
Ben and I are on the same clock, so it's like 39 months.
39 months.
Sonia's going to be here a long while.
Yeah, that's true. Sorry, I should.
But they think they're going to escape us, and no, we're going to keep them with us, right? Yeah.
So Sonia, these 6.8 million adults that I brought up earlier, when it comes to engaging them, bringing college to them, it kind of seems a little bit like a daunting task, to try to engage them, especially if they've never been to college before. So can you tell us sort of about some of the ways that you're gearing up to try to engage them and get them on the path to a well-paying career?
Yeah. Actually, earlier this morning when I was speaking, I used the word, in some of the work we're undertaking, it's kind of terrifying because it's how do you even start, and you keep thinking about resources and wanting to invest it smartly. But I do want to sort of take us in a path of relationships and trust. And Ben got me thinking, because what you see here, it's a group of people who've been working on a variety of different issues and tackling a variety of issues so that at some point, when it comes together, that's when the change happens. So it's seeding a lot of different things for that career education master plan that the governor has asked us to create. And in working with Ben and Stuart prior to the EO being announced, to me it felt like this governor was revisiting the higher education master plan. And it made me go back, we all talk about the higher education master plan, and except for a few of you, maybe Constance Carroll has read every page of it, but I don't know how many have actually read it. And when I went back and sort of did a cursory look, it seemed to me that the foundational principles were organized around trying to get higher ed to know what sort of path they were on, so that we could open up access to individuals. So it was more an organizing principle to be able to handle the enrollments that were coming our way. The principle that I see behind the master plan that this governor, working with Ben and all of us, is trying to achieve is really centering our community and our students, and then everyone coming together and not talking about this is your lane, this is mine, but together figuring out what is it that we need to do so that that cradle to career is really what happens in California, and it's not just a data system. It's how we do our work. So looking at the 6.8 million, to me, I feel it is a small part that community colleges can play toward this bigger idea of taking California to the next level, and it has equity all over it. It has equity written everywhere. Very specifically, before I punt it back to you, Michael, very specifically, Earlier I talked about several demonstration projects. So the apprenticeship demonstration project, again, working with Stuart and Dee Dee Myers, is one particular node or a seed that we're putting in, and we're going to nurture it so that it has huge impact. The Pathways for Low Income, the 6.8 million, we're tackling with an MOU with United Domestic Workers that serve 171,000, right? So we're trying a proof of concept. So we're going through demonstration projects, start really thinking about the systems, the policy reforms, and then really mobilizing locally, because all the action really happens at the local level. What we do is coordinate and connect, and then we get the resources from the governor and the legislature. So I'm optimistic that with the detail and the careful care that we are putting on those demonstration projects, that all of a sudden we're going to see that there is a lot of change happening all at once. And the number I put out there is, it's 6.8 million, but if you think, what is 5% of that number? It's 300,000. And 300,000 are the number of students in our UC system. And we as the community college, we're getting ready to absorb that magnitude into our 106 colleges plus. I'm sure there'll be more plus. That's all I've got.
Okay, that's a lot. Stuart, you referenced in your opening comments contract education. I'm curious if you could go a little deeper on that and kind of how the community colleges kind of tie into some of your priorities when it comes to contract education.
Yeah, absolutely. So when I became the director of ETP, we had a few community colleges under contract ed doing some amazing work. And so one of the thoughts coming out of the community college system that I had was to think about how do we build on those colleges that were doing really good work there. The relationship with industry, because they're pretty much self-supporting, as we know, they have to be connected to industry to get the work done and to be paid for it, essentially. And so ETP saw that as a great example of how we could actually work with the college system in a much greater way. So we created at the time, I think there's more than this, but I'll do it from my 2014 days, 12 community colleges, what we called hub community colleges, which then subcontracted to other colleges to actually get the work done. And then ETP is on a reimbursement model, so either the employers are paying for it up front, or the colleges actually has skin in the game as well. Usually it's the employer. And then ETP reimburses back for those training hours that were expended during the period of time. We think that model is really good because labor's at the table in many cases. The employer is always at the table because they're the ones working with the community college system to design the training, to develop the strategy. And then what are the opportunities from that point forward? Things I wish that we could do different with that is trying to get from a not-for-credit to a non-credit course, potentially, honoring credit for prior learning. It's interesting, like all the things, competency-based education, and I think that may be a really good place, at least from where I sit, of where we could start to do some of that work under the contract ed, because we have the employer at the table. And so we're going to need that employer engagement, and that's at least from the labor agency's perspective, to understand where the person is in their line of training and how we further develop their skills. The employer pays for most of it up front, so we know the value based on that employer's needs. They're paying for that person to be in training and developing the strategy with the community college system. So I think it's endless for what we can do with contract ed. It's just figuring out those next steps that I think would be helpful. Also, I think building blocks to certification programs. And so one of the key pieces, which I didn't get there while I was at ETP, unfortunately, but was really thinking about how certifications can build within the community college system to also lead to degree programs. And I think that's some of the next steps we need to look at, in addition to our apprenticeship training programs.
So I know we're here mostly about adult learners, but I'm also curious about some of your intersecting goals around, really starting much earlier than that. And with the executive order, I know one of the goals is to make sure that by 9th grade, students are, encouraged to explore, possible well-paying careers. And then at the same time, Sonia, you've made clear that you want to enroll every 9th grader in a college class. So I'm curious if either one of you or maybe both of you could address this, but how do you think those two things kind of, play off each other? Do you expect that those two goals will, work hand in hand?
Yeah, I could get us going. I think two ways. One is relevancy. So I'll start there. I think that in general, education is facing a crisis of irrelevancy, which is to say we're seeing in our K-12 schools chronic absenteeism, we're seeing in higher ed declining enrollment. We could argue forever about the value proposition of anything under the sun, but at the end of the day, we are facing a mismatch between what students and young people think is valuable of their time and how they want to spend, how they think, what they think is a good investment for their own futures. What they tell us they want is a well-paying career that they could provide for their families and can give them meaning and purpose. And so that's why we are here together. That's why we're focused on career education, because at the end of the day, what we're trying to do with the Master Plan for Career Education is align our systems with the lived reality of our students and families. And so to go to the point around 9th grade, it's worth taking a step back. Let's take a step back at the whole education system and really look cradle to career. What are we trying to do? I would say, and this isn't a formal policy or anything, but just to kind of help give a general construct, think about it from the lens of yourself as maybe a parent of a child. Like, what do you care at each stage in your child's life? So I would say, generally speaking, in the early ages, we all care about nurturing students, or nurturing our young people. We care about, are you fed? Are you well? Are you safe? We don't care a whole lot about, like, are you optimized on your test scores? Like, we care mostly, you're 8-year-old, are you fed? Are you safe? Are you well? So what we should be focusing on doing is developing those basic skills in those early grades, but really just trying to wrap ourselves around those students so that we are making sure that their basic needs are being met, that we are closing opportunity gaps before they become achievement gaps. And then when it gets to high school, 9th grade, secondary school, everything should be about launching that student, getting that kid out of your house, right? You don't want you basically want a helicopter. Basically the vision is, how do we make sure that we can all helicopter all of our students like crazy. Make sure that they are thinking about not just like being offered opportunities to think about different career pathways, but they're being pushed into it. Besides dropping out of high school, I also went to Harvard, and I met a lot of classmates who they were helicoptered up the wazoo, right? Like, they had all sorts of internships in high school. They were like of all sorts, lawyering, chocolatier. Like, it was like weird. It's like, and so it's like, it's an equity issue as well, because we have to ensure that everyone has the capacity and they're actually empowered to dream big and to dream real. And so all of high school should be about helping students discover, not only helping, but provoking them to discover what it is in their lives that are going to give them purpose and that's going to be able to put food on their tables. And then the last piece that actually connects to the adult ed side of things is nurture, launch, relaunch. We have to develop a culture and expectation that everyone is going to have to relaunch a couple times in their career. That should be normal. There should be one big runway leading from basically 9th grade all the way out into the rest of your life, that anytime you want to, you can land back on it and get back up and down. That is what our system should be orienting around. And so that's, in my mind, how to think about a lot of the Master Plan for Career Education, and that's the reason why we start at 9th grade, is because we can't think about it in terms of these silos, community college, UC, or CSU, nor can we talk about it in terms of post-secondary or workforce. It's the same thing. K-12 is also the same thing. We're all doing the same things. Why are we having separate conversations at separate tables? And so really, the EO and also this is all an effort to try to create a coherent vision in which we're supporting our students on their whole journeys from cradle to career.
Well, I mean, what I would add to that, when the governor talks about high school and the 9th grade, actually that was put into the roadmap for California community colleges. In fact, the metric that is called out in the roadmap is 12 college credits by the time a student graduates high school. So when we were trying to sort of operationalize and realize it, we felt that starting in the 9th grade, you've got 4 years to get those 12 credits and still give you an opportunity without sort of being tracked or boxed in for students to be able to explore. And every year by taking a college class, you learn more and decide, okay, I didn't want to do this, I want to do something else. So it's very much an alignment with the governor's goal. I do want to go back to the word purpose that Ben put out there, but I'll wait on that. Let me come back to the way we're designing the dual enrollment. Now, we just had 436,000 8th graders who went into 9th grade. So they're in 9th grade right now. So if we try to say that all 436,000 of them are going to be doing CalGETC, which is a transfer, and go toward a baccalaureate, that's probably not going to work out. Some are going to say, well, I'm not going to do college. So what we are saying is, what are the different types of learning that could happen in the high school, and how can the community college recognize it as college learning so they can initiate and accumulate that credit? Because at the end of the day, research shows that that baccalaureate provides that economic mobility, right? So, so when we're looking at sort of the three paths, one is the transfer pathway, one is if you're in CTE classes, and then if you're in apprenticeship, if we can give college credits for the learning that happens in apprenticeships, then they're already accumulating those college credits. But it's not these divided pathways, but it's all treating it as learning that's happening as a whole. So I wanted to say that. Going back to the word purpose, it's something that keeps me up at night as I'm getting into the generative AI piece, and looking ahead when a lot of the skills can be automated. At the end of the day, what is really going to be the value of the human being? And to me, it's going to be that sense of community, that sense of purpose. So when we're rethinking our curriculum as well, starting in high school, in addition to the skills that get them the good paying jobs, and we have to stay committed to that. That's why we have this conference, right? Because that basic need of getting a living wage job for your family is something that escapes Californians. I mean, it's hard to even believe, coming from a third world country, to imagine that in California we have families who are living under the poverty level. It's crazy. So that commitment needs to be there, and while we're continuing to make sure that the industry needs are being met with those who are skilled and can compete in this new work world, we as community college educators need to continue to nurture the individual. And that individual sense of purpose, the individual sense of value, and living in community is something that I love that Ben talked about it, and we need to continue to explore how we hold both in the same conversation. Because it goes beyond providing the jobs for our industry. It also goes to having that commitment to humans and to our communities.
I think we're out of time, so thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Stuart, last word?
No, I think you finished it well.
Thank you so much.
All right,
for the panel.
out of time. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, the audience.
Thank you.
Okay, for our next session, session 5, it is titled, let's see, there we go. Workforce Training and Development, Not for Credit, Programs that Lead to Economic Mobility for Special Populations. Our moderator this afternoon is Mr. Gary W. Adams, Dean of Workforce and Economic Development Division, Office of Equitable Student Learning, Experience and Impact for the California Community Colleges. Mr. Adams is a Dean in the Workforce and Economic Development Division in the Chancellor's Office. He has more than 4 decades of managerial and professional experience in both the private and public sector, as well as national recognition for excellence and achievement in both. Please welcome Mr. Adams and our new panel.
Well, it's a hard act to follow the Chancellor and the Labor Secretary and the Governor's Chief Deputy, but we are going to give it a go. I think today has been awesome. I don't know about you, but I have been urging this consideration of non-credit as on-ramps to credit is fabulous. It's at the core of the way we want to push CAPE funds into our colleges and build those on-ramps in non-credit. There are 3 buckets in community colleges. There are the non-credit, the credit, Stewart referenced contract ed. That's the not for credit, the 3rd bucket. And so that's what our panel is going to talk about today.
Good segue.
And I would like to introduce Kazim Amiji, Director of Community Relations for the San Diego Gas and Electric Company. Karen Lieber, she's the Director of the Employee Training Institute here at our host college. And lastly, we have Ann Rafferty, who is Director of the Training Place at Butte College. Let's start with a question for Ann. What statewide contract ed workforce training services do you provide? Who is the population you serve? And what have been your outcomes?
All right, well, thank you, Gary. I appreciate this opportunity to talk about what our contract education units do across the state, where we're providing rapid response to hearing the business needs and what the employee needs are. And what that looks like and sounds like is we're sitting with an employer and their HR leader who is trying to provide a career pathway for an individual who is working for them. And what happens out of that is we're not only looking at the employee, we're also identifying process improvement initiatives that happen with a bottom line impact to that operation. And that has some meaningful work. We're addressing and talking about that lifelong learner who is working and being able to build their career, and the employers at the table with us to be able to develop that customized training plan. Then there's a second population that we work with, and that's a dislocated worker, where we're identifying and listening to industry needs and then being able to target the job tasks and the duties that that individual needs to be successful in all of our communities. And so what's unique about our contract ed units and what has evolved in talking about the speed of trust and collaboration, we've been able to work across the state, and we've been able to share some data here with our outcomes. So on the left here is a map, and this is data that is collected from the payroll from the employee of working with the employer of each of the contracts that have been held with the core community colleges. So there are 10 community colleges that are in the black diamonds that are really hard to see, and the green dots are the subcontracting colleges. So we have 29 colleges working together through our employment training panel agreements and being able to touch the people across California. And this is dense for a reason. It's based off of the zip codes of the people that we are working with. The only white sections that are in this map, which is a map and data from 2010 through 2018, are those territories that are areas of the counties that we hadn't touched yet. So over on the right, the outcomes of that is we had 45,000 trainees in this population. Most important is the wage progression that this population experienced out of our work with them at our community colleges. And the retention was 97%, with a cost of $728 for a 40-hour average training. And most important when we're talking about economic mobility is the impact from a tax perspective that that worker was able to bring back $450 in tax impact back to that community. And that was over an 8-year period. Fast forward to now, and what does that look like over this past year? That impact continues with a core group. This is preliminary data out of the $15 million that was brought out of general funds that is being administered through the employment training panel. And this impact shows all the blue dots on the left, again, are zip codes, but we have 12 colleges. This is data from 9 of those colleges thus far. We haven't completed that project yet. We will complete it in March of 2024, but we're near its completion, close to 100%, just with the 12 colleges. And so the impact from the special populations that we're working with, we've made significant progress with gender, where our female population has increased to the 47%, where we were hovering around in the high 20s and the low 30s before in the previous 8-year study. And then from a racial perspective of how we're providing equality and increasing that population, our Hispanic population of those that we have served has increased from 48% in the previous study to the current, which is landing around 53%. And that's only currently based off of what we have in the preliminary results. And then the population of those that we serve, you can see the age bracket of is around 59% of those individuals who are coming to us as a lifelong learner with some college and some and they have a graduate level degree. And then there are others that haven't stepped foot on a campus before, but they're stepping foot on our campuses and seeing themselves as a community college student in partnership that employer is also investing in them. And that's a super proud moment for them to have. An example of our work together and drilling down on a population, especially when Dr. Christian was talking about our impact on the climate, is sitting alongside our rapid response with the industry associated with the utilities. The utilities back in 2019, post-Camp Fire up in Butte, we had the experience of what it was like of the impacts of fire on our community. And so working with Pacific Gas and Electric, they invested $6.25 million with the community colleges to build the utility line clearance arborist training and pre-inspector training. Our goal was 925 workers. We have 10 colleges working on this standardized curriculum. We have graduated over 891 workers. We have a class that's in session this week here in San Diego. It's the first class down here in San Diego, and we're really proud around this program. And the reason why is this is a population and a profession that is respected in a way that it keeps all of us safe in being able to perform those duties and tasks safely. So we standardize the curriculum. We have national partners. We are leading, as Californians, we are leading the nation in this program, where we've been able to answer many calls from different states of how we're doing this, working alongside of the utilities, the utility contractors, and the collective community colleges. Over in the right, Alyssa came to us and this is all started during the pandemic, since 2019. Alyssa, she's my favorite quote. She's still now working for Mountain F Enterprises, and she has 4 children. She's a single mother, and how she feels is that she can go home safe to her babies every day. And she has this is 3 years, 4 years later, and now she's continuing to work. These are high wages, they're union wages, they're on a skilled path where every 6 months they progress, and then they top out at the 18-month progression, starting at $24.65 on the prevailing wage schedule. And then by 18 months, they're then upwards of $36 an hour. They make double time versus overtime, and it's a profession and a project that we're really proud of that we can build on. Female graduates in non-traditional careers, we've got some work to do here, but we've got some great numbers. Across the board, it's 13% with all of the colleges. But as you can see, by colleges, we've been trying to track of all of the graduates. What do our female graduate, what does that population look like? And so Alyssa represents our Latina female population, and as we start to dig deeper in the demographics of what work we can do with our communities, this is some good data to share of some stories that impact individuals that are contributing to the community.
Fascinating. So what do we learn? We learn that contract ed is probably the most nimble of our campus organizations, to effectuate employer engagement. Contract Ed exists on the funding that it brings in to perform the training. We have with us Kazim, who represents a major employer in the San Diego area, and we appreciate you being here today. How has San Diego Gas and Electric's partnership with the California community colleges assisted you in addressing workforce shortages? And what has been the greatest value of that relationship?
Thank you. And first and foremost, appreciate you all for having me here, and SDG&E on this panel. Truly honored to be here. You know, Ann mentioned talking about the utility line clearance program, and give a little bit of background for the utility space, and specifically San Diego Gas and Electric. We provide charitable investments towards I would say 4 given areas, and the one that I'll touch on today is what we call economic prosperity, which is in the form of job training, workforce training, and workforce development. And the utility line clearance arborist program is the epitome of workforce training. It is a 200-hour, 5-week tuition-free program that provides the next pipeline of utility arborists. And people ask, well, why utility arborists? Why arborists in the space of the utility? Well, wildfire mitigation is one of the biggest risks. I should say wildfire itself is one of the biggest risks for the utilities, as well as one of the biggest risks for the state. And so an arborist program of this nature allows for the next pipeline and development of the workforce to clear vegetation, to clear shrub trees from utility lines and prevent a spark, which is essentially a wildfire mitigation technique. This particular program, very proud that SDG&E is involved with San Diego College of Continuing Education, even the Urban Core as well. And because it really provides what we've seen as a void in workforce for arborists. And for such a critical element for the utility as well as the state, this program provides that development. One thing that I think is key to mention is that this is, to our knowledge, the first partnership between an educational institution and the utility that is line itemed in our wildfire mitigation plan. And so what is... And that's a big kudos.
It's a big deal.
That's a big deal. So what is the wildfire mitigation plan? It is a plan that is approved and decided upon by our California Public Utilities Commission, what we call our CPUC, that governs all utilities and says, your wildfire mitigation plan, strategies and tactics need to go through this approval process. And when we put that line item in for the utility line clearance arborist program, there was no hesitation, or I would say really it passed with flying colors. And so it speaks, and it's a testament to the work that we're doing statewide to really prevent fires. With that, there's $1.2 million dedicated from the PUC through San Diego Gas and Electric towards this program over the next 3 years. That is a big deal because that is something that we have never seen in the PUC proceedings, or what I like to call court cases in a sense, that we have not seen the likes of that in the past. And then the last thing I'll mention is just a little bit of statistics. Last year, 2022, the cohorts, we had about 40 graduates from the cohorts. 60% were employed as a result of the program. And that's a huge number and a huge testament to the success of the program. The other aspect of that as well is the companies that do hire from the cohort are subcontractors to the utilities from Pacific Gas and Electric, from Southern California Edison, and specifically San Diego Gas and Electric. And not only is it contractors that are subcontractors to SDG&E, but also some of them have actually worked for SDG&E directly in our wildfire mitigation and line clearing opportunities within our workforce. And so, again, I can't speak highly enough of the partnership that we have to really create this program and make this a sustainable program. And I know I said last time, but this is the last thing I'll mention. What I'm proud about is the creation of a job that is, to me, the impetus to generational wealth, right? We are now providing an opportunity, and it's the opportunity, right? And that I can't overstate that enough. That's the opportunity for individuals to change lives, right? To change their careers and to be in a sustainable career that is long-term. And again, create generational wealth and break that cycle. And so for me, it's a win-win-win situation, not only for the college, not only for the students, not only for the utility, but certainly for the state overall.
Absolutely. We're going to show a quick video.
We have a quick video.
And we have a quick video of exactly what Kazim is alluding to.
This program is about utility line clearance, so it's just clearing trees away from power lines that could be like taking power from houses.
I never imagined myself doing this type of work. That's why using the chainsaw, it's super inspiring for me because I never thought I would be able to do it. Since I started learning, I learned that I'm capable of more things if I wanted to do it. Knowing the equipment, how to inspectionate it, and how to properly use it. Always wear PPE, where the stuff it's needed for because it's different ropes for climbing.
Learning how to climb trees, knots are getting better, safety, you know what I'm saying? OSHA certified already.
So I want to learn more about it. I want to open more doors for me in the future, and this training helps a lot with it.
Hey guys, my name is Julian Mesa. I've always expressed a high level of interest to become an arborist, and I came across a website online that just talked about how San Diego Gas and Electric donated money for this program to happen, and how I said I was interested, I signed up right away.
Gary, Kazim wants to say one more thing.
One thing I do want to mention, first Devon, who was in the video, phenomenal. I remember meeting him the first day, and the joy that he just has in his now profession, right? It's transformative. And one thing that was mentioned in there, you know, they had mentioned SDG&E donated funds, and I like to get away from that language. This is not a donation. This is a charitable investment. This is an investment to the community. And so, again, when you look at it full circle, it's quite amazing the impact. And at the end of the day, what's the impact that's being made on the lives, and not only to the lives that are involved in this program, but the community overall, and making sure it's a thriving community. And so,
it's fantastic. If you listen to my boss, Sonia, one of the things that she's passionate about, and many things, is economic mobility. And that's what Kazim is talking about. Nimbleness, economic mobility, changing lives. And we're talking about one of the major employers, not only in San Diego, but in the state of California. If a tree falls in the forest and no one hears it, if our graduates do not get jobs, are we really helping lift them up, as I know everyone in this room is passionately committed to? Karen.
Yes.
How does the training that you provide address equity and barriers to employment? What are the benefits for the workforce, including the employees and employers, as well as the colleges?
Thank you. Thank you for that question. First, I want to show you. You guys have all been watching our faces. I want to show you a few things. You know, one of the obstacles to getting a job is having the correct equipment. So we provide all of our students with shirts, and the shirts are specially logoed with our very own Annie Design logo. And we also provide them with all the PP&T they need. And then they get to keep some of the PP&T to take with them onto the job. We buy them boots And I also want to talk to you about the fact that we partner with two other very important entities, Urban Corps and California Conservation Corps. So between the three of us, we bring 20 students together twice a year to enter this program. And we have a job fair at the end, and like Annie was explaining, these are union wage jobs. They can join the electrical union. The next program we're just now starting is that Annie also mentioned was our PI, pre-inspector program. It's going on right now if you want to go watch. It is at the North City campus. We have 20 new students, and what they're going to be doing is inspecting the trees, walking the lines, and looking for any kind of obstacle, and then they map it on their iPad, and then they go back, and the tree arborists go in later on and clear that area. So we have these two compatible programs that I think the main thing is that we're talking about the 6.8 million, and the people that we are reaching in these two programs are sometimes completely out of the workforce. We're bringing somebody in for the very first time. Urban Corps and Conservation Corps as well. I mean, one of our students, the one who made this video for us, he flew in on the last transport plane from Afghanistan. And he made this video, and he's in our pre-inspector program right now. He's already completed our utility line clearance program. You know, he's just a rock star student. And so I just want to say that not only are we training them in a high demand field, but they're simultaneously getting their GED and high school diploma. So they're going to be launched. This program I know is like our showcase program, but I want to talk to you about three other programs that we're involved with. We do all the training at the military prisons in town, Pendleton and Miramar, and we offer really quality teaching like barbering, plumbing, welding, HVAC, a career that we have researched to find if there's a shortage, so when they exit the prison, they can get a high-paying job and reduce recidivism. And again, we supply all the textbooks. We have a baking class going on. Right now, we have a industrial sewing class. So it really is a great opportunity and the military is so supportive of us providing these behind-the-wire trainings. And then we do that at both prisons, Miramar and Pendleton. And then the last one I wanted to visit about is National Immigration Forum. We have a relationship with the grocery store industry, and they field in their own store a selection of entry-level employees that they feel could move into management. So we provide them with 24 weeks of vocational training so that they can then enter Mesa College and begin their certificate program so they can become a store manager. And so those are just some samples of some of the other ways that contract education touches the lives of these 6.8 million. And oftentimes, most of this training, of course not the prison, but most of this training is either occurring online or on our campuses. So for example, the training we're doing right now at the North City campus, they're in one of our rooms, a multi-purpose room. They're eating lunch on the second floor in the student lounge. They're picking up our college catalog and browsing through it. I mean, we're moving them into an idea that I fit here, I belong. Thank you.
This is a question for the group. Our Chancellor was very articulate about Vision 2030 and what we want to accomplish over the next few years. How can contract education be a key contributor to this strategic plan? What will you need, and what would you like to see accomplished between now and 2030? Everyone on the panel, please.
Want me to go first?
Go ahead.
Yeah, go for it. Well, I've only been in this position for 2 years, so I started during COVID. one day after we shut down for COVID, one day before I started. So we had a statewide organization, a TAP organization, that is what taught me how to do this job. I didn't inherit the job from a person who was retiring. I kind of just was thrown into it. And luckily we had this wonderful trainer and organization that has since been dismantled. And I think there's only 35 contract education divisions in the state.
That we know of.
That we know of. And we would like to see the TAP reestablished, because we feel that's the way that we can come together, learn together. You know, Annie will come up with a great program, and then we share the ideas, and then I go, let me start that program here. And so I think that's a great way of sharing and learning about how we could do this as a state rather than just as a siloed college.
35 of 116. We want to drive that contract ed. We want to drive non-credit into all 116. Any others in terms of a 2030 vision?
Well, I look at Carol and Annie, and I think about how far we've come from the inception, right? And you both have been on the ground level. And really all of this stems from collaboration and partnership. And then I'll put my philanthropic and community relations hat on for a second. But really, at the end of the day, we need everyone to come to the table to solve what I think is going to be a big issue in the state of California, which is just workforce development. Yes. If we want to have a thriving community, if we want to have a community that is reflective of the diversity that we have in our region, we've got to create programs that allow people to have the opportunities and the access and the awareness of these opportunities. And so, again, there's not a shortage of smart individuals that can do this. It's more about the opportunities and the awareness. And so I challenge not only just corporate organizations, but nonprofit organizations as well, college and educational institutions, to come together to create a pathway for success for a lot of individuals that need this help. This one clear example is this program. But there's many, many, many more, and really, we need everyone to come together to solve this, and so that would be my hope.
Thank you, Kazim.
And I would say our call to action is innovation. Innovation of building off of the strengths that we've been able to establish. We have a strong infrastructure. We have amazing partnerships. I mean, employers are trusting us with their employees. Our workforce development partners are trusting us with the dislocated worker population to help them succeed and contribute. And so our programs where the SB 1402 with the 22 million that was contributing to our programs really sat alongside in being able to make a difference in upskilling our workforce. And also the rapid training funds, the RTF funds that helped bridge the gap where ETP has a certain reimbursement for that employer, but some of the trainings cost more than the bottom line of what it costs to facilitate that class. And so how are we continuing to invest just like the employer is? Those numbers, that 15 million, that means the employer is also matching with that 15 million because they're paying the wages. It's an earn and learn model that we can build on. So I would put our excitement behind and our action behind that type of work where we could be innovative, creative, and build on California Conservation Corps partnerships that exist in 24 colleges, like the IPI or IEPI project that we have that's integrated. So there's so many things that we can integrate off of the great things we've done already.
Great. Generative AI, we've talked about that and how it's going to change many of our processes and procedures. We will need this kind of innovation and nimbleness that contract ed offers to be able to address those challenges in the vision for 2030. I'd like to open it up to questions from the audience. Time is over.
Time is over.
Until the audience says so.
Hi, everybody. Good afternoon. I'm Deanna Crabio. I'm
Project a little bit. I'm an educator. I have an educator's voice, so I project. Could you project?
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Deanna Crabio. I'm the Executive Director at San Bernardino Community College District. And I just wanted to add in there, our region, the Inland Empire region, is the only region that contract education not for credit is actually a voting member of the regional consortium. Unfortunately, the rest of the state is not. And so contract education and not-for-credit doesn't have the opportunity to really work with not-for-credit and credit because of that. Because we are a voting member of that regional consortium, we were able to secure $1 million on a yearly basis for responsive training. And programs such as this is exactly what we're talking about. One of the programs that we did is we worked with San Bernardino County HR Department. They couldn't get individuals who met minimum qualifications to apply for their jobs. So we sat down with them and we developed a 30-hour per week, 4-week program. And so when individuals go through that program, at the end of it, San Bernardino County gave them a certificate, a numbered certificate, that made them qualify for over 10 jobs. Our first cohort, 100% were employed. Our second cohort, 93%. We're in our third cohort right now. And we're now working with the non-credit side of the college. And we're going to make this into a certificate, a non-credit certificate, so that we can then keep this sustainable. But this is part of the innovation that the not-for-credit can do. We can get in there, we can create, we can develop with business, we can innovate, and then through these funds, we can then work with our colleges and we can keep these sustained through non-credit and credit.
So this has been a very thought-provoking day. I want to suggest something. I'm the Dean of Adult Education, that's non-credit, and apprenticeship. In apprenticeship, we're trying to drive apprenticeship into the mainstream of our training, our learning. Apprenticeship is the perfect model because it takes down the wall between learning and work, and you earn and learn at the same time. Because if you're the educators, you know you're working 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. to serve students. One of the things that I think we need more help on is employer engagement. That's been my experience over the last decade. And I would like to submit to you that perhaps for not-for-credit education could be like that intermediary that is with an apprenticeship system that goes out and establishes those employer relationships. Any other questions? I see that we're out of time.
We are. I think we used it all
They're
up.
pulling us off the stage.
That's
so
one of
I
those
would
folks.
like to thank our panel and thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Greg Smith. I have the privilege, responsibility, and terrifying role of serving as acting chancellor for the San Diego Community College District, behind the legacy of a remarkable and transformative leader in our system, who I will introduce shortly. Dr. King has graciously afforded me a few minutes to speak before I introduce the next section. And so I've been sitting for nearly 6 hours listening to so many thought-provoking ideas, comments, and much like Dr. Carroll earlier, I feel a lecture coming on, and I want to own the stage for the next 2 hours to say everything I want to say. So let me be very brief and try to get my most important points across quickly. I want to start with where we began and the incredible performance of Khalil Blue in settling us in this place where we are in our community, and recognize that as we talk about expanding access to education, as we talk about upward economic mobility, we need to recognize the fact that the fraudulent foundations of our labor market are that for the majority of human history, a majority of the labor was free through the exploitation of people. And so we're in this really interesting system where if I spend my time reading every word that Shakespeare wrote, and then reading every word that somebody else has written about what Shakespeare wrote, and then write a few words about what I think about it, I'm deemed to be worthy of a career that pays 6 figures and I can afford a house. But if I build that house, I'm deemed to be worth half that. And if I provide the lumber that went into helping to build that house, I get 1/4 of that. This is our labor market. And so when we talk about attaching value to positions and education to help people get out of low-wage jobs, I immediately think about, well, who's coming in behind them to fill those low-wage jobs, because those jobs are essential. And the fact that they pay a low wage is a big part of our problem. Now, what's great is that we are part of the solution, because just like the oddity of studying literature, meaning that you have worth in a labor market that is much higher, education created that. We are in the business of professionalizing work so that it has greater value in that labor market. And so I'd like to impress upon you, as we think about from a policy level, what we can be doing to fundamentally change the reality of Californians living in poverty. Part of that is changing how we value the work that they are doing, and that is a major part of our public value proposition in higher education. This leads to the conversations around equitable funding for non-credit. And let me start by recognizing that the framing of that word, non-credit, is credit is somehow something more valuable to us, more important to us, and so there's this other thing. So I'm so glad we're talking about adult education instead of non-credit, because we get out of that framing. But the realities are that we fund our non-credit FTES, our students, at about 60% of what we do our career development programs. Under the student-centered funding formula, if we fully earn for our credit students about 60%, as a result, across our state, most of our faculty teaching in these programs earn about 75% of what our credit faculty earn. There are structural inequities that go right to our base funding. And so the conversation about increasing the funding for non-credit FTES, for changing the way that we count those FTES and the level of funding that we get for them, is about equity in instruction, recognizing the value of the work that our faculty are doing, all of the support services. When we heard from our students earlier, I think Trayvon was very clear for us. It wasn't, I need a better chat bot that helps me navigate your website. It's, I need a human being to see me, tell me I'm important, and invest in my success. So if Lizette is in the room, I appreciate so much your work. Here's the advocacy we're asking for. Mark McDonald, I see you in the room. Here's the advocacy that we're asking for, that we need equitable funding for our non-credit programs, and really to change the language around that. And in closing, let me share why this is so important to me personally. My grandfather was a foster youth. He had a very difficult childhood. And while it's weird enough to ask an energetic young person to sit quietly at a desk that's not so comfortable for 8 hours and be talked to and expect them to say, yeah, this is wonderful, he had particular challenges beyond that that made him very quickly realize that he was not suitable for education. He never even completed high school. But fortunately, he was born and raised in a time and place where a white man in America could earn a living and actually support a family. And he was able to buy a small house out in La Mesa and provide for my grandmother, my father, and his brother and sister. My father grew up in a household that was challenging for him. He also had issues with the way that he was expected to behave in school, and was very quickly told education wasn't a space for him, and so he opted out. Did come back and get a GED, but then realized by the 1960s and 70s he needed something more, and went to a trade school that used to be down on Arrow Drive, got a certificate that allowed him to become an electrician in a job that, because of our partnerships with labor over the years, has been deemed to be worthy of a middle class living, and provided a foundation for the home that I grew up in. It was very important to my mother and father that I go to college, because they didn't, primarily because they saw so many other people earning more and having a better quality of life. But how do you do it when you get there? You're going to figure that out on your own. So I very much understand when our students were saying, I need somebody there to see me, value me, and help me get through this, because I was that student, and I was received and valued, and we need to give that experience to everyone. And then recognize that our students that are coming back into our non-credit programs are also our future credit students, that they are capable of success. They are capable of going on to getting an associate's degree, to going on to get a bachelor's degree, a master's degree. If we invest in them, they absolutely possess the power, the knowledge, the skill, the ability to do that, which leads us into this next session, where we're going to talk about that pathway from non-credit all the way to a baccalaureate degree, and why our system is so important in expanding access and equity in advanced education. So with that, fortunately, Dr. King read you the bio for Dr. Carroll earlier. I don't have to go through it. I'll tell you this, when I received it, she has done so many things and accomplished so much that if you reduced it to 6-point font and printed it out, I think it would still be 5 pages long. So let me just offer to you something that she said to me shortly after she had retired, and I ran into her and asked how retirement was going. And I'm so grateful for this. She said, I am an absolute failure at retirement. I'm busier now than I've ever been, and she is busy doing really important work to advocate for our system and bringing more baccalaureate programs. So I'm so grateful for her legacy and her work, as terrifying as it is to try to follow in those footsteps. With that, please welcome back to the stage Dr. Constance Carroll.
Well, everyone still looks bright and especially after lunch and everything. And Greg, thank you for your comments. And we'll get started. We have a distinguished panel, and which will be talking about adult education or credit and credit alignments, baccalaureate programs, and the like. And let me introduce them briefly. First, Dr. Ricky Shabazz, who is the president of San Diego City College. And he has over 20 years of experience as an executive in higher education. He came to this district having served in an exemplary manner as Vice President of Student Services at San Bernardino Valley College, and among other stops. Dr. Jacqueline Hester, who is the Dean of Child Development and the Emeritus Program for Senior Citizens at the San Diego College of Continuing Education. She was previously served as Dean of Community Education Programs at Kennedy King College in the City Colleges of Chicago. And Jolena Grande, who is the Director of Mortuary Science Program at Cypress College in the North Orange Community College District. That program was one of the 15 initial pilot programs for the bachelor's degree program. and doing an excellent job. She is a licensed funeral service practitioner. She has a massive amount of job history in this particular industry. She's also been active in the statewide academic senate and at the state chancellor's office, working on such things as faculty degree requirements. So, as you can see, we have an extraordinary panel with us, and without further ado, let's get started with the first question. For the panel, what are the long-term goals and aspirations for the non-credit to credit alignment pathway program, and how does that contribute to the educational mission of the institution? We'll start with you, Ricky.
Yeah, you know, as the president of San Diego City College, I want to acknowledge the role that the College of Continuing Education plays as one of our largest, if not the largest, feeder of students into the credit college from the non-credit side. And our district has a unique opportunity to offer as close to a free education for students starting at CE with the San Diego Promise program that we've done a fantastic job raising funds for both the non-credit and the credit students. So those students who start at CE have an opportunity to come to City College for free and likely do their first 2 years. With us entering into the space of offering a bachelor's program, which our application just opened on Sunday. There are 21 applications, I understand. And so now there's a clear pathway for non-credit students to come to the credit college, but also get a bachelor's degree in cyber defense. And we know that there are other bachelor programs in our district and likely going to be more. And so it is a clear opportunity to offer folks an opportunity to access the middle class and beyond, and not just to go into above livable wage careers, but high paying careers. And you want to talk about being a community or set of community colleges, this will transform the community when you give someone a six-figure earning opportunity.
Thank you. We've talked about good paying, and now we have high paying, which is wonderful. Jolena, do you want to take a stab?
Thanks, I appreciate it. I will take a stab at it. If we think in terms of our mission being foundational general education and career preparation, as well as credential attainment and completions, whether that's a certificate on the vocational side or an associate degree and transfer, you can clearly see how that's being done in the non-credit realm. It is preparing our students with the foundational general education. It is getting them their initial certification in particular areas of career preparation, and then transitioning them over into the credit-bearing side where they can pursue an associate degree or ultimately a baccalaureate degree. So when I think about us in the credit realm, looking at the non-credit as being less than, it makes zero sense. It makes perfect sense when you think of it as a complete pathway.
Oh, thank you. Dr. Hester?
Absolutely. So to add to the conversation when we talk about non-credit to credit alignment, I really want to be specific and kind of lay a solid foundation of really how we got here. Actually, thank you. Shout out to Bernie, Trustee Bernie. Opportunity became available to talk about this. What is non-credit to credit alignment? And so we had an opportunity as a district to apply for the grant. And it was through CE that we applied for this grant. Kudos to VP Fishstall and Kelly Hemwood. We actually received the grant, so we were one of 14 colleges to receive this grant throughout the country. So the work actually started there. This grant was in a time span of 4 years, so give me 4 minutes, I'll give you a quick backdrop of really what that looked like. So it was actually, I had an opportunity to co-lead this initiative with my colleague, Dr. Masa Omai. Dr. Masa is the dean at City Colleges. He also is, of course, on the credit side, but he leads the child development, and I have the pleasure of serving as the dean with child development. So you had two deans to really come in and work on this project from the non-credit and the credit side. And so what made this project so beautiful, because, you know, we have a lot of initiatives, but I think this one was really instrumental because typically when you have big initiatives like this with non-credit, it usually flows from top down. This one, VP Fishtaw, was really strategic in making sure it was really led by our deans and our faculty and academic senate. So it's really intentional. I would have to say, first off, this was data-driven. All the decisions that we made was based off of the data. And so we'll begin to talk a little bit more in the conversation and to really see this work was not done in silos. Everybody played a huge role, from our VPs to the Chancellor's office to the presidents to our academic senates as well as our faculty in doing so. And so an example that some work that we did with the Pathways, we focused on our CNA program and our child development program. So initially when we started off, we looked at our credit by exam classes. So when we started this project, we had 3 credit by exam classes that we offer. Through the work of our faculty and staff, now we actually have 9 that our students can come in non-credit and walk away with 9 credits. But not just 9 credits, these credits go towards observational hours. So it actually has an immediate impact for our students to be able to use these credentials not only to go in their associate's degree, but also to be able to go in and have a partnership with San Diego Unified that they can actually go in and start work immediately. So we've been very intentional about this work that we've done. Kudos to Dr. King. When she came in, she hit the ground running. One of the things that really I think was the icing on the cake for this project was she came in and she said, you guys fill me in about what's going on with NCAL. And so we really talked about it, and she said, you know, what's missing is we need an NCAL symposium. We're like, what? What's that? And so what we really end up doing, and Dr. King, she galvanized all the presidents together and VPs, and we actually had this roundtable, and so we began to talk about it. What does it look like with student services? You know, how does student services play a part in this transition? And so I think the beautiful thing about it, in that conversation, we all agree that we're not fighting for the same student. We walked away with, you know, this is a one man, one sound. And so now we like to call it, we have NCAL champions, because the project is over in 2015, but we're continuing to do the work. So one of the things that Masa and I did, we met with our coach monthly. We talked about different strategies. And so I think what made this better too is because in these conversations among colleagues, we really began to build authentic community, right? And so we have a lot of initiatives that's student-centered, but this one was different because amongst faculty and staff and colleagues, we built community and we centered the students in this process.
Well, very well said. The baccalaureate program has come up. What do you see as the benefits of the community college, in the community college system, to offer bachelor's degree programs for students? And how does the baccalaureate program align with the broader educational and workforce development goals in adult education? Let's start with.
Okay. You know, we know that many of our students are place-bound, and particularly in the case of the non-credit students who come to the credit colleges, many of them are what we would call, I mean, of course, all college students are adults, but these are working folks. They have families, they may own houses, they may have leases, so they can't just uproot their families and go to the CSUs and UCs that are not as selective as our local UCs or CSUs. And so I got to spend the last 2 years of my life literally fighting the CSU system, and we have to see the educational master plan changed in our lifetime, where this becomes, you know, we say this is about the students until it becomes about the students. So in this case, with the alignment between non-credit, a student can stay in their community and access a high quality education at an affordable cost. I think we would all agree that the cost of college has gotten ridiculous. Matter of fact, my colleague dropped his daughter off at USC. Now, I've been contributing to my 529 plan for my 14-year-old daughter, and he said, oh, the USC, $91,000. And I'm like, okay, I'm gonna have about that. For 4 years, that's not bad.
No.
And then he said it's $91,000 a year. And I just kept saying that for the rest of the day. $91,000? Wow. Well, our bachelor's degree is going to come in at around a little over $10,000 for a career that will yield about $80,000 to $100,000 a year. With the, we should clap for that. So we now know, because of the partnership, and the other thing I would add about the child development is a lot of those classes are here. So feasibly, a student might not have to leave even their neighborhood to go from non-credit to credit to a bachelor's degree at a cost of around approximately $10,000. For those of us who have college debt, we know what a burden it is to have to pay $4,500, $3,500 on a $100,000 loan or whatever it may be. This is a high quality education in our local community that allows folks to go right into the workforce. And that it really, in my opinion, is the beauty of community colleges offering bachelor's degree being applied, put you to work in a high quality career that is going to allow you to improve yourself. You can look at the study out of UCLA about the data of the students, particularly students who come from similar communities that I do, who would never have transferred to a CSU or a UC. These are the students who we're serving and would benefit from this alignment, and more community colleges offering applied bachelor's degrees.
Thank you, and congratulations on seeing the cyber defense go through. It was not pretty.
No, and thank you for all of your help and everyone's help who contributed to letters and support. This is the right thing to do. This is good trouble.
Yes, it is. And Yolena, if you would comment too, and also tell us a little bit about how it feels to have been with the program for many years and then to see it become a bachelor's degree program.
Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to tell everyone about what a phenomenal opportunity it was to be part of the initial 15. We were astounded when we were selected, but we had worked hard towards it. We were in the process of redesigning our associate degree with a lot of industry input that indicated that what we were currently teaching at the associate degree level was lacking. And we were on the verge of launching a 95-unit associate degree to meet the demands of our industry for the skill sets that they said were necessary. And when SB 850 was finalized and we were given an opportunity to at least apply for consideration, we were not the first choice coming out of our district. There were other more compelling proposals that were being put forward. However, they would have competed with the CSUs. And this is the most unfortunate part. The CSUs didn't want anything to do with us. And we had asked for years for the CSUs to recognize the work that our students had done in below transfer level numbered courses as being equivalent to the work that they would have done at the CSUs. And that was the most disappointing feature, is that none of the CSUs nor the UCs would partner with us in our discipline to recognize our students. However, the private and proprietary universities were willing. And not only were they willing, they were quite capable of taking our students' work that they had done and giving them, with just 3 more semesters, a baccalaureate degree. We should have been doing it all along. So when we were given the opportunity to participate, we went to our industry partners and we said, here is a design for a $10,560 degree. And our partner said, well, that's right in alignment with the tuition reimbursement that we already provide our employees at $5,000 a year. We would be more than happy to not only support the discipline offering a baccalaureate degree, but also championing our employees going through it. We have graduated more than 24 in the first 4 years of existence. We started offering our bachelor's degree as a completion program, which was 100% online, which kept our practitioners in the communities that needed them and allowed them to pursue their higher education. It has been phenomenal. In order to express appropriately, all I can say is thank you to Senator Block, thank you to championing the Community College Baccalaureate for as long as you have and in as many ways as you do, and thank you to everyone who continues to want to offer a bachelor's degree on our local community college campuses.
And you make a great point about finance. you'll all be interested in knowing that 75% of the graduates of these programs graduate with no debt whatsoever. Dr. Hester, what specific non-credit courses or programs are available as part of a pathway, and how do students transition from non-credit to credit courses within a pathway with the hopes of ultimately obtaining a bachelor's degree?
Absolutely. So we have a lot of different pathways our students go. So a great example would be our automotive program. Currently, a student can come in and receive 27 credits through our credit by exam. One thing that we're currently working on, a good model that we're using, and I would like to say that the NCAL project really was our North Star. We did it right the first time. And so what we're doing now is reduplicating these efforts. And so one thing we're collaborating with Dr. Ricky is to really look at our IT programs here. You know, we talk about equity and access. And so one of the things that we notice in the field of IT, there's a huge gap, there's a huge equity gap. So we noticed when we started to look at the data, there was a lack of women in IT, and particularly Black and Latino students. So our goal really is, how do we provide access to these students to give them lucrative careers like in IT? So what we're leveraging now is our non-credit program through our IT with Dean Michelle, and to really look at some data, right? How many students do we have coming in? Really working with our faculty, being intentional. So now we're really going to look at our credit by exam classes that we have in IT, and what is the direct pathway to Dr. Rickley's baccalaureate program. And so again, it's really the work of our faculty who's really starting to have these conversations with our students, telling them, hey, you can do this. Did you know this class that you're taking actually is a credit? And so one thing we found out, students have 3 fears. Can I fit in? Am I smart enough? And can I afford it?
That's right.
We handle you can afford it because we're free. We handle can you fit in because you're here at non-credit, and so we believe in having our students to have a sense of belonging. And the next best secret is to lead them to the pathway to our credit college with Dr. Ricky. And so one of the cool things is we have this relationship with the deans. And so what we've been doing is we've been having our faculty talk with each other. Faculty have literally been coming in our classroom, speaking with our students, asking questions. We believe in putting a face with the name. So you talk about sense of community, and we're really having this soft transition with our students in class. So when it's really time for them to transition, hey, I've met with you already. Hey, you're faculty Ricky. I've had this conversation. I'm super excited. So we're really having to have an intentional, soft, warm handout so our students won't get lost in the pipeline.
Thank you. And I'll also ask you to start with the next question. What are the positive outcomes that you have seen while implementing and maintaining a pathway from non-credit to credit? And also, what are the challenges, the major challenges that you've encountered?
I would say the positive outcome is really seeing everybody really galvanize around this initiative. It really makes my heart sing. And a great example would be a few weeks ago, we were talking about the child development program and how do we become aligned, like Cap 8 alignment. And typically, these conversations before this non-credit, they happen in silos. So it was really only with our credit colleges. This was the first time that our faculty was invited to sit at the table to really talk about this, the deans. We kind of just shifted the conversation a little bit, but it was really organic, and to really see how do we move forward with this. That was the beauty in this. What I think is even more great is that our project with our coach ended in August. We still collect data for 2 years, but we continue to do the work. And we don't have to, because we know we care about our students. And to the point that I have people in different departments, what's up with NCAL? So now this is really in our language now. What are we doing with NCAL? I have other deans and non-credit say, well, what about my program? What about culinary arts? And so now we really began having the conversation and being intentional about taking this blueprint and really moving it throughout our whole college, because again, we're one district. And so one of the things we found in our gap was we realized that so one of the conversations we had was when you talk about as a district, we weren't really talking about how are we doing scheduling? Are we fighting against each other? Who's offering online? Who's offering high flex? Who's offering in person? This really was another conversation we had. So what we began to see was, because we were not having these conversations, we were losing our students to like Southwestern, Maricosta, no shade. But if our students are here, we want to keep them here because they have great experiences, right? And so that was really that was the beauty of this. I think the challenge was scheduling. People's schedules are all over the place. But we found out people were serious in making a commitment about the work. But other than that, I think that was the main challenge, was really getting everybody's schedules to align.
And would you make any major change to make things smoother?
No, ma'am. You know why? Because of the people that care about the students, and they're committed to doing the work.
Excellent. Lillian, anything to add with this question?
You know, there is so much that I could add, particularly with the pathway and the value of faculty championing it. 2014, I know it just seems like yesterday, but I attend a breakout session that was done by ASCCC on non-credit. We had in North Orange Community College District a huge non-credit offering for years, and there was a focus extensively on the value of career development courses in non-credit. I went back to our advisory committee and I said, is there anything else that we could do other than our associate degree program that would provide the level of baseline information that you would want for incoming employees? We have long had a hard time in funeral service practice with recruitment efforts. And they said, is there any way that you could give them these 5 core skills and help us onboard them even faster? I immediately thought, how could we do it on the credit side? And then stopped and said, it doesn't have to be on the credit side. It doesn't have to begin to whittle away their financial aid or add additional student loans to their educational pathway. And I reached out to our North Orange Continuing Education, at that time SCE, and asked, is there any way we might be able to accomplish this on the non-credit side? And as a faculty member, I was thrilled with the overwhelming reception on our non-credit faculty to say, this can be done, and here's how we'll do it. And doing it together, that's where the rubber meets the road, and it gets the job done.
Yes. Thank you. Anything to add?
Yeah, you know, this could very easily be a commercial for the San Diego Community College District, which I think in some instances it is.
Go for it.
Yes. You know, the other variable that I'll bring into this discussion, that we're very fortunate that we have strong relationships with employers similar to our colleagues, is the workforce partnership, the San Diego's workforce partnership. And in this case, there are somewhere between 2,000 and 3,000 vacant jobs in cybersecurity. We recently received a grant from the San Diego Foundation as we move toward trying to make the $10,000 tuition even more affordable and address the comments that were mentioned earlier in terms of the equity gaps in what the people who look like, who go into these fields, because that's a major problem when you have people programming who come from a monolithic background and don't understand the lived realities of the entire society that we live in. And so my point is that we're now really looking at where do we offer and when do we offer paid internships. And I want to give kudos to the College of Continuing Education, because they've done an equally great job of looking at paid internships by way of either writing grants. We write a lot of grants in this district and bring in multi-million-dollar grants. Again, we just announced last week a grant from the San Diego Foundation that is specifically targeted at addressing, increasing the number of Black, Latinx folks who are going into cybersecurity. We're not a district that is afraid to talk about race, notwithstanding Prop 209, that we know that there are certain populations that are disproportionately impacted by the things that Chancellor Smith talked about. And so we're not afraid as a district to look at the data, but then act on the data in a very intentional way. And so the internship piece of this is very fascinating in terms of the credit for prior learning, whether it be testing or whether it be people at lower levels of these careers accessing CE and then working through the bachelor's program. That's to me the next phase of this, is when does someone access a paid internship, and then how does that paid internship factor into the credit for prior learning to try to speed up the reality is that if you're coming through CE and then winding up with a bachelor's degree, there's a high percentage of either immigrants, and many of these immigrants already have college degrees. So these are 30, 40-year-olds who we're asking to go back through education, even though they're coming through with us with bachelor's and master's and doctorate degrees. How do we place them into an paid internship opportunity, give them credit for prior learning, and then fast track them into a full-time job via the bachelor's degree?
Thank you. I've got the high sign. We're out of time, and
It says we got 13 minutes left. No, I'm joking.
Well, if there are 13 minutes left, then I can give my speech about the true causes of the... Didn't let me finish, of the Peloponnesian War. Well, you've talked about pathways, challenges, benefits, accomplishments. You've done so with love and enthusiasm. You can see that our students are lucky to have leaders like this who oversee their education. So we talked about finance as well and the bachelor's degree program. So with that, please join me in thanking this extraordinary panel.
I'm like, that's it.
All right, how y'all feeling? All right, we need that 13 minutes back, Dr. Shabazz. The rest of these panels is only gonna get 20 minutes, okay? We're making up for lost time. So far we've heard from our students, we've looked at the data, we've talked about the many ways that non-credit education can be a catalyst to economic mobility for adult learners through workforce training and non-credit to credit pathways. Another promising practice that's proven to be successful in supporting adult learners with entering the workforce and upskilling is apprenticeship programs. The next panel will focus on how we can leverage apprenticeship programs to foster economic equity and upward mobility. The panelists will showcase successful apprenticeship and pre-apprenticeship models focused on building foundational skills and structured on-the-job training. This panel will be moderated by Carol Kim, CEO of the San Diego Building and Construction Trades. Please help me welcome to the stage Carol and her esteemed panelists.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us. Give me 1 second, because as usual, I have, of course, my technology just gapped on me. My name is Carol Kim. I am the business manager of the San Diego County Building and Construction Trades Council. And for those of you who've never heard of what those are, building trades councils are the umbrella organizations of all the construction unions in a given county or region. And so here in San Diego, I lead the coalition of construction unions that exist here. And so everywhere, if you're from California, I think you all are, is that correct? You're all California colleges? Okay. Every single one of you has a building trades council in your region, and I hope you already have relationships with them, and if not, I hope you develop them after this, because you'll discover that we do some really amazing work in the space of apprenticeship programs. In fact, I like to say that union construction apprenticeships are top of class in terms of what we do and how we educate and support folks and train them for actual family-sustaining middle-class careers in the communities and in our regions and state, et cetera. So I have an amazing panel that I'm going to be introducing, and let me just, I'm sorry, this is the part where I needed this. So the first, my first panelist is Dr. Jeannie Kim. She's the president of Santiago Canyon Community College. Our next panelist is Anthony Cordova, Dean of Instruction from Bakersfield College. And then our final panelist, not least at all though, is Tony Young. He's the interim CEO of the San Diego Workforce Partnership, which is our local workforce development board agency. So it's wonderful to have all of you join us today. Thank you for being here to talk about this really important topic. I think we all know that apprenticeships currently seem very trendy, but for very good reason. They're actually very important. They're an amazing tool and mechanism and structure to be able to, again, provide workforce development for folks that is actually earn while you learn, that provides a lot of supports in interesting ways. And so we're going to talk a little bit about that. I am going to start by having each panelist give you kind of a 3-minute overview of the topic from their perspectives. And they have very different perspectives. We've got a college president, we've got a dean who oversees these programs, and then we've got a workforce development board leader who's going to be talking about how this impacts them. So we'll start with Dr. Kim. Jeannie, if you would.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to actually be here today. This is such a very important topic, especially in the times that we're currently in. I want to start first off, I wouldn't be a college president if I didn't actually, make a note about where we are in terms of our college. We actually are 7th in the state out of the 116 ranked in terms of being a best college, according to a variety of different outlets. We have one of the largest apprenticeship programs in the community college system, with 10 apprenticeships that are within the trades, and then one that's a non-traditional apprenticeship with the child care and child development arena. And we have over 5,000 apprentices actually in our program on a regular basis, year over year. And we have amazing partnerships with our partners in terms of the various different trades. I think that the main thing that I really want to sort of emphasize at this point in time in relation to apprenticeships is that first off, the idea of having training as a part of our educational endeavors is not something that's new. It's always been with us because of the things like apprenticeships. And we've at different points in time tried to actually integrate it into our educational system through experiential learning, internships, academic service learning, etc. But most of the time, we have not really connected it very successfully to skilled labor jobs, or just skilled jobs in general. So our students are not necessarily gaining the skill sets that they need in order to be able to turn that into a ready opportunity to take advantage of the high impact, high wage positions that are readily available. One of the issues around this, I think, is because we don't really talk about it very much in higher education. Although in our adult learning arenas and in community colleges, we do talk about it more frequently, but it's often with just one another. And I think that's one of the pieces that we really need to begin to look at. How do we actually start bringing this conversation to the broader public so that they actually understand what the real opportunities are via these kinds of positions and jobs? The second point that I want to make is in relation to the steps that people need to take in order to be able to have access to these positions. Oftentimes with apprenticeships and with any kind of skilled arena, people know about that arena, or even if you want to be a doctor or a lawyer, you're familiar with it because you have people in your family. And it's often like that in terms of these apprenticeship positions or in labor positions or in highly skilled arenas like in medical professions, et cetera. And so again, we need to ask, how do we actually make that more ubiquitous across the board so that people know that these jobs exist? I always make the example that we're doing a lot of work with the utilities industry and with the utilities infrastructure, particularly in water, and developing a leadership program that will actually take water operators and technicians and take them up through the ranks so that they can take on the leadership positions within those organizations. But A lot of people don't have any idea that the utilities infrastructure actually has real jobs that are viable with high wage and career opportunities. And it's because, again, it's not something that's talked about very broadly or widely. And so I think part of our job in higher education, and especially in partnership with our K through 12 partners, but also with just in general across the platform with adult learners and across the platform, across the divides, we need to really get that information out there and provide them with the opportunity to experience it. The apprenticeship programs, I think, are a really viable option, but we also have to make sure, and in alignment with the prior panels and especially with our state chancellor, we need to be able to give that credit for prior learning for the jobs that they already had the skill sets for. That has to be one of our #1 priorities. And we have some models for that with the military academic platform that's being done right now for our veteran students, et cetera. But this goes again to creating a new model for higher education, and that master plan for higher education is going to be super critical, especially with the career education aspects. But those are all conversations that are forthcoming, and we need to be a part of those conversations and at those tables.
Thank you. So, Tony.
Any questions? See you guys later. No, I think I mentioned this earlier. I was going to have a struggle following Dr. Kim because I knew her experience and exposure and conversation was going to be so deep and thorough. So I'm going to do a little bit of a pivot on my discussion. I'm going to talk a little bit about the personal aspect of it and what the apprenticeship means for me and where I came from, how I used it, right? So Tony Cordova, Bakersfield College. I'm the president-elect of CCCAOE. I'm chairman of the California Community College Baccalaureate Steering Committee, and then also a veteran. So the veteran component of it allowed me the opportunity while I was in the service to explore what the apprenticeship program actually meant to me. I'm not going to give the time because it was a long time ago that I was enlisted in the service. So that just gives you a little bit of a sense of how long the apprenticeship programs have been around. They've been around for quite some time. I did a Department of Labor apprenticeship program with the power plant operators, and that was part of my vision of being able to get back into the opportunity to get a career and get into the workforce that I knew I could get a high wage and a good living off of. And that was within the power plant industry itself as an operator. So that was where I got started into my personal background of being able to do that. But a lot of it led into my goal of what I want to do now, right? Because somebody gave me the opportunity when I was in the service. I had that thought process of, might as well do it. I'm already doing the work, right? Might as well get the education behind it and get the credential, get that certification, and leverage my resume to be more employable. So I want to be able to get back into the community, get back to our students, that same opportunity of educating them, get them the awareness that there are options for them to go down that path that we were talking about. We've all mentioned it here throughout all the different panels. It is the pathway, whether it's the apprenticeship pathway, whether it's the credit for credit pathway, non-credit pathway, not-for-credit pathway. They're all, the common denominator is that pathway to higher education, to employability. And that's where I come from, of the apprenticeship end of it, because that's one of the most important pathways, because you could actually provide for your family. You could have that earn and learn modality and still be successful in both mindsets. I also go back in way I've always thought about it, of being able to build it, because we were talking about this earlier. You got to be able to build it in a model that they're going to be able to utilize and not even realize that they're utilizing it, because our adult learners, they're not in college because there's a reason. They don't want to be in college, but they want to be able to be successful, whether in the workforce or whether in their whole career. So if we build it the way that they're going to be able to utilize it and leverage it, when they get into that opportunity for advancement, they've got the credentials behind their name already. They've got the capability to promote and move up when that light bulb comes on, because I know as a youth, I didn't have that light bulb. I was going down different paths trying to explore what life actually meant. But then I realized, hey, but because I had a little bit of savviness that I knew I needed to be successful in my career, that's what allowed me. And that's why I have the passion for the apprenticeship program, because it does allow that pathway. And it's supporting those without direction, even though they might not even realize it. But when they do realize it, they'll be ready for it.
Thank you.
Good morning.
All right, so I just want to note that we've got 2 Kims up here and we've got 2 Tonys up here. We are not related, neither are they.
No, we have to talk about that.
Yeah, but exactly, we are a 2 pair here. So Tony Young.
Thank you, Carol, and hello, everybody. Welcome to San Diego. Those of you who aren't from San Diego, this is my neighborhood. I grew up here, still live in this neighborhood, and just really happy to see all of you here today. This is exactly what this institution and this building was built for these types of discussions. And I can't tell you all the different things that have happened in this room and who has been on the stage here, just from all over the country, and also things that happen in the community. So it's great for you all to be here. And it's really exciting to be next to these amazing individuals, especially Carol Kim, because Carol is an example. She embodies what we're trying to do with our apprenticeship programs. A person of color who has taken leadership and is partnering with us and the Community College District and ECC to provide apprenticeship opportunities in the building trades. And I would encourage you, I know many of you are from different community colleges throughout the state, to partner with your workforce partnership boards to find out how we can braid funding together to support your students for all the different things that you would need to be successful in the program, including on-the-job training monies and all types of things. But I'll tell you here, in this building, something amazing is happening. Working with Dr. King, working with Carol Kim, working with the Workforce Partnership, we received, the building trades received a highway grant to provide pre-employment, apprenticeship training for individuals specifically in this community to get into the building trades. And so the partnership is great because obviously there's a lot of technical expertise from Carol's camp. We have a great staff here at the at ECC, and then the Workforce Partnership can do much of the casework management and also help identify individuals to be in that training program, and also look for other wraparound services and other types of funding to support these individuals as they go through. I would encourage you all to go back to your regions, your state, your cities in the state, and look for that really sweet spot, because I think that the workforce partnership boards in your region, they're serving the same individuals as you serve in your institutions, and that's what we have found. So welcome, thank you all for coming here, and thank you all for being a part of this panel with me.
Thank you. And I'm just going to kind of, put a labor lens on the things that you've all mentioned. So obviously, as the head of the Building Trades Council here, I'm from organized labor, so I represent unions and unionized workers. And specifically, one of the things that, you're right, the apprenticeships have been around for many decades, like a century plus. I mean, apprenticeships have been around for millennia. Let's start with that.
Yeah,
this is a model that has been utilized in civilization for very long, centuries and centuries. We are, what the American construction unions have done is create an opportunity for folks to really be able to go from being itinerant workers, because construction is an itinerant trade, right? You have to go from job to job to job. You're going from gig to gig. I like to say that we are the original gig workers. And so this is the original gig economy, construction. And what we've managed to do by working together collectively is create an infrastructure that allows a construction worker to be a full-time W-2 employee with full health and welfare benefits for their families, as well as a retirement, a pension retirement. So it's a really amazing thing, if you think about it, that construction workers came together a century ago and figured out how to do this, how to actually create these infrastructures and build the structural systems that allow for it. And apprenticeship has always been a key component of that. And I really find that a lot of times when community colleges, and I come out of education, I know that this is a shocker, that I look like the prototype of a construction worker, but I actually come out of
Just missing the hard hat.
It just, all the things.
Yeah.
So, but I come out of education. I actually, back in the day, was a classroom teacher. I also worked as a research associate for WestEd, for those of you who are familiar with WestEd, for like a decade. So, you know, I've been doing this kind of education work for a long time before I came into the trades. And one of the things that is really amazing to me about how the apprenticeships work together is that they create sustainability. One of the major problems that education has is sustaining these types of programs or initiatives when they get started. They're almost always unfunded, and then you've got a situation where you've got to try to figure out how to keep it going. And unfortunately, apprenticeship starts with a job. That's the first thing. I always point that out. You cannot have an apprenticeship if you're not providing on-the-job training hours, period. And there's high standards for what those are that the DAS oversees. And beyond that, the relationship and the partnership with organized labor actually creates the structure for sustainability. Because what happens is our apprenticeship programs use you as our LEAs for those programs, and then we collectively bargain the funding for those apprenticeship programs. So this is something that I want to encourage all of you to do, is across the various sectors and industries. It doesn't just have to be construction. It can be nursing. It can be education. It can be all kinds of various industries. There are opportunities to create apprenticeship programs, but one of the most successful, the really only successful and sustainable and largely, like, you know, I'm going to say 92% of every graduate of an apprenticeship program in the state of California, regardless of industry sector, graduates from a union construction apprenticeship. So based on that, knowing that, partner with a union, I'm going to say it here, partner with a union to create that sustainability, because that's such an important part of what we do, and also allows us to actually provide those jobs to place those students in. So I'm going to move on to the next question, and get off my soapbox for a minute. Can you share examples of successful apprenticeship programs that have significantly impacted economic equity and upward mobility?
I'll start with our 10 programs that are on the traditional trade side. They are all affiliated with the trade unions. And those students that graduate from that program are able to gain the upward mobility via the various different steps that the apprenticeship program actually offers, right? It's completely built into that system. One of our programs in water, for example, the student can go through a certificate program and begin there, complete that, and be able to go straight into a job that's anywhere from $70,000 to $100,000 a year. And that's just with a certificate completed over a 1-year time frame.
And that's without any student loans.
That's without any student loans, paid program, because they're getting job training, and they're getting paid for that job training as they're learning. Now, I think, though, where some of the issues come in are in terms of the diversity and equity arenas as the student or as that individual gets older, right? It's in the leadership opportunities. What we have to do now is really talk about how we build the on-ramps and off-ramps so that these individuals who started off in their youth climbing power poles and doing all the hard labor work, and then give them opportunities to get additional education, utilize the credit for prior learning to get the degrees that they need in order to be able to move on into those leadership positions. And that's the pathway that we haven't really paid too much attention to. But right now, the utilities infrastructure in particular is suffering, just like everybody else, with the silver tsunami. Right? And as a result, there are a lot of people that are just leaving these positions because they no longer want to actually be climbing the power poles or in the waterways and wastewater, et cetera. But they need an opportunity to be able to take that information and all that experiential learning that they have, majority of whom these individuals are from traditionally underrepresented backgrounds, right, in our higher education systems, and give them the opportunity to be able to translate that so that they can continue to teach others in a supervisorial role or management role, etc. So there is a pipeline aspect of this that we really need to start thinking about and doing some actual real work on to establish that pathway. I think the other aspect of it that we need to really consider is bringing in individuals who've, again, never considered this as an option, especially those, and I'm not talking about our 18-year-olds or our high school students necessarily. I'm talking about those individuals that are wanting to have a switch in their career. These are incredibly viable careers, and if they just knew just a tiny bit about what that can, give them in terms of the pension and experience and
Family
leadership
health care.
opportunities, health benefits, all of it, I think that there would be more people that would want to participate.
I'll note, just to interrupt, and I'm sorry to interrupt, I'll note that the average age of an apprentice in San Diego County anyway is 34. So people think they're like 18-year-olds or 19-year-olds.
And
they're not. They're 34-year-olds. They're in there. That's the average age. So there are people older than that. There are people younger than that. But there's a lot of folks who have degrees. I actually met somebody with a master's degree that came through our program here at ECC, who has a master's degree in family counseling and was like, I can't make a living doing this, so I want to be an electrician.
And that was going to be my last point, is that I have a lot of four-year students that graduated from bachelor's degrees that came back to SEC because they want to learn skills so that they can actually have a livable wage job in the context of Orange County.
Yeah.
And that piece of it is something where we have been a failure when it comes to higher education, and that we as community colleges can do something about. And that's the audience that we also need to reach out to. And I think that with our businesses, et cetera, and having them as partners along the way is really critical. And having those in-depth partnerships, and not just necessarily with the traditional trades, but also with non-traditional areas, such as nursing, as you mentioned. We have a nursing shortage. I think that those are the kinds of things that we need to really start to do the hard work on. It's difficult, though. Apprenticeship programs are not easy. Anybody who's actually tried to run an apprenticeship program, start one up, I think Tony will definitely attest to that from a community college perspective. They're not easy to start up, and getting them registered, et cetera, there's a lot of different bureaucracies. But there is an opportunity right now with the demonstration projects that Dr. Christian has actually established at the state level for us to be able to begin modeling these things and to be able to expand in these arenas.
And Tony, do you have anything?
Yeah, so I did mention I'm from Bakersfield College, right? And we all know who my former chancellor was and my former president was, right? I mean, front row seat, Dr. Christian. So I was challenged a while ago before she moved into her new role to support and grow our apprenticeship programs. So I took on that challenge and I said, okay, challenge accepted. And I think I've done a pretty good job at it. We've added 14 new programs over the last year, going through the whole DOL, DAS process right now. DOL's already been finalized. We're finalizing the DAS aspect of it. And they range. They range from allied health programs. I've got an LVN to RN apprenticeship program. I've got a perioperative nursing program. I've got perinatal, neonatal programs going in. We've got 5 IT programs for data analysts to IT project management, which is going to build that pathway into the California Community College Cybersecurity Baccalaureate degree. That's building that pathway, that pipeline. But two programs that I really wanted to focus on specifically to highlight I think the impact that we're having is one of them is we partnered with Department of General Services. So DGS, we all know who DGS is, right? They provide the custodial services for all of our statewide buildings throughout California. Well, we partnered with them, and this is along the lines of what Dr. Christian was talking about, that model and that demonstration project, being able to build an opportunity for our custodial and janitorial service workers an opportunity to advance into an administrative position. And these are individuals that would typically not expect to be promoted and move moving up, but we put them into that workforce, we put them into that opportunity, as I was mentioning earlier, giving them the awareness that they can move up and there is opportunities because they're already employed, and getting them into that aspect of it, which I think is going to be very impactful because we know a lot of our demographics that do the janitorial and custodial services activities. So that's one of them. And then the other one is our maintenance technician program that we've partnered with. There's an organization that ships almonds throughout the entire world. I don't know if you guys heard of them, right? Wonderful company. They do a lot of work within the distribution centers, and we've partnered with them to be able to provide the maintenance technician to all of their manufacturing facilities, production line automation aspect of it. And they were able to utilize and leverage, and I don't know if we're going to have enough time for our next funding question, but I'm going to jump into the funding aspect of it because we were talking about the ETP, the OJT, the CAI, right? All these different acronyms, and we're all educators, so we all know what they are, right? I don't have to spell it out. But the organization being able to partner with this public-private partnership and expand the apprenticeship program into their workforces, opening up to all the different distribution centers to leverage those different resources. LAAP, that's another resource that we're leveraging the employers to be able to take advantage of to offset the wages that they're having to compensate for the apprentice. And they've committed to hiring 100 students within this next 2 years.
And we can use
right?
federal work study too.
And federal work study, right? So, and it's very strategic. It is very convoluted because you only have so much ETP funds, you only have so much OJT funds. But if you coordinate it appropriately and you schedule it and you build it out where you're running your work experience class and you're running your RSI or your instructional information, then you could make that happen. The other thing that I wanted to mention was the leveraging and the braided fund aspect of it, but the taking advantage of, because we were talking about earlier the non-credit not being compensatable, but there is work experience. And you could take your work experience, and how many of us have programs that are actually leveraging work experience into their OJT? Because that is FTS right there. And if you take a look at it, that's, if you're, I know work experience is changing the whole structure of it, but almost 1,200 contact hours of work experience is going to be able to be compensated. And that's the way that you could do that shared cost model with your business partners and your other entities.
That's good. Yeah, I would just say that we've had, obviously the Workforce Partnership deals with a number of different apprenticeship programs, including EMT. We have just got a mental health program approved, and all of those are going to be at a community college. So that's a great thing. But the other part I would say is that we also work with businesses and industry, biotech here in San Diego, which is really important. Tech is very big here in San Diego. And with these conversations that we've had with industry, they want individuals to start working right away. They're looking for skills-based certifications that they can get someone in without a college degree and start working as quickly as they can when it comes to using an OJT or some other type of method to get them ready. So they're looking for certifications that show that they have certain skill levels, and then you're going in and working in some of these trades or industries, making $100,000 right away around here. So that's the other part of it. The other part is that business wants this. Business can't wait at times for a 4-year degree. And who is the best prepared to provide those individuals? Community college. You all can do that. And so the partnership is important. And I think it's important. The last thing I would say, I think there's a little bit of time to say that.
There's time is over. We've got 29 seconds. Go.
29 seconds. That's fine. I can do it in 29 seconds. Is that it really does take leadership to do this. It takes leadership like Dr. King, Carol, individuals who will understand that things are changing here in San Diego and throughout the state, and we adapt and adjust to make sure that we're prepared and prepare our students and our clients to do well. Right at 0.
Yes. All right. So I know that we can talk for like another hour about this issue and topic. I think we ought to. but that said, we were hoping to allow for some questions. We don't have time. Is that correct? Okay. They're going to kick us off the stage, guys.
Yeah.
We're going to get the shepherd's hook.
I don't think they know there's a clock right here.
It's blinking red at us. So
Yes.
we just want to say thank you. I think some of us will be around.
We'll be here tomorrow.
And tomorrow as well, so you can track us down. And if any of you have questions for me, because I'll be in and out and probably not here as much, I'm going to give you my contact information. I can connect you with your building trades in your area, wherever you're from. But my email is Carol, C-A-R-O-L, at sdbuildingtrades.com. Feel free to email me at any time. And I'm sure everybody else's contact info is in these programs somewhere, or you'll find them.
Yeah,
so
easy to
thank
find.
you for the time. We're excited to work with all of you.
Thank you.
I have the pleasure of introducing our next panel. This panel will focus on groundbreaking programs that are reshaping the landscape of community college education. Discover innovative initiatives that empower students and enhance their chances of success. Learn about cutting-edge strategies, support systems and technologies that are transforming the community college experience. Gain insights into how these initiatives are improving student outcomes and driving positive change within the community college sector. Don't miss this opportunity to explore the future of education at the community college level. I am now going to proudly introduce the moderator, Dr. Star Rivera-Lacey. Dr. Star Rivera-Lacey proudly serves as the Superintendent President of Palomar Community College District. As someone who started her post-secondary, yes! Thank you. As someone who started her post-secondary education at a community college, life has come full circle, providing her an opportunity to lead one of the largest single college districts in California. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I turned around and you showed me the appeared. I love that. That was magic. Hello and good afternoon, and I just really want to start by saying how excited I am to be able to moderate this panel. I know you all well by the great work that you have done, and I'm hoping that we'll have a chance to just have a conversation today and really provide for folks some spark, right, as far as what it is that we can do and we can take to our institutions with the ultimate goal of supporting our students. So having said that, I'm going to go ahead and start, and we can have introductions, please. And I'm going to start with Dr. Greiner.
Oh, yeah.
Hi, yes, I'm Dr. Kathleen Greiner. I'm the director for the Center for Entrepreneurship at North Orange County Community College District, in partnership with NOCE, our co-sponsor today. So happy to be here. My background is a longtime educator in higher education. I've been a dean for business, a vice president a time or two in academic affairs. And probably the strength that I bring to the conversation today is connections around business, employer engagement, and that wonderful word that's just ending up in all of our vocabulary now, entrepreneurial thinking. Look forward to talking about that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Ashante Hands, proud president, San Diego Mesa College, a part of the San Diego Community College District. And I, too, am excited to be here to share space with you all. My history, long-term educator. I've been a dean for student affairs with the UC system, and then also a dean of student affairs in the community college system, a vice president for student services, and now president. And I think the space that I will be able to bring is, I see my job as a space maker, right? Creating space for incredible, innovative ideas to happen that support our students with a lean and a bend towards equity and excellence. So I'll be sharing a little bit about that.
Outstanding.
Hi everyone, I'm Andrea Lucas. I currently work as the Dean of Career Technical Education for San Diego College of Continuing Education. I was also born 2 or 3 blocks down the street. And so I grew up in the area. My mom is from New Zealand, so I'm a dual citizen of the US and New Zealand, so I bring a different paradigm. And for this conversation, I'm going to bring a lot of creativity and a little bit of that spark that Star was talking about.
I'm excited already. I'm loving this already. So let's jump in, because there's so much energy. We're going to try to get through some of these questions. So let's start with the first question. Could you provide an overview of the innovative programs and initiatives your community colleges has implemented to enhance the educational experience for students?
Last year at this time, we jumped off into entrepreneurship big time, and that spirit of innovation really starts with I'm going to call it like an innovative ecosystem. And because we've got great leadership at NOCCCD, and I don't need to say that necessarily, but innovation means a little bit of change. It means things might be a little different than they have been. And I'm so glad to hear Dr. Hands talk about that space, because that's what it really is finding that space to do something slightly different. And so we had an opportunity at North Orange to be part of a 14-member collaborative entity, and it's called now NorthStar, North Orange County System to Access Resource. We got an $8.5 million state allocation via our state senator, Senator Josh Newman, with the purpose of developing social entrepreneurship. And so I remember getting the call, actually that was March of last year, and saying, hey, would North Orange be interested in this? Well, I had to go to my higher ups and they said, absolutely, let's go for it. That's that space of saying yes to innovation. So we stood it up starting last November and began our first program in January. Certainly via the district, we've been offering a lot of kind of boot camps, back to basics boot camps for business. We've got some other programs I'll talk about a little bit later. But this 14-member collaboration, that's the innovative part, because it's very horizontal. So in addition to North Orange District, which we're glad to be part of, Cal State Fullerton was invited to the table, their Center for Entrepreneurship, UCI, yes, that forms the 3 system levels in terms of education. But the other 9 to 10 members are from the community. Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, Cielo, which is a very strong community-based kind of entrepreneurial business startup area. 1OC, which is a backbone that works with all the community foundations in Orange County. The Data and Research Science, Social Science Group from Cal State Fullerton to do data research to start collecting information about our participants. Advance OC, which focuses on Pacific Island and Native Hawaiian populations in Orange County. My point being is that when 14 members with all these different perspectives sit down around the table, it's like, how do we find those common threads? Entrepreneurial thinking, reaching out to disinvested populations, and a focus on social entrepreneurship, where we bring people, planet, and profit to the table. And with those 3 tenets, we began interweaving our pathways, our content, and a year later, we've got some really cool success stories that we're able to share. So that's the innovative piece. It's really cool that NOCCC gets to be part of this pilot program that we hope will become something we can grow up in the state of California.
It's interesting, what I'm taking from your comments is the willingness to say yes.
Yes.
And also not doing it by yourself, but that collaboration that comes with it.
Absolutely, that's it. We're thinking about getting T-shirts that just say, "Start with yes." That's all we
Nice
can do.
idea.
Yeah.
That's fantastic. Thank you.
I like it. I really like what you were saying just in terms of the space that we create and the need for change, right? The type of change that we need now within our system, it's a disruptive change, right? It's not the substantive change where you can do one thing and it doesn't really shake up or impact any other area. So I really like what you were talking about in the partnerships as well. So as being a representative from the Credit College, one of the things that I really love is that all of our organizations and institutions, we're all bridges from one place to another, right? And so oftentimes we think about the Credit College as being the destination, like you got this thing and yay, that's wonderful. But we're realizing that it is far greater than that there are things that we do while we're here, but we are preparing our students for the workforce. We are preparing our students for transfer. We are holding out and reaching out to our students from continuing education and saying, here's some additional things that you could do to expand your capacity. So a lot of the things that we have talked about have been mentioned by some of my colleagues before. So Mesa College was also one of the 15 to offer a baccalaureate degree program. So really creating these clear pathways for students to go right into the workforce with low debt, high-paying jobs, an excellent career. And we just submitted our second proposal for our second baccalaureate degree. So if anybody's out there and can do something about that, we want to be able to say we were the first to have two. So, so those are some of the pathways that we're doing. We are really listening to our students when we were hearing people like Alexis and Trayvon saying, we need you to see us, right? We need you to know that as adult learners that we have unique needs. We need you to remove barriers. One of the things that we've been able to do is to partner with Achieving the Dream. We've received about $600,000 in grants, and we have done some incredible work with our zero textbook cost. So we know that we have heard from our students saying the cost of books is what it cost me to pay rent. And if I have to choose between purchasing books or paying rent, we know what we're going to do. We had to dig deep into the data and hear our students say that at least 40% of them have attempted to take courses with no books because they could not afford them. And we know that the learning is not taking place there. So with the partnerships, with the grants, with the innovation, in 5 years we've gone from offering 100 courses per semester to this year we're offering nearly 1,800 zero textbook cost courses for our students. We have been working strategically to identify pathways for students to move through their general education requirements without having to pay for books. We have 19 degree and certificate programs in which you can move through and never have to pay for a book.
Outstanding. Outstanding.
We are seeing our students, and oftentimes when I greet people and talk to people, I will greet them with the African saying of Sawubona. And Sawubona means I see you. It means we see you. This is what we're doing today, is we are seeing our adult learners. We are saying that we understand that you have unique concerns, unique needs, unique pathways, unique stories. And when you see someone, you make the invisible visible. And that is what we are doing. And we are creating pathways, removing barriers. We are partnering. We are creating internships. We are creating small business incubators to connect our students with resources and capital in the community. We are rethinking how we are structuring our courses so that students can move through, that they can stack, get a certificate, go out, work, come back, get a degree, transfer. Like, we are rethinking how we do everything, because we understand that our adult learners, which at Mesa College is 40% of our student population. And if we dig even deeper, we realize that the majority of those students come from disproportionately impacted areas, disproportionately impacted by our services and the way that we serve. No fault of their own, but it's how we have set up our structures and our systems. And so we are paying attention to that. We know that 22%, majority of those adult learners are also parenting while they are students. And so we are rethinking. We have shifted the lens. We are creating space to see our students, to bring them into existence, and to create programs and pipelines that meet them where they are. And we are flexible and nimble enough to shift and pivot as times change.
Thank you.
I'm loving the pathway, the bridges, the pipelines.
Right?
Good energy.
Makes you want to just reach out.
And I love it, and I know that, and I know that some of my colleagues shared about our articulation agreements to the colleges. I know I oversee the automotive program here at San Diego College of Continuing Education, and that transfers about 20, some of those classes in combination transfer up to 27, 28 units to the credit colleges. But I have something additional that I want to share with you guys. So in regards to innovation, I know San Diego College of Continuing Education prides itself on innovation. And what many people don't know is for the past 3 years, we've been training Navy Seabees from the Naval Special Warfare Division. And you're probably wondering, non-credit, Navy Seabees, like how is this tying together? So essentially what had happened was the Naval Special Warfare Command reached out to us and asked us if we could essentially take cohorts of Navy Seabees and train them in different trades. But catch this, it was in 3 to 4 day increments, right? And so this ties into kind of like that entrepreneurial partnership aspect that we've kind of been talking about, right? So I had a lot of buy-in from my faculty. Initially, my faculty thought that it was a crazy idea and that it was extremely dangerous that we were going to have people learning how to weld in 3 to 4 days. But I said, no, we can do this. And so the great thing about this is, as I mentioned, we've been able to train 3 different cohorts. It's actually informed the way that we've been offering our programs to our students. And then the great thing is that, you know, these students from the Navy are actually learning at the same time as our students here who are coming from the community. So just elevating that, and you know, those students interact with each other. They're like, oh, you're in the Navy, you're working with the Navy SEALs? That's cool. And in addition to that, we're saving lives. So a lot of these individuals and folks from these 3 cohorts go out there and they work at forward operating bases with the Navy SEALs, and we're truly saving lives. I know it's a clandestine thing, I can't talk too much about it. But I definitely wanted to share that with you guys because it's an example of that cutting edge of innovation that we've been doing here with the San Diego College of Continuing Education.
Outstanding. Awesome. Thank you so much for sharing that. So many of the community colleges are embracing online and blended learning models. How has your institution adapted to meet the needs of a diverse student population while maintaining academic excellence?
Online education is here to stay, or I'll say the online modality. And we're offering a very innovative online, it's kind of a blended, but I was talking about our new programs that we're going to be starting this fall. So one of them is called Make an Impact. And the 2 co-instructors are 21 years old. They're entrepreneurs that have started their own businesses, and they are into the money portion of their businesses. And I met Caitlin Tran about a year ago at this group that I go to every week called 1 Million Cups. And I thought, gosh, that sounds like a really cool business. And her business, just real quickly, is she's creating an online app so that restaurants will be able, almost down to the molecular level, talk about the ingredients. So if someone is truly allergic to something, they can go, oh, hold it. There really are peanuts in the raspberry sauce, you know, and be aware of that. But she was making a pitch with her new business, and I thought, you know, that would be so interesting to do something for the Gen Z crowd. And I thought, oh, we should do something like a Gen Z Entrepreneurship Academy. So I pitched it to Caitlin. She goes, hey, I've got a friend, Caitlin, spelled differently. So Caitlin and Caitlin Tran, Caitlin Yang, and they have formed a new business called Make an Impact, CNC Informatics Group. That's the name of their company now. Why I bring this up in terms of online is that the program that they're going to be offering is a Gen Z Entrepreneurship Academy. That's coming true, which is going to be really cool. I bought some flyers along if anyone's interested. And their first 4 offerings are going to be Saturday mornings online, and then the 5th event will be face-to-face. But they're like, we could get to so many more people if we offer it online. We can do different engagement. And then I love this too, and they said, especially, you know, our group is really used to online education. I said, absolutely, we're going to do it that way. So I think that blended online offering improves access. It's a comfortable modality for especially this Gen Z that I'm trying to really drag into the entrepreneurship space. And I think it is going to increase the number of people that we can impact and bring to our programs.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I like that. We have, through our strategic enrollment management team, we've identified a variety of ways that we can offer courses. in a variety of ways. So we've done a lot in terms of different modalities and seeing what works and assessing the data. And one of the things that's very important for us is to be able to do a deep dive into the data, disaggregate it, and see who's really being served, who's doing well in these various modalities, and then making sure that we are providing professional learning so that our faculty are prepared for our students and can make sure that we are using and implementing practices and procedures that really connect with individuals. So one of the things that I really like that we did, we're called the Olympians, and so we started an evening Olympian program. We heard from a lot of our veteran students. We heard just from a lot of students who are working that we need to be able to have a predictable schedule in the evening that will take us through our general education courses requirements. So we had a team sit and work with our counseling program, and we've created an evening Olympian program, and the courses are offered online, hybrid, asynchronous, you name it, and those classes are having great success. So we're very excited about being able to do that. But the other piece that I think is really innovative is our approach to making sure that we are ready for our students. And so I talked about professional learning. We are very fortunate to have a whole division in our LRC that's called the LOFT, the Learning Opportunities for Transformation, and it's kind of where faculty go to learn, right? And so we have incredible programs. One of our very successful programs is called MOST, Mesa Online Success, and they do the most, right? So when you think about it's cohort learning for our online programs, and it is infused with equity and excellence at the core. So we are doing curriculum redesign as a cohort in communities of practice. We are going module by module in terms of how do you create an online sense of belonging. What are different ways that you can do assessment of learning in the classroom? What are various ways that you can, be able to pull people in to do the work in community? So not only are we creating these modalities and creating systems and structures and different ways of offering programs, we think it's important to then make sure that our faculty, that our classified professionals are prepared for our adult learners, are prepared to educate and work with our students. And I think it is absolutely incredible. We just added one additional piece to the MOST program. It's 3 ideas, right? So as a faculty, if you want to give us your syllabus, if you want to have us look at your exams, you can post it asynchronously. We have a team of 9 individuals who will look at whatever it is that you're sharing that will give you 3 ideas for how you could do it with greater equity, with a greater focus on excellence. And if you implement those and do some assessment, then you will also get flex credit for the work. So we are really trying to do things in community to make it easy for people to engage the process. And we are disaggregating our data and looking at what we are doing so that we can better direct the types of support that we're providing, because we know that our Black and brown students are not having as great a success in those courses. And it's not because they can't succeed, and it's not often always because they don't have access to the information or access to technology. But many times the barriers that we sometimes present are the ones that we are creating with our modalities and how it is that we're doing our work. So I think that that is something that is innovative, because a lot of times we do the things, but we really aren't touching the hearts and minds of the individuals who are trying to create and shape and breathe life into those services that we are actually providing. So I think that's an innovative approach for our college.
Thank you.
So if we're here for us at San Diego College of Continuing Education, I wanted to touch on 2 points. So one, I know our president, Dr. Tina King, had mentioned that we have our ICOM Academy, which is essentially our 8th campus. And so during COVID, we leaned on that heavily and offered a lot of programming. Even in my realm, where we have skilled and technical trades in automotive, we offered some automotive classes online, our service advisor program. In addition to that, our institution fully embraced high flex programming, and I want to say that was a huge lift for our faculty and some of our classified professional staff as well. And given some of the constraints we have with funding, it makes it that much more difficult, right? Because we don't have a large library on this campus. We don't have a lot of the resources that you would see at other institutions. I started my career at San Diego City College, and usually you would have a building dedicated to student services or any type of instructional support services, and we don't have that. So I do want to give a shout out to a lot of our faculty here who were leading that effort in regards to embracing high flex technology and also embracing the different types of modalities. Thank you guys. And I know I'm up here, but like I said, it's all the work is done behind the scenes with the faculty, the staff. I mean, even right now we're meeting on this panel, but there are individuals in my office that are working, trying to get these students in classes so that they can get out there and get jobs and learn the competencies and all of that sort of thing. But I want to emphasize the fact that our school fully embraced high flex learning, and that was on the shoulders of our faculty and our wonderful classified professional staff.
Fantastic, thank you. Now, Dean Lucas, I was told that this was going to be a good question for you, so I'm going to get to it in the interest of time. So the question is, many community colleges are incorporating technology such as virtual reality or artificial intelligence into their curriculum. Can you describe any cutting-edge technological tools or platforms that your college is utilizing to enhance the learning experience?
Oh, thank you. I just happen to have Armin, are you here? Armin? So I have our Associate Dean of Career Technical Education. She's going to bring out a target. So you're probably wondering why I'm bringing out a QR code. This is not a QR code. This is actually a target for what we call ADOS. So ADOS is Advanced Driver Assistance Technology. So, and this is something that we actually have on this campus. And so Armin's going to show you, so a lot of new vehicles are equipped with radar, lasers, sensors, that sort of thing. And so now we're actually training a lot of our students on these systems. And so I have this tablet here where you'd actually diagnose it, some of the systems. It's very similar to an iPad, but with some of these competencies, students can actually double their income when they go into the field of automotive. And this is just one example. I know we're also getting into robotic welding. Thank you, Armin. Armin is a real one, guys.
Our fourth member of the panel.
I told you I was going to have lasers and some cool stuff. So that's one thing that we're looking at. We're also looking at advanced manufacturing, robotic welding, and looking at advanced manufacturing, not just within automotive skilled and technical trades, but then also with clothing and textiles, other areas as well. So that's what we're doing here at CE. So if you guys don't feel that there's something great happening, like it's happening. And I believe. I just want to hear it. I want an I believe from all you guys. I believe.
I believe.
I believe. Thank you.
So in the interest of time, we have about 5 minutes left. So I really want to just kind of open it up. If there's anything that you would want to make sure to impart to the audience, something that you think is important that we may not have covered, because, like all good things, the time went by so fast, but I do really want to give that space if there's anything that you would really want to communicate to this group, who really are the folks that are going out and doing the really good work and providing leadership for our entire state.
I know you were talking about entrepreneurship, and I really think that we have an innovative program with our small business virtual incubator. We know that many of our returning adults, as Alexis said, had her own business, right, before she came to us. And we know that many individuals are looking to take those businesses to the next level, right? Or are looking to create and establish something and are not quite sure how to be able to do that. And so our virtual business incubator is a 16-week program. And what we realize is that a lot of our students are graduating with degrees in business, and they're getting out into the community, and yet still the poverty rate or the wage that they're earning is not quite what it should be. And what we often hear is that we're in these areas, but we just don't have the connections. We just don't have that capital, the social capital, to be able to expand in a variety of areas. And so students who go through this program, they are partnered with industry experts, and they receive feedback and guidance and support in terms of creating business plans, in terms of marketing, in terms of every aspect of business. They have individuals who are doing the work, who are well established, who volunteer their time to make sure that they can work with each and every one of those students. And then we actually give them money to be able to pour back into their business. And we think it is just an incredible resource and way. And this program is designed to reach out to our disproportionately impacted students, to those who may not have, who may be the first in their families to have ever created a business and don't have someone that they can call to say, can you help me with this? And so when I was sitting there and watching the presentations of our students, it was just awesome, because the one lady was in and she's like, I'm on the phone with, and it's like this big wig person who does marketing and is helping them with their website. And I'm just thinking, that's her cell phone. She has access to this person to be able to call. They are now connected for life in terms of helping them to establish themselves in the business. And that is the type of creative thinking that our faculty are doing. We are hearing and we are seeing needs. We heard some students say that they had never seen a professional in their field that they were working on. And so what did our district do? Last Friday, we hosted a business professional day for our Black students, where students can come in. We had 40 partners from throughout the industry who were there, from entertainment to, STEM to, you name it. They were there telling their stories, helping expand the capacity and the thinking of our students, allowing them to see things that they have never seen before, and being excited about doing and engaging the work that we are. And so again, I think we are doing these innovative programs, but for me, it is the space that we create, how it is that our faculty are coming together and dreaming about things that we had not yet seen. And I love the flexibility that continuing education and that community colleges as a whole are able to respond to those. And that's where I think we all have the agency and the capacity to be innovative. And I know that we are doing it in many ways, but I love when we do something that is just disruptive, that is just like, what? How are you doing that? And how are you targeting that towards specific populations? Because we can, because those students need that. They deserve it. They are worthy of that focus and attention. We have the resources. We have the brilliance to make it happen. And so we do. And I love being a part of a system that embraces that.
Yeah.
Dr. Greiner, any final words for us?
I'm just going to build on that. That word collaboration is something that we kind of throw around a lot. Like, oh, we need to collaborate. But this sustaining that collaboration, building exactly on what you were just saying, having 40 businesses show up on a Friday afternoon or whenever it was, but sustaining that means that our part of that equation is for us to show up as well, and to make it worth the while for those employers to continue to show up. So when we have programs and we get started, hearing like, oh shoot, we just ran out of some money, we're not going to be able to do that. You could just see them like going, oh goodness, I've heard that before. So for me, that sustainability of those relationships is absolutely essential, because we have a group of students this year. We're going to have a group of students next year. We're going to have a group of students the very next year. The employers are going to be here for a very long time as well. So collaboration can work. We need to leverage each other's strengths and resources, and they're eager, but they want us to be here as well. So that two-sided equation, to be balanced, to show up, to be accountable with each other, that's where I would end. Yeah.
Thank you.
And I'll repeat the same, echo those sentiments. We're in it together. Next week, we're going to have a welding cohort that's going to begin welding for a class on the USS Midway Museum. So just picture that, how beautiful that is going to be, just to have the students on the flight deck, welding with the Coronado Bridge in the background, the nice view scenery. I know some of them are going to probably have like their Tom Cruise aviators on and stuff like that, but just to think that, and just being able to be on essentially a naval ship, and they might go into a career where they're working on ships, working on aircraft, that sort of thing. But it's, as I mentioned before when I started, changing that paradigm, and viewing the world in a different lens, and understanding that the possibilities are endless. That's what I would like to close with.
Well, I'm going to close this out with that vision of that, naval ship and Top Gun and all that stuff. And I know we are out of time, but I would be remiss in complimenting Dr. King. I haven't worked here at San Diego College of Continuing Education to see this type of programming here. I want to publicly thank her on behalf of all our students, and this is just amazing. So thank you, Dr. King.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'd like to call your attention again to our fantastic sponsors. We thank them so much. Without them, this day would not have been possible. Let's give them a round of applause. Now we are going to take a 20-minute break, and we will be back at 4:50. Thank you.
Please take your seats. The program will begin in 1 minute. Distinguished guests, welcome to the Vision 2030, a Call to Action Adult Education Summit, hosted by the San Diego College of Continuing Education in southeastern San Diego.
Now I know you're getting antsy. It is my pleasure to introduce our 9th panel. Yes. But, you know, as we save the best for last, right? These panelists are going to be discussing how policy reform can support adult education in its mission to increase educational access for low-income students and contribute to economic development of local communities and the state in an ever-changing fiscal climate and social environment. It is my pleasure to introduce to you the moderator, Dr. Kevin McMacken. Dr. Kevin McMacken is the Director of Strategic Partnerships for the San Diego and Imperial Counties Community Colleges. His work supports employer engagement, work-based learning, and job placement functions for the career education programs at the 10 regional community colleges. Let's hear it for Dr. Kevin McMacken.
Oh, wonderful. Just me. I think I have some panelists joining me here. So, thank you. Well, good afternoon, everyone. I was so excited to hear all of the excitement before we came out here. I know that this is the last of many wonderful sessions today, but we were also hoping that we would have a lot of energy during our discussion. Before I introduce our wonderful panelists, I wanted to ask everybody to do me a quick favor. So like many of you, we're all coming into conference season. And I think that as we all go to all of these conferences, we wear these badges and we take notes and we hear all these wonderful things, and then we go back to our colleges and we get back into the grind, and it can be easy to forget all of those wonderful things. So what I wanted to do is change this. We are not at a conference. Take your badge off for a second and pay attention and participate in this as a meeting. I want you all to take notes because you're going to hear wonderful things from our panelists. Okay. So quickly, I'd love to introduce our two panelists that we have with us this afternoon. So first, Dr. Regina Stanback-Stroud.
Excuse me. They're trying to get your I think he's here.
Oh, and we will have a special guest joining us. So let me continue, though, by just finishing up our introductions of our panelists who are with us right now. So Dr. Regina Stanback-Stroud is here with us. So we're very happy to have her join us. We're also very excited to have Dr. Madeline Arbayo joining us today. So please. And we're very, very happy that we have Assembly Member David Alvarez joining us today. So as we were preparing for today's session, we were looking through the questions and we realized that there are far more important things to discuss as related to these topics than just going through all of our bios. And so all of the panelists decided that they wanted to jump right into the content. So we're going to forego sharing bios and just jump right into the questions here. So this first question is actually for all of our panelists. And we'll go ahead and start here and we'll work our way around. So Dr. Stanback-Stroud, what specific policy actions need to be taken at both the state and the community college levels to increase support of adult education in its mission to increase educational access for low-income students and contribute to economic development?
So thank you very much. And so first of all, just be clear that, I love talking about myself. So had we talked about our bios,
it was her idea.
What I'd like to say is, first of all, I love the fact that the Assemblyman came in. He came in Beyonce style, So I really appreciate that. We are glad you're here because we're expecting you to answer all of the hard questions.
All right.
There are a couple of things that I'd like to comment on in terms of the policy things. And actually, I don't have to come up with these ideas because these are things that you've heard consistently in the panel discussions. You've heard the poor structure of the funding of adult adult education and of non-credit education. You've heard the lack of having access to certain categorical funds for non-credit students. And it's really interesting because what we have is we have a mission of the California community colleges, and there are 4 prongs to that mission. But we specifically say in that mission that one of the aspects of the mission is not worthy of being funded in a certain way. Is that one of the aspects of the mission is not as valuable as the other, even though all of them are built toward the overall economic sustainability and integrity of this state, of preparing people for workforce. Because make no mistake, whether you are studying to become the chemist or a physician or an attorney or an automotive technologist, all of those are career technical education programs.
Yes, ma'am. Yes. Dr. Arbayo.
So I think along the same lines, and we really didn't compare notes before, but I think we think the same.
She's the smartest.
Yeah, okay. So it's just that the policy really has to include the inclusivity lens of anti-racism, and that's the equitable part for our adult learners who don't have access, because that lens will help create the narrative to provide the support that they need for wraparound services. We heard how many times childcare, okay, and we're thrilled that they have childcare, but how many of us have childcare opportunities for our students? Not many of us. And so we really need to make sure that the funds are supporting our students having those kinds of accesses for those types of funds. During COVID, you're all aware of what the COVID impact was for students like ours, our disproportionately impacted populations. It was worse for them. But our colleges in non-credit for the first time got CARES funds. So we were able to give cash grants to students. That was unheard of. And because of that, our students could pay for childcare, pay for extra food. They could maybe take a 6-week class and get the skills and become, go into a certain position or job where they could still do a career ladder and add income to their families, but they wouldn't have had that opportunity had they not had those funds. And unfortunately, that's kind of ended, and so we don't have a lot of options for that. That I have heard at this point, many of the non-credit programs have increased in enrollment pre-pandemic. Mm-hmm. And I personally believe that was one of our biggest retention strategies, and now we're kind of scrambling to try to figure out how we're going to work with those students. I think the other thing is one other challenge right now, or one other policy issue that really needs to be addressed is the impact on our non-credit students who want to become AB 540 eligible. there is almost an insurmountable hill for them to climb, because they have so many hours that they need to provide evidence that they did, and those hours are often unrealistic and insurmountable. K-12 adult ed, same thing. That policy needs to be addressed. It's hard, and I understand this is not a straightforward issue. The Chancellor's office has really helped us try to understand it and try to work with us. But that is one thing that I hope we can address in terms of allowing for our students to have that pathway and economic mobility.
Thank you so much. Assemblymember Alvarez.
Thank you very much, and the only resemblance I have to Beyonce was walking the stage just now. Not much more, no other skill set that she has that I have, but really an honor to be here. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity. The question was specifically about adult education, and one of the things I've learned in my first year being in the Assembly, specifically in the Subcommittee on Education, which oversees obviously community colleges and adult education, and just in general as a Californian, as a lifelong Californian, as someone who is proud to be a graduate of our CSU system, but as an observer of education policy and just education in general, I think we have to acknowledge, and one of the things that I hope that I can help bring forward as I continue my service, hopefully on the subcommittee, is that we do have, we have to acknowledge this, a different level of appreciation, sometimes elitism among our higher education opportunities that we in California decided to commit ourselves to, decades ago with our master plan for education, where oftentimes, one system of higher education is perhaps held up in higher regard.
Yes.
And I think partly that has to do with the fact that, we have legislators and decision makers who, for the most part, went likely through our university system. Maybe they were at a public university system in California, one of our two systems, but very few through the community college system. Right. There are some, but very few. And even more so less, many through an adult education type of ladder. As was just discussed, I think we need to find ways that we are going to value those students just as much as any of our other students enrolled as a freshman in one of our colleges or universities. And that's a mindset that needs to change in Sacramento for sure, in our decision making and policy making, because if we don't do that, then we will not understand and comprehend what we need to do. And clearly there's a lot to be done when you have nearly 7 million Californians who graduated from high school but do not have any post-secondary education. And so I think that's where we need to really commit to as decision makers, and what are we doing, what are we doing differently? As an example, now we're looking at doing housing at our community colleges, and that probably is really impactful for adult learners, because those tend to be the folks who probably are struggling the most, and then they're struggling and they can't find housing and they're working multiple jobs. How do we expect that they're going to enroll in these programs? And so there's a lot more work that needs to be done to really understand our adult learners by all of us, so that we can actually address some of these issues.
Absolutely, absolutely. So many of the things that you mentioned, we were talking about beforehand. Thank you so much. With the work that I do with employers here in San Diego, we're constantly trying to advocate for our community college students. And sadly, bachelor bias is real. And so no matter what we've done, one of the greatest marketing campaigns that we ever made was telling everybody that they would never be successful without a bachelor's degree, right? And we know that so many of our students have so much potential, and there's a lot that can be accomplished without that bachelor's degree. Now, I'd love to jump in, and I know that we've already mentioned some of the challenges and obstacles, but Dr. Abayo and Assemblymember Alvarez, I'd love to ask both of you this next question. What are some of the obstacles that are blocking reform, and how can we effectively address those obstacles?
So I think there's always the systemic barriers and obstacles, and we talked about some of those. But I've been in adult education in K-12 and community college since 1990, and there is one thing that has consistently existed, and that is the mindset that non-credit students, non-credit programs are not equal to credit students. And as much as it's gotten better, it still exists. And those are shown in some of the policies that we currently live with. I believe it has gotten better. Things like today show that it's gotten better. There's more value placed on it. But they are not little mini credit students. They're non-credit students who have different schedules, different needs. They need weekend classes, evening classes. They need, compressed classes. They need an understanding of where their rich life experiences could add to their education. And it isn't in a traditional credit program. They will be students like that. But I think ways to help that, and let me go back to the student today. There was a student on a panel today that really hit me hard because he said, "Believe in me." And I'm thinking, do we understand what he's saying? He talked about his past, about where he had been. But the narrative he's bringing to our non-credit programs, the narrative in his head is that he has to ask us to believe in him. Mm-hmm. That hit me hard to understand who we have and where we need to, how we need to help those students. And so some of the ways, I think, is the whole data collection. We collect data on a state level, and Kathy Booth talked about how we have this collection of non-credit metrics. That's great. That's really great. And that has come a ways. However, currently, for example, our students don't fit into the metrics or aren't counted in the metrics for guided pathways. Now, can you imagine non-credit students not included in the guided pathways? We are guided pathways. And so they have to become credit students to be counted as a student and a metric. Their journey is not included in their whole journey. It's only the part that's credit. So that's one way. The other thing is we need, and there's a saying, we measure what we value and we value what we measure. And so there's that. The other thing is really having partnerships with our legislators. The Association of Community and Continuing Education, the ACE organization, we go out and do that on behalf of the non-credit programs and talk to our legislators about who our students are, what they need. Because that deficit narrative, we can change it by educating people on who these students are and what a value they are to the system and how resilient they are. And so it's incumbent upon us to make sure that we continue to do that with policymakers so that they can, because we believe that those messages drive policy. And so that's my take on it.
Yeah, absolutely those messages drive policy. I think one of the things that, as I was reviewing the budget this year and looking at the funding formulas and the allocations and learning a little bit more about how the allocation occurs with adults learning and the disparity that clearly exists, one of the things that comes to mind myself as a first-generation student and the commitment that the state really has made for first-generation students and to create the pathways primarily through our university system and through hopefully we'll complete reforms with our Cal Grant system in the future to ensure specifically that community college students don't get shortchanged essentially as a result of the current structure of our Cal Grant system. One of the things that came to mind was I'm the only one in my family with I'm the youngest of 6, the only one with a high school degree, the only one who went on to college. But one of my siblings actually came here to this campus. I live no more than 5 minutes from here, and our family all lives within 5 to 3 minutes away from here. And he did not have a high school education. He was in and out of the criminal justice system, and he was able to, once he figured out that he needed to grow up, attend here, and he's now a welder. He works on our working waterfront. He was able to buy a home in San Diego, which is very difficult to do, but on a really good paying job. And what I'm trying to convey, I guess, is that we need to think of our adult learners in a similar fashion that we think of our first generation college going students as the potential to really, do something big and impactful in their communities and in their families. There probably won't be if we actually had real data on this, which I think that's a critical point, we would probably identify that adult students probably have a greater return on the investment that we're making on them than your traditional, student. Even, myself, we were a very, very poor family, and certainly my education allowed me to get into the middle class. But if you think about the students who likely, and I don't know all the statistics, but I assume there's a lot, likely in the adult learner sort of population, they probably have that same potential. And so one of the things that would be really helpful is more data and information and communications to decision makers as to why we should invest in that population. And I think that's something that's currently lacking that I would urge all of you to help us better understand.
Wonderful, thank you so much. I'm going to go off script here, but we're often talking about the best ways to advocate and to reach out to our assembly members and our local politicians to really share that message. What would you suggest that we do? How do we get those stories to you and to your colleagues?
One of the most effective ways, which is challenging, but is to tell the stories of individuals. And there are plenty and many of success stories, I am sure, of adult education. In person is always better in Sacramento, but again, I know and understand that's challenging. But as an association, you have probably a lot of community colleges near and around the Sacramento area that could be part of that. Certainly learning from programs within our own districts always is significantly more impactful. If I have San Diego Community College or Southwestern College knocking on my door asking to meet with me to talk about a program, I'm much more likely to take that meeting personally because they are my constituents, and that also is the case, I think, for a lot of our colleagues. And so I think that's one way to expose our decision makers more to that. And I do think there's a little bit of just a branding that needs to occur as to, again, the value of this. I think it's not fair it would be fair to characterize that there is a lot of lack of information on the value of adult education, adult learners.
Thank you. Thank you. So why don't we transition a little, Dr. Stamach-Stroud. We all know the cost of getting a quality higher education includes more than tuition. What are your thoughts on why financial aid is not available to non-credit adult education students?
So I really like that question. I remember Dr. Carter saying, I can't wait to hear what your answer is, because she knows that I'm going to be provocative a little bit. And so I'm going to start with what Ijeoma Oluo says, that you cannot have a nation that is founded on the genocide of a people and is built with the enslavement of another and think that it is ever not about race. And so at one point I used to think these types of things were a consequence of a failure of imagination. But I actually don't believe that now. I think they do exactly what they are designed to do. And I think one of the things that we have is that we have structural processes and practices and systems in place that are grounded and founded on a racial hierarchy. I didn't make this up, and the truth is, the reality is that we are not very sophisticated in talking about race. We have a shameful racialized history. And the consequence is that we end up, not talking about it out of fear that we'll get it wrong. Well, let me just tell you, you're going to get it wrong sometimes. So we have to give each other permission to be imperfect, but we have to be able to have these conversations. And we have to be able to include it in the narrative of defining the issues so that we can create the solutions to the problems, and they are clearly and completely defined. And so when we look at the way in which racism is woven into our societal systems, our political system, our educational system, our economic system, our justice system, it should be no surprise that we end up with these practices or these policies that end up having racialized outcomes. And just so happens that you will consistently see in these outcomes the exclusion, marginalization, oppression, and domination of people of color, and the elevation and the deification of people who characterize themselves as white or who align with the dominant framework. The other thing is we're part of a higher education system that is a racialized higher education system, and so we are socialized to elevate and value Western ways of knowing and doing and being. And when we do that, then we can determine what is higher education and what is not higher education. And then if you do that, you can determine that financial aid is for higher education, not for education that's not higher education. And then that means that it justifies not making financial aid available to students who are in non-credit, because after all, that's not higher education, despite the fact that financial aid is designed to make sure that students are able to move through our systems and attain completion, even navigation to credit construction, if that's what their educational goals involve. So you end up with that, and that means that it almost shames us into even having an argument about it or to confronting it in any way, because it's just, that's the assumption, that's the prevailing assumption. And then the other thing is that it is tied to, I believe, our ideological and political perspectives that end up in power. And so one of the things that I commonly say is, look, that people have different attitudes about people of color. They have different attitudes about immigrants. They have attitudes about who's deserving and not deserving. The people who are poor, but they're the undeserving poor, so they don't deserve access to financial aid. They don't deserve access to benefits. And then we end up with policies that make sure that that happens, right? And so I really don't have an issue about people's individual perspectives. That's part of the hierarchy of discussion race. What I have issues about is systems and structures and power to implement those to the detriment of others. And so that's one of the things that you see is you see this policy that's mixed with sentiment toward immigration, for an example, and you end up in adult education where the ESL instruction is, so there's a justification for making sure that financial aid is not available. And so one of the things that I think is that we have to get really creative around financial aid. So first of all, the first thing we do as practitioners is you confront that along the way. You raise it in the room when they say, oh, there goes Regina talking about race again, right? All right. You make sure that it is part of the dynamic, and we don't prioritize our comfort and the comfort of the dominant population over the struggles and the suffering of the students. But we also, and you also have to do lots of other things. And I know it looks like this doesn't sound like it's about financial aid, but you have to diversify the people that are in the room so that you have a diversity of perspectives, ideas, backgrounds, religions, histories, to be able to inform and make ourselves much smarter about many of these issues that lead to the kinds of policies, practices, systems, and processes that we have. You have to be able, you can have some creativity, do program-specific scholarship, make sure you're doing things like workforce development grants, coordinate and collaborate with your workforce investment boards and those types of things. Work with your community-based organizations. They're connected to philanthropy. Philanthropy is always asking where can they put their resources and what should they do and stuff. We have an idea. How about invested in students that are trying to navigate this journey? All right, so there are all types of things. And the other thing is get your foundations in your institutions to think differently about scholarship. Whenever they think about scholarship, they're thinking about credit scholarship. But the reality is in scholarships, you can do scholarships. So you could do, I got a scholarship when I was in nursing where they wanted African-American nursing students who studied nursing but wanted to teach nursing and work on their master's degree to apply for these scholarships. So I had to be African-American, had to be a nurse, I had to have a certain amount of experience in there, and I had to want to be a teacher, and I had to be in a community college. I mean, I had a lot of criteria, but they could decide it because there was somebody who put up that scholarship that's what happened with their daughter. Yeah. You know, so we can have some creativity around meeting the needs. And then the last thing is we implore upon the Chancellor's office, I have a saying, we make this stuff up. Okay, we make it up. There are some things we can't do. Federal, regulations say you can't have, Pell, etc. But there are some things that we can just simply decide to serve. Regulations can be made in the state of California that say non-credit students have access to certain things. Boards can pass resolutions. And your local boards can pass board policy where the non-credit part of the organization doesn't have to have this unbearable competition with the assumed more valuable credit part of the organization. so that there is an equity in the allocation in the service of the students in meeting all aspects of your mission that you make a commitment to the public when you say to them, this is our mission statement and you give us your precious free resources and this is what we commit to. You committed to non-credit education as well. And boards have the power to make those decisions so that you don't have every person having that debate around the allocation resource model.
Very good, thank you. So since we're the last session, I think that we decided we were going to take some liberties and go as long as we want to. Is that okay, Dr. King? No? Okay. So we've got about 3 minutes left. And remember, you all took your badges off, so you're participating in a meeting now, right? So I'm expecting you all to take notes and walk away with action items. So our final question for each of you is, what do you want the audience to walk away with? What should they leave and go do as a result of this discussion? So why don't we start with you, Assembly Member, and then we'll come this way.
I would ask, as a result of this discussion in particular, is that you all, and I don't have the luxury of knowing where you all come from, but to the extent you are throughout the state, is that you reach out to your local legislator or your legislator in your region and talk about the significance of adult education. I would also ask collectively that the movement help to educate those of us in positions where we can make a difference and where we are trying to challenge the historical practices that have created the situation we're in, to help us educate other colleagues, to bring them along as well as to the value and the return on investment on non-credit and what that means, because we do need to shift the conversation. It is where Dr. Stroud just said it is, and for the reasons she outlined and perhaps for others, lack of knowledge in cases of legislators who are trying to do the right thing by all of our communities, and so there's some work to be done by all of us.
Thank you. Dr. Arbayo.
I would say just, I may be singing to the choir for some of you, but for those of you who aren't in continuing ed or non-credit, just that adult learners in non-credit programs, adult education programs, are treated with the same regard, the faculty are treated with the same regard and respect as credit students or traditional credit students. And that means with equity with resources, not just, we think you're just so great in non-credit. We hear that all the time. You're so great. But they're not going to share the resources. so that, and you know, when it comes to anti-racism, because we see it lives in our midst with our policies, and that when you examine racism, examine non-credit anti-racism through a non-credit lens. Think about non-credit students when you're doing that. Don't think of it as a credit anti-racism. I mean, that's a whole different way of looking at it. So think of it that way. I am inspired and motivated to know that adult learners are being placed in such a big initiative as Vision 2030. I think it's a start, and you know, on our campus, we're expected to have some action items, so that's what I'm hoping for. But I really appreciate and thank the Chancellor's Office, San Diego, Continuing Ed, and North Orange for bringing this, because elevating it to a state level is something we need to do more of.
Thank you. And we will give you, I'm making an executive decision here, we will give you our last minute, even though that's going to turn to 0.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. So first of all, you know that my background is nursing, and I thought that Madeline just said she was expired, so she made me nervous up here. But she said inspired, and so
expired, not
thank
inspired.
you. Thank you. I think that there are a number of things that people can do. First of all, walk away from here and ask your institution to take a look at the actual policies that you have. Comb your board policies, comb your practices, processes, and procedures, and figure out how you as an institution can make sure you're supporting non-credit education and giving it this kind of equitable priority that it should have in your institutions. I think you build it into your systems of accountability as well. And we have lots of systems of accountability. So for an example, the chancellor of a district can hold presidents responsible for certain things. The presidents of the colleges can hold vice presidents responsible of certain things. It shows up in your unit plans. It shows up in every aspect of your regular governance processing, whether it is a conversation about capital improvement projects or whether it's a conversation about budgeting, planning, and resource allocation. Make sure that it is a part. It's not a thing over here on the side, but it is an integral part of the institution. Make sure that you inform your board, get your board educated. Just like, you know, many people, the assemblyman said that many legislators may not have some information. There are some board members that may not have some information as well. Get your board educated to make sure they understand the value. Put students in front of them. Board members love to see people in the community and hear real stories from those students. And you know, that touches people's hearts, lives, and they dedicate their work to serving the very people in the community that are before them. All right, I'm wishing you well on that.
Thank you. Thank you. So I think we all have action items. Join me in thanking them. Thank you. I think yes.
That minute was great. Thank you so much, Anna. Thank you, Samira. Thank you. So good to see you. All right. Well, we just want to say thank you, thank you, thank you. We have made it through day one. We know that today was filled, jam-packed. There were so many experts in this space, and we needed to hear from every single one of them. My hope is that you all walk away with a better understanding of what we do for non-credit, for adult learners, and that you all feel invigorated to come back for day 2.
Thank you. What a day. It was a marathon. I just wanted to thank all of the distinguished guests who were part of our panel discussions, very powerful, very informative, and to also give a shout out to our amazing students for sharing their stories. I think everything that we hear today and tomorrow should be seen through the lens of these stories. I also want to acknowledge 2 people, our fierce warriors, policy advisors, Mark McDonald. I think I see him over there, yes. So Mark works with San Diego College of Continuing Education and San Diego Community College District, and Ashley Walker, who couldn't be here today, often teams up with Mark, and she's with Nossaman, and she works with our district, North Orange, and also Association of Continuing Community Education, Mount Sec, Citrus College. And oftentimes, these 2 individuals team up, and they really become the voice not just for our institutions, but for the field of non-credit and for hundreds of thousands of students that it serves. Speaking of advocacy, you all should have received as part of your conference packet adult education brief, challenges and opportunities put together by 2 co-hosting institutions. We hope that you will use this tool today and tomorrow for reference. It gives some background about the students that are typically served by non-credit programs, the barriers that they experience, and most importantly, we don't want to just bring problems, we want to bring solutions. So there are some solutions that we're seeking in order to strengthen the capacity of adult education. Thank you all. We'll see you tomorrow.